Unconditional love exists.
What do you mean by unconditional love? What does the word unconditional love mean?
Depends on what you mean by unconditional.
It means like can so unconditional love, it's not like a feeling. It's basically like a free will choice that you like choose. I'm gonna love this. Like you want the best for someone, even if like maybe that person treats you like garbage. So it's like regardless of condition, you want the best for them. It's
Well,
unconditional love.
I think free will is impossible, but I don't think free will has anything to do with love.
Well, free will isn't impossible, but I would say the fact that we can analyze and categorize like deterministic factors means that we can overcome them.
I don't see how that makes any sense. Like everything we do is either done for reasons, and so it's determined, or it's done for no reason, and it's random. The fact that we can understand some of the reasons doesn't make them any less reasons. But I don't see. Again, I'm not seeing the connection between free will and love and how that makes it unconditional, because that's literally those are opposite things. Like conditional is a reason, and so if it's unconditional, it means it's just done for no reason, or there can't be changed, and so it's determined. So that'd be the opposite of free.
I think maybe the word he's looking for is unreciprocated.
Unreciprocated. Well, there's lots of that in like teenage high schools, and I don't think it requires free will.
So is what you described loving someone regardless of whether they love you back, which we would often also just call unrequited love?
Unconditional love, agape.
So yeah, I think he means that there's some special kind of love above regular love, and it's the magic love that you need free will for. But I don't see how there is this magic love thing. I don't see any love that isn't the product of the brain or can't be changed with the correct zapping of the brain. So anyone's apparent love can be destroyed if you zap the brain in the correct way.
So I'd say like if you can't believe in unconditional love, then like obviously you're not going to believe in God, because God is unconditional love.
Well, I did write about this a while ago, a few years ago. I listed about 9 different types of love, and so being conditional or unconditional is, of course, part of the issue here. The other part of the issue is what type of love. So, for example, there's an intimate form of love people have for one another, like a husband and wife, for example. And then there's another kind of love where a parent will love their child. Now, let's say in a bad scenario, a child does something like serial killing, and they admit to it. They show the police where all the bodies are. There's no question. They're absolutely guilty. The parent may have a disdain for what their child did. Hopefully they do. But they still love their child as their child. They just don't love what they did. So these are different types of love. So what type of love are you talking about when you're referring to unconditional love?
How to explain that? I agree with T-Jump about the reality is indeed full of determinisms on all sides. But I think the fact that man can see, measure, and analyze the determinisms that press on him means that he can face them. By doing so, act as a free man, right? So I do believe there is free will by the very fact that we can analyze the deterministic qualities in the environment. And I mean, I don't know. I tried to explain love, but basically, like, if you have a problem with, if you don't understand unconditional love, like, you're not gonna ever. Religion and God is just gonna seem like foolishness to you, because God is love, right? So
Well, correct me if I'm wrong on this. Is that when you're talking about unconditional love, you're talking about love that endures regardless of the actions of the other individual, correct? So, like for example, God's love. If God's love is unconditional, that means that
yes,
there is nothing that I could do that could possibly or potentially disrupt that. That it's never ending.
yes,
Then you would run into you could essentially say you'd run into the problem of evil. Or if you don't even want to go that far, you could say you run into the problem of hell. That if there's nothing I could do that could possibly end that, then an eternal punishment for a finite crime, like the crimes of my life, if or the sins of my life, like an eternal punishment for that would would contradict that unconditional love, because an unconditional love would not result in an unconditional punishment for all eternity, or even if that punishment is just removal from God's sight. So you're running into that issue. So technically, because there can be, according to the theist worldview, that there can be an eternal punishment for a finite crime that's only here on this earth, but going into these terms, then God's love would not be unconditional, because there are parameters that result in that. Whereas God could explain himself to human beings, but chooses not to. Human beings fall into some sort of trap in your worldview, and they wind up being punished eternally for this crime, and then they can never get out of it. Instead, God could have interjected at any time and been like, hey, yo, I'm here. And that person, maybe that would have changed events. So no, the two don't comport. There's a contradiction there.
I agree. That's why I'm a universalist. So I don't believe in like eternal torture, hell.
Well, I think his first question was really important here. What is unconditional love? Are you saying unconditional love is more than just a brain state? It's an actual like force of some kind, and this force is beyond just the feelings we have. It's something that exists in the universe. If so, can you demonstrate this exists more than just the feelings in our head?
I can only obviously demonstrate it by the unconditional love that's in our hearts and that is shown in the world through the actions of human beings. In my opinion, I can't prove it, right? But I think love is basically what generates the universe, right? Like it's like, I don't know, a fundamental particle, like a quark or something. It's actually like love, right? Love creates everything we experience. So that's what I believe. I can't obviously prove that, but
if we as skeptics can understand what agape means, like if we accept it in kind of the common Christian sense, which means agape is sort of that love that's charity and altruism. What does that mean? So I don't have a problem understanding agape as that kind of love, the love that would inspire charity or love for fellow man, a love for nature and a desire to care for it and steward the earth, that kind of good stuff. That doesn't seem that difficult to wrap around, but I wouldn't then say that love must be some physical thing doing that to me.
Well, I wanted
Whereas
to
out there, I'm tapping into it.
I wanted to go in a direction with that. So his first question was that if you don't, like, in order to convince us that God exists, we have to understand love. And then what he says love is this undiscovered particle that we don't have any evidence for. And so it's very hard for us to accept that and then believe in God. So if there was some novel way to discover or prove that this love thingy exists, that would be great evidence of his hypothesis. Like, he has a hypothesis, there is God. If there is God, there is this love particle thingy. But I see no evidence of this love particle thingy. All love seems to be fully explained by mental states, and his only evidence is his mental states.
What I did an experiment, right? Like I accepted God and his love into my heart. I started to forgive others. I let go of anger. And I started to, have unconditional love for all humans. And my life improved. So
Okay.
that's why I'm a Christian, right?
I
think that's evidence for me. So
Well,
I was sorry, JL. I
No,
was
go
gonna
ahead.
say, I did an experiment and I embraced guided meditation, and it lowered my blood pressure. But how does that get me to think? I don't think that guided meditation is some outside thing I'm tapping into. It's a change in my brain states.
I did an experiment where I completely and totally dropped everything that was religious minded about my life, because I was born and raised in the faith. And then when I did that, the world became phenomenally more easier to understand and deal with and accept.
So I think that these guys are bringing up good points in that the fact that you accepting something changes something about your subjective beliefs isn't really objective evidence, unless you can say this will work for everybody else or a higher percent of everybody else or something like that.
Yeah.
So it would be better if you said,
I don't care about objective. I'm more interested in subjective evidence and subjective truth. I think objective truth is garbage, personally. And
that's
I
funny.
think that you guys have a materialistic bias because of things like the Enlightenment. Right?
Well, okay.
That
Well,
if you could maybe
you said two things there, two really interesting things there. One is you said You said objective truth is garbage, which that's interesting, since objective truth is supposed to be the things that are true regardless of what any individual thinks about it. So God exists would hypothetically be an objective truth or falsehood. But you said I have a materialistic bias. I don't believe I have a materialistic bias. I have nothing to do with the Enlightenment. So why do you think I have a materialistic bias?
I don't think the Enlightenment has affected your thinking.
Well, like, can you give me a methodological example of a materialistic bias? Like, I'm totally happy to accept the supernatural. If you said, I believe there is an invisible ghost named Bob in my basement, and every time I ask Bob, he gives me a gold brick and it appears out of nothing. And then if I see a gold brick every time, I'm going to count that as evidence of a non-physical being named Bob. So
I
I'm
don't
happy.
believe you. I think you're going to find a materialistic explanation because of your bias.
Well,
I think
no,
God
that's
can come out
false.
of heaven and slap you in the face. And you're going to come up with a materialistic explanation for
No,
it. So
think
there's
about
no
that.
way
Whoa.
anyone could present any sort of supernatural evidence to you due to your
No.
bias.
You have to think about that. If something is supernatural, there's like a supernatural explanation for something, and then all of a sudden we observe it and we can see it. Then, of course, if something is actually happening, then there is a natural explanation for it. So it would speak to things that we can test and we can understand. Like if first and foremost, if we can observe it, the minute something supernatural can be demonstrated, it becomes natural.
Well, no. So
So
that's that's not correct, JL. So there can be multiple ontologies. Like, this is one of the things that is a valid criticism of atheists, that they don't accept evidence of the supernatural. I totally agree with high IQ atheists that there are many atheists who have a naturalistic bias. I don't. I am completely accepting of the methodology of novel predictions in science. So if you have a hypothesis, there is a supernatural being, and you make novel predictions that this supernatural being will interact in the world in this way, if I do this method like praying or whatever, if it like gives me a gold brick, then if a gold brick appears every time, that is 100% evidence of the supernatural. Whatever your hypothesis is, that there is this new ontology beyond the natural world, and if that hypothesis can make successful future predictions, which are consistent and testable and reliable, then that is evidence of the supernatural. Now, the effect is natural, like the gold brick appearing in the world, that would be a natural thing. But that doesn't mean that the cause is natural. The cause could be a supernatural, a different ontology, a different dimensional being, whatever. And so that the fact that the effect is natural does not mean that the cause must be natural. And there could be other ontologies like the supernatural. And I do not have this bias that high IQ is espousing I do, because I'm totally happy to accept any novel testable predictions that are repeatable and verifiable for anything beyond the natural. I don't really care about the natural. All I care about is what can accurately predict the future.
Right on. Well, yeah, I pretty much made my point. So I guess I'll let someone else come up here and talk.
Thanks for
Okay.
coming up, Mark.
I would just like to say that I'm still at a loss for how love proves God or goddess.
I was, I was kind of wanted to go down that road. Just kind of like, he defines God as unconditional love. Well, that just because you define it that particular way and you think that it can exist doesn't demonstrate that this being actually exists. So it's still just a concept. So it was I kind of wanted to see where he would go with that one. But
Awesome. Well, thanks for coming up, P. Mars. I see Cooler is in QQ. Cooler is a theist and interested in, well, proving his God concept. So I'm pulling you up, Cooler.
Howdy. Okay, I didn't know that I would have to prove anything to you, that God is real. In fact, it is actually in my interest that none of you turn to God.
Hang on, I
so-
just want to clarify something. This is, you don't necessarily have to prove, you just need to convince us. So proof is certainly one way to do it.
Yeah, but I don't want to, though. That's a problem. I
I
don't
thought-
want you to believe in God or know that God exists.
Yeah, I'm thinking he
I'm
just
just
doesn't
here to
care about
ask
the title.
about-
What do you have an argument or something?
No, yeah, exactly. I actually want to talk to you guys about determinism or free will.
Go for it.
A little about something about myself. I am a determinist, and
Okay. Did you cut out? he trolling?
You said you were a theist.
He stopped talking, so I think he's trolling or he disconnected.
No, we can hear him. We can hear him. Your audio is not picking up.
Oh, got it.
Yeah, we still got him.
I'll refresh.
I used to be a deacon of the ecclesiarchy, the church. I became atheist, then Muslim, and now I'm Muslim. Yay! So I'm
Is
just
your purpose to? I mean, the name of the stage is convince us. You're not interested in convincing us?
no. I'm just interested in your opinion whether or not you believe in a determinist framework or a free will framework, and which one of them would be maybe more atheist or theist.
I think you'll probably find this ironic, but I would say it's underdetermined, and by that we just mean that both possibilities exist, and most people don't think it necessarily, or I want to say most. I don't personally think it has a bearing either way. Like it might have a bearing to certain theologies, like Calvinism is very tied up with like the double predestination thing, but there's plenty of theisms and atheisms that are just totally compatible with both determinism or not determinism. And so a lot of people lean towards, say, some kind of compatibilism like Dennett's, where they just don't really care whether it's true or not, that determinism is absolute. Because either way, what we mean by free will in the second meaning of the word, not the libertarian notion, but just the notion that people could be blameworthy or praiseworthy for the attributability of their actions to their own dispositions, that doesn't rely on the ability to do otherwise, right? So if what we care about is the ability to do otherwise, then we're probably confused. But if what we care about is, do we have attributability for our decisions coming from our own dispositions, then yes, we can have that. It doesn't matter.
Okay, yeah, I understand. And just that's basically answers my perfect answer from everybody. Thank you. Just a last question to you, X. Did you name yourself after the civilization of X in the Dune books?
Many machines on X better than those on Reichis, yes.
All right, thank you.
Thank you for taking an interest in this show.
Thank you for coming up. I appreciate your I'm gonna pull you down. Oh, cool. Choya's theist has theist in their name, and they actually sent me a PM. We're just going in line here. Choya's, come on up. I just invited you up.
Hello.
Choya.
Oh,
perfect.
there we go.
Oh.
Yes. What?
So you said you're a theist and you'd like to talk to the group. It sounded like you had an argument. What's going on?
Yeah, so I'm a theist. I am gonna give it my view from a different perspective than many of the other theists in here. I'm not a traditional theist from a traditional religion. I'm Wiccan, pagan. The gods I believe in is the goddess. It's basically Mother Nature. And yeah, so the reason that I believe in paganism is because I believe in the evolution, but I can see how it is possible that all of this happened by itself. And it also comes from me believing in the supernatural. I have witnessed ghosts myself, so that is the reason I believe in this particular religion. Yeah, I'm not good at this.
Oh, okay. So to clarify, you're believing in a goddess who is Mother Nature, and would it be correct to say that you believe that Mother Nature put all of these things in motion, and life and plants and everything on our planet, for example, came into effect as a result of that automatically?
Well, yeah, you can. I see it as Mother Nature started a cycle that is today pretty much self-running.
I'm kind of
Okay.
interested. I'm interested in what you said at the very beginning there, that you just couldn't see it any other way. So wouldn't that just be an appeal to personal incredulity?
Well, I guess I really don't know what that word means.
So
You know-
essentially, understanding the mechanics of when you're talking about whatever, so you're talking about evolution, you're talking about abiogenesis, you're talking about cosmology, astrophysics, whatever. That these things can be very, very difficult to understand and often require years of study to really grasp. And a lot of people, so like, I would say some people, when they're faced with that, the sheer complexity and the depth of those fields can often lead them to just reject them outright, because in their mind it really shouldn't be that difficult. So typically they'll look at it as like, oh, that can't be true. There's got to be some, like a god answer for it. So it's simply rejecting it out of a lack of understanding, or because it's so difficult to understand, would typically be incredulity. Like you just couldn't possibly see it that way. So there's that. That was kind of the first thing you ran into. And the other thing was, there was a second thing you said, because you talked about you couldn't see another way, and then can you repeat that second part that you were talking about?
I talked about what I do believe in, like that Mother Nature started this off. And also, like, the base, it's not just that I don't understand, because I know that to understand, you just don't understand. You need to study, of course.
Thanks for the super chat. Appreciate it.
But my base also on believing this is because I have witnessed the supernatural.
That was it.
Thank you for
That was
trashing
it.
Hegel.
That you've actually
Yes.
you've witnessed like supernatural.
Thank you,
events,
Peter,
or
and
what
thank you,
you would
Antipode.
determine to be supernatural events. So my curiosity would be, and the only question I really have to that is, given that
Marty.
you've witnessed certain things that you would classify as supernatural, I would say, have you gone through the process of eliminating any other possibility, eliminating any other possible explanation for what you saw? That it could be hallucination, it could be mismemory, it could be a dream, it could be something that, or there's a number of things that could have occurred that could have resulted in you interpreting something as supernatural. Because you hold these beliefs, you're kind of precluded to believe, say, oh wow, I saw something I can't explain real quick, so it must be supernatural, and I believe it's supernatural because I already hold these beliefs about these paganistic beliefs. So I just want to make sure, if you went through the process of eliminating other possibilities so that you could ensure that what you were seeing was in fact supernatural.
Yeah, like the supernatural things I have witnessed occurred before I became pagan. It was the reason I became pagan. And I did think about all other possibilities, but like it was one thing, like a door slamming. And I thought, okay, well, it could be wind. Well, all windows were closed. Everything.
Now, you mentioned paganism. Is that like Wiccan paganism or some different type?
Wiccan.
Could you explain more about, you said like there was wind when the windows are closed, like that can be explained by differences in air pressure, unless you have your entire building is air pressurized like a space capsule, then air pressure outside can still cause air pressure inside to change and still cause wind. Or there could be like air conditioning, or someone could have opened a door. So wind inside of a building is pretty easy to explain. What else? What are your other experiences that you think are supernatural?
Well, I've also witnessed actually one possession. That is I didn't take that up because I don't see that as pretty firm evidence, because it's also a person that has some diagnosis. So that I don't really see as proof for it, because that was mostly probably a psychosis.
Okay, so what do you see as evidence? What were your experiences that you think are evidence of the supernatural?
Let me. Well, it's just smaller events. Like I've actually seen eyes in the dark when we turned on the lights. No one was there. Things have moved without.
You saw ice, like melted
Eyes.
snow?
He's talking about eyes, like
Eyes.
eyes looking back. Yeah.
Okay, so
Yeah.
eyes could be like two objects that are reflecting light, right? If the lights are off.
Well, the thing is, we were in a acting black box with nothing to reflect on.
Thanks for the super chat. Well, there's always light in a
Nothing
room.
that you're aware of.
Yeah, there's
Also, your eyes form impressions. So if you were looking at any other light sources and then you look into a dark direction, you will see lights where you used to see lights because of the residual effect on your eyes, and it's not always consistent. So stuff like that can happen.
Also, yeah, I have to ask, do you get a lot of sleep or no?
No,
Yeah,
I don't sleep.
I do.
So what I think I like what TJ's doing here is that there are other potential things that could have been the explanation, and you haven't eliminated those possibilities. And then if we circle back around to the argument from incredulity that you just couldn't possibly see it another way, you may be falling into a bias trap where you're kind of like, it's got to be this because you already have a particular worldview, so you're going to interpret things that you can't readily explain with a particular kind of bias. And I think you may be running into that where you're just you're seeing things that, oh, how did that happen? And instead of like, it's like, okay, well, here's all the things that could potentially be, here's what this is, and looking for an explanation, you readily just explain it within the confines of your worldview that there are supernatural events and supernatural beings.
Well, I have two. Now that I think after, I have two incidents that are pretty solid, and one of them is we both occurred during the same day. We tried something us out in a place that we believed were haunted, and I still believe is haunted. And
well, before you go on, I just have to ask: did you believe the place was haunted before you went into the place?
no, it's our acting room.
But did you before you went in? Did you believe it was haunted, or had you heard that it was haunted?
I don't think
I
that
had-
is important. I want to know what he actually experienced. Like what
Well,
was
that
the
is
experience?
important because it is important because if that pre-held belief is already there, someone says, "Hey, we're going into a haunted place," or "Hey, did you know that this place is haunted?" Then that can bias you to what you experience within that place.
Well, so can what is it called? The communal reinforcement, where people say, "Oh, we had this experience we didn't understand," and they had completely no biases on it, and somebody said it was a ghost. So they could be biased before or after. That doesn't really matter. What matters is what did they experience. I don't care what their psychology was. What was the thing they experienced?
Yeah, let me just take it. So we put all our belongings in a circle on the floor. Everyone left the room. When we came back in, things had moved. And we also had...
How big is the building?
it's a small black box.
What? Small black box.
Okay, so for those who are not actors in the room, a black box space is essentially a rectangular or a cubic area where there's one side is dedicated for an audience and the other side is essentially just a black floor, black walls, black ceiling, black rear, and that's all it is. And usually has two little hidden exits at the back. It's technically designed as an open, completely blank space for an individual to do interpretive dance or to do interpretive acting. So it's a completely bare space for performance. That's what it is. It's called
And that's
black
in
box.
a building, right? There's more rooms other than this room in the building, right?
Yeah, but I don't see why that it would explain a phone moving.
So there could be other people in the building, and they could come in and like move your stuff around. Like if they walked over the stage and kicked it because they couldn't see it.
No, this is just a plain room. There was one door that we stood outside, and everyone was outside.
I don't know
So
of many
Choice,
rooms with one door.
Why?
So you should also know that in the history of ghost claims, I sent you a link to the Rational Wiki article, but there's a huge list of supposedly ironclad ghost stories that turned out to be people deliberately faking it. This is also true of most, or at least many, of the high-profile YouTubers that claim to be showing proof of ghosts on YouTube.
Or
If you-
every episode of Ghost Hunters.
Yeah,
and
if you Google
I
the names
don't
of the
believe
people,
that shit.
Okay, yeah. So if you Google the names of these people who claim to have these ghosts on YouTube, you find people that used to work for them, etc., to hoax the stuff that are debunking it.
Explaining how the hoaxes worked. Yeah.
Right. So if you have an environment, especially a theater environment, where people specialize in making stuff appear certain ways to the audience, it is very simple, for instance, for people to like attach cords to things
Thanks for
and then
follow,
pull on them
appreciate
and be like, oh, it was a ghost. It happens so frequently that there's articles about these techniques that are like literally a textbook of how to fake a ghost.
I was a little curious too about your story. Did someone see this thing move, or did they say it was in a different place than before?
We came in and it was in a different place than before. And for the other thing, yeah, we all stood outside. We did nothing. There was no way for someone to move on it. We're kids. We're kids. We're
I'm sorry. What was the item that was moved?
a phone.
What else is it? What else is in the
Also,
room?
phones vibrate when they ring, which causes them to move as well.
Well, then it would have been a missed call. We turned it off.
So you had, I don't think there's any disagreement about, to bring us back to the point, that there is nature in the world and it's plants and life and animals and all this sort of thing. There's, the question I guess comes up is how do we connect this to being a goddess and not just part of reality without a goddess?
Because it's hard to explain. It's just something I hold to believe, and my point is not directly. I don't believe that I would be able to convince you because I suck at this. I can't really explain it. It's just the feeling that I get.
Oh, okay. Yeah, so it's common for people to have feelings about a lot of things. I think if you want us to be convinced that this is the case, we're going to. I think I can safely speak for everybody here. We're going to need more than a feeling or an intuition on it. We're going to need something more, at least a little bit more solid than that.
Well, right there, I don't have anything solid on the part of the nature. I have it on the supernatural points. There's where I have my evidence.
Oh, okay. And how can we detect this goddess in nature, in reality? Because as far as I'm aware, we don't have the tools necessary to test what is outside of nature, what is supernatural.
Well, I feel presence. That's it. Like I don't have any explanation for it in nature.
Okay, that's fair. I will say that I remain unconvinced at this point, and but I wonder if anybody else has anything to add to this.
Yeah, I think it was whoever said it first that this is an argument from incredulity. Technically, I think it's an argument from ignorance. That there is something he can't explain. He doesn't think nature can explain it. Therefore, the supernatural seems to be his argument, and that is an argument from ignorance, or an argument from incredulity, depending on how I phrases it. So, yeah, that's not. I don't really think that's a valid argument.
I'm still not convinced the supernatural is a thing. We do appreciate you coming up, though. Thank you so much for coming up. I'm going to pull you back down into the audience. We have a special guest, Canadian Catholic, wants to talk to the panel, so I'm pulling him up right now.
Just want to say that the one who was just on, that was an interesting conversation. I did enjoy it very much. Thank you.
Canadian, do you have a question or argument for any of the panel?
Yeah, so convinces that God exists. I mean, I don't know if
Are you really quiet? I can't hear you.
sorry, can you guys hear me? Am I coming in?
That's a little better.
I can hear you.
Yeah, I got you.
I can hear you.
All right, great. So when it comes to convincing, I don't know if I can like change minds of those people who are determined. I'll try my best. So we have to evaluate evidence and what the evidence suggests. So like I'm not trying to claim that there is some kind of a logical proof I'm going to be presenting. Here I'm just going to be presenting things that are gonna, I mean, if you're honest, have to give you a pause, right? And I mean, again, depends what you guys are asking, right? I mean, but I mean, I would ask you to consider what the evidence is more consistent with, right? Just think about the fact that there is good reasons to think, all things considered, good reasons that either the universe began to exist, which is one possibility, or the other is that there's something fundamental to the universe. And this can be true even if it didn't begin to exist. Something hierarchically primary. Okay, so people might call this like the first principle, whatever you want to call it. And the first question is this consistent with atheism or theism? And of course, atheists can make excuses and say, no, it's consistent with us, it doesn't prove anything. That's fine, but think about what kind of universe we live in, right? Let's combine the evidence that there's a first principle, and the other universe we live in has what I call teleology. And when I say teleology, I don't mean like some kind of a design. Okay, so I do mean some kind of a design, but not the kind you have in mind. What I mean is that things operate regularly, right? Things go and do regular functions. So, for example, we can discern that the heart is directed towards something, right? We can, in fact, discern this in history because we can, for example, take a look.
Wait, what was that? The heart is directed towards something?
Yeah.
Like you're not talking about like literally our physical heart. You mean like our emotions?
No. I mean like a physical heart.
Could you elaborate?
Yeah, but like think about how you can discern what a proper function of a heart is and what an improper function of a heart is. Like you know what how a heart properly functions, right?
Evolution?
But it doesn't. That's the same thing. The fact that evolution is possible, for example, is just another case in point that there is direction, right? Something can
So-
exist in direction. I wasn't done.
Let's break this down. The heart has a function of pumping blood through our body.
But that's the point. Look at that. How is that not direction? It's directed towards doing a certain thing.
Yeah, it pumps the blood in one particular direction. Okay, so how does this get us to where we need to be?
Is teleology? Well, I was just building up evidence. If you have teleology and you have the first principle, I was just continuing to build up the evidence of how consistent this all evidence is.
Canadian,
I wasn't done. Right. So so like if you look at the like people are going to appeal now. Again, people are going to confuse this with the design type of argument. They're going to say I'm doing like fine-tuning thing, which is fine, but I'm not actually doing that right now. So just for example, even take like natural selection, right? I mean, people are going to say, well, natural selection explains what. Well, not really, because all of natural selection and evolution is simply direct. It simply cannot make sense without like direction. Think about how we can evaluate why heart developed. We can give reasons. It developed because these genes were eliminated because they weren't conducive to survival. That's direction. That's goal directedness in nature.
No, Canadian.
I wasn't
Canadian positive selection pressures are not directed. Positive selection pressures and negative selection pressures are not directed.
Well, they're not goal directed. They're directed by the laws of physics, but they're not goal directed.
And directed by. I mean, well, if you want to talk about, they're not agentially directed. Yeah, they're. You can say that the directives on those would be evolutionary pressures.
Right. So I think that's the best way.
The evolutionary pressures. So evolutionary. When you say that evolutionary pressures do this regularly, that's goal directedness. Okay?
Yes. So wait, Canadian. So anything that happens via goal directedness can also happen via physical directedness. So I have a desire to turn the lights off, so I turn the light switch. Or there could be a rock that hits the light switch and just falls because of gravity. So either of those can accomplish the task, either goal directedness or direction by unguided natural processes. And so both of those can explain the phenomenon.
You guys are not listening. I can see that things are blind, but I'm saying that even in blind things, we observe regularities. The kinds of regularities that are. Okay, that's what I'm
But the
saying.
regularities, you're going a step further though, because here's how I see it. So if you appeal to like an organ like the heart and you say, okay, well this thing does this in the body and it does and we can then assume or conclude that the purpose of the heart is to pump blood. No, we observe that that's what it does. But you could do the same thing. You could make this mistake in like the Winnie the Pooh example. You know, bees do not make honey for us to eat. Honey is a byproduct of their own natural life cycle. It turns out
I
we can
understand that
actually
there
go
were-
and eat it.
That's completely irrelevant, right?
Right,
I
I
understand
think-
that there's like some.
So I think Canadian's point is that there is goal directedness. Now, there are regularities. I agree there are regularities,
Yeah.
but those are not the same as goal directedness. And I think Canadian is saying those
Sure,
are the
you
same
can use
thing.
another word like function. I don't care.
Right. So Canadian. So I'm arguing that there are functions, and those functions can be a result of unguided natural processes or goal-directed intentions, and both of those can explain the data.
No, I didn't say anything about intentions. Okay, I'm fully conceding that what happens is blind. Of course, I'm going to draw a different conclusion.
What?
But my point is that is it consistent? Well, I wasn't actually done with my evidence because this was just going to be a part of it, right?
Well, you've been talking
But
for like
what I
5
was
minutes, so
saying
could you shorten it?
Sure. So my third point will be so my third point will be, and I guess I'll settle on this though I could continue that the only that the only the only intelligent or for us known intelligent species that. Give me a second.
We lost you there.
Did he
Yeah,
just
so-
cut out?
so-
Okay.
I'm a little concerned about the fact that he automatically assumed that some of us are going to be dishonest in accepting his evidence. He's like, some of you are just going to reject it outright. That the fact that he thinks this is a little problematic to me.
Just poisoning the well. It's okay. Continue, Canadian.
When did I say that? I don't remember.
You said that at the very, very
Oh.
beginning.
Psychological things don't matter. Just give us the argument.
Let's just get through it.
Yeah, so the third point would be to summarize that the only intelligent species has a presence of some kind of, I guess, maybe this connection to the divine. It's ubiquitous throughout, and it doesn't really matter if you can provide examples where it's not. The thing is that wherever we look, right, that doesn't matter in every culture. The views are ubiquitous, right? There is connection to what people call a higher power, right? And certain things aren't easily explained. Like how can somebody come up with classical theism, for example, or neoclassical theism? Like these aren't simple things of people were seeing the sun rise up and they assumed it was like some kind of a spooky thing. This is just bullshit. So to sum up, I'm not claiming that any of these are logical proofs. I'm saying just consider the evidence, right? One is there's good inductive and maybe deductive reasons to believe that there's a first principle, right? Maybe the cause of to the universe, maybe something fundamental. It doesn't matter, right? The second is that the kind of universe that emanates, or whatever term you want to use, from this first principle is the one that has teleology, and where the only known species capable of conceptualizing, only known one, has feelings of, I guess, the divine or God. It's ubiquitous among them. So I'm asking, if you take this evidence together, right? Of course, you can make excuses. You can say that, well, it's just some kind of
Yeah, so if you take the evidence together, none of that indicates a God. That's all better explained by naturalism. The origin of the universe, whether it's had a beginning or was necessary, is better explained by an unguided natural force than a non-physical mind. The fact that we see organizations and patterns is better explained by non-guided physical forces than a mind, because all minds we know of are a result of physical forces, so it's more rational to think that if there is any kind of rationality or guided intentionality, it's a result of physical forces, not the other way around. And the third one you said was that the patterns in human psychology to see minds in things, well, we already know that's a fallacy. It's called an anthropocentric fallacy, type 1 and type 2 errors. It's a result of type 1 and type 2 errors in evolution, where if you hear rustle grass in the bushes and you think it's the wind and you don't move, you get eaten by a lion. If you think it's a lion, you run away and survive. So all those are extremely easy to explain and better explained by naturalism and natural processes. And the God hypothesis completely fails because it makes the assumption that minds can exist without physical forces with no evidence, makes the assumption that minds create physical forces with no evidence. So your hypothesis is literally the worst explanation of the data.
Yeah, so I never mentioned a non-physical mind. I tried to avoid as many assumptions as I could. All I said is, right, consider what we see as the evidence, right? I didn't bring
Well,
any kind of
so just to clarify, the word God to me is synonymous with non-physical mind. So since the topic was God, I'm saying that all of the things you listed are better explained by unguided natural forces and not a God.
Yeah, so my point is I'm conceding that you can make excuses. Like you can make excuses. My point is,
Well, I'm saying
if
those
we
are
can
literally better. It's better explained by
Yeah.
naturalism, and you're the
No,
one
no,
making
my-
excuses.
my point is that the prior probability on the idea that there is a God, and by God I mean like a theistic God. I don't mean some kind of like irrelevant God. That the only intelligent species, the only known species capable of conceptualization. Okay, let me put it that way for all the vegans here. Would have the concept of God ubiquitous among them. And by this, I don't mean some kind of stupid explanation like birds in the woods. What I mean is literal arguments like you get in Aristotle and stuff like that. That isn't going to be simply explained by psychology.
Yes,
But
it
that's
is.
fine. My point
It
is
literally
the
is. So
probability.
one sec. I want to address that one point because I only have a few minutes left.
I wasn't done.
Well,
Probability-
I've got to go pretty quickly. So, all of the facts that people have made up a bunch of silly arguments to try and justify God is just a basic fact of evolution. If people have a consistent belief, they try to rationalize that belief. And the more ones that convince more people are the ideas that survive more, which leads to really crazy, silly arguments for the existence of God, both good and bad. And the ones that are more interesting to people are the ones that survive, which leads to arguments that are ubiquitous among society, because that's just how psychology works, exactly the same as politics
I'm not
or
denying
any of
that
those.
You can make all the excuses you want.
No, that's not an
Sorry.
excuse. That's a better explanation. So yours is the excuse, mine is a better explanation.
Tom, are you meaning evolutionary psychology specifically, part of evolution?
Yeah, so if a large group of people have an anthropocentric fallacy where they see agency in things and can't explain it, a bunch of people are going to try to explain that with different ideas, and the one that's the most compelling, like it was a sky daddy, is going to spread among all of the people. And so that's why it's a ubiquitous belief among all of the people, because the ideas that are the most compelling spread, just like political ideas or religious ideas or anything, it's just basic evolution.
Yeah, so that's a circular argument, right?
No,
So,
it literally can't be circular. It's not. There's
No, that's not circular.
I'm not saying you're making a circular argument. I mean the arguments in general from evolutionary psychology are circular because what happens is they're going to observe the phenomena, which is I guess what I said, the ubiquitousness of God belief, right? Or some kind of God belief. So they're going to say, how can we offer like a naturalistic explanation? Then they're going to come up with, well, the best we've got is some kind of evolutionary psychology, and then that evolutionary psychology is going to be used. The explanation that was proposed to explain away God is going to be used as evidence that God doesn't.
No,
isn't driven by
it
God.
seems like I think you're arguing for post hoc reasoning. That's not circular. That would be post hoc reasoning, and no, that's not the case. So if we already have phenomenon that has been demonstrated empirically, like type 1 and type 2 fallacies and anthropocentric fallacies, which have been empirically demonstrated. We know these exist. And then we see a phenomenon in the world about human psychology, and then we look at the list of things we already know about and say, well, which one of these can already explain that? That's not post hoc reasoning. That's saying, oh, look, one of the things we already know about already explains that.
So once again, we have to consider all of it together, right? I mean, you can just motor mouth, I guess, and just say, oh yeah, just evolutionary psychology explains everything. My point is, I'm granting that there is some explanation that's going to be available. I'm saying, let's start with the prior probability. What's the prior probability? And I don't need like exact numbers, right? That on naturalism of any kind, there would be ubiquitousness of God belief. Now, it is possible, of course, that people would develop such that their evolutionary psychology would make this belief ubiquitous. That's possible, right? I'm saying that the probability is much lower than on theism. On theism, that probability is close to 1 because if there is a God, and by God I don't mean just some kind of spooky entity. I mean like a God, right? So the creator, the sustainer, so on and so forth. There's pretty good reason to think that there's going to be humans. The only species capable of conceptualization is going to do that. And I actually forgot the fourth point, right, that I was going to make because,
well, you said you were going to stop with 3. Remember you said you were going to just end on the 3rd?
Yeah.
So
are you saying that imagination is proof of God?
Wait, stop. Is it wrong to add a fourth point?
Well, you said you were going to stop at 3, so we would assume that when you made the third point, we could start objecting because we don't want to hear it anymore.
You can start. I'm just going to quickly add the.
We're going by your criteria, sir.
But first thing is your prior probability statement. You're confusing prior probability with actual probability because you're stating that what theists do when they add in Bayesian epistemology is they add in these prior probabilities, which they have arbitrarily asserted that the supernatural has a high prior probability when it doesn't. Like literally, you can't add things. Wait, hold up. So, wait, stop. So God cannot be given any high prior probability. It necessarily has a low prior probability in all cases because it is a non-physical mind of some kind. So if you're adding in properties which have never been demonstrated and have no basis in reality, it has a definitively low prior probability. So God and the supernatural cannot ever have a high prior probability. What does is unguided natural physical forces. Those have an extremely high prior probability, which is why they're the consensus in physics.
And I would just like to point out that Benghazi in the... Excuse just a sec. Benghazi in the YouTube live chat is asking what you use to determine the probability of God.
I don't know, sense data. So this is confusion, right?
That was fast.
So what is that? Flipping a coin?
I didn't say that God had a higher probability. What I said is, if you compare two worldviews, right? It's not that God has higher probability. It's that the data we observe is higher on God's view. That's the point. Okay, this is confusion.
No, it's not. So this is in Bayesian epistemology. The way prior probabilities work is the prior probability is the assessed data based on other evidence independent of the argument to say what is the likelihood of this thing actually explaining the data. What you're talking about is a misappropriation of prior probability where you say, if I see phenomenon X, like let's say I see a gold brick, and the gold brick can be explained by a leprechaun. Therefore, this gold brick existing is evidence of a leprechaun. That's false. That's called post hoc reasoning. You're doing the thing you're accusing naturalists of doing. That's exactly what you're doing. Thank you for the super chat, Matthew. Appreciate it. Wow, big super chat. Really appreciate it. Yes, so the problem with Bayesian epistemology is that theists obfuscate basic evidence by putting in their own biases and assumptions that God exists prior to actually assessing the evidence, which is wrong. Like your God belief, any God belief is always going to have a lower prior probability because in order to accurately assess the prior probability, you have to include the likelihood that is built on like what makes it up. If you add in extra features to a hypothesis that have no evidence, like magic leprechaun, that lowers the prior probability. So all-powerful being who created the universe lowers the prior probability. Mind that is non-physical lowers the prior probability. You're only assessing, can my God explain the data if I make up that or imagine this God exists without accounting for the pieces that make up the God?
I did none of that. That's just bullshit. So
you did all of that.
First of all, I never actually went as deep as to explain something like, I never mentioned the word supernatural, and I didn't talk about mind. All I said was, we are comparing.
That's what God means. That's literally what God means.
Let me finish, right? So I said two worldviews. One is non-God worldview. The one is God worldview. Okay. I didn't say anything about what the prior probability of God existing is. I'm saying when we compare the two worldviews, right? Just take two worldviews. I'm saying what we observe in the universe is consistent with God belief. That's all I'm saying. I'm not saying that, something about some of God's alleged properties.
That's the same thing I said. That's what I. So what I said is we look at the evidence and we say, wait, one sec. I want to hear why you think this is different from what I said. So what I said is you look at the evidence. Here's the universe, all the stuff in the universe, and you say this can be explained by God. And you said that's not what you're saying. What you're actually saying is here's the universe, and this is consistent with God, which is literally the same thing. Those are the same things.
No, those aren't the same. You said that I committed a post hoc fallacy, but I didn't do post hoc because all I did was analyze two possible explanations.
Yeah. So if you look at the evidence and say that here's a gold brick, this can be explained by leprechauns. Therefore, this is evidence of leprechauns is post hoc rationalization. So if you say here's the universe,
I'm not doing that.
You can explain to me. So you're saying here's the universe.
I'm not saying that I'm conceding that your view explains. I'm saying my explains too. I'm saying.
Right. So Kenny, so you're saying here's the universe. We look at the universe, and then we're saying God can explain this, and that's evidence of God, right?
No, I'm not saying that God can explain this. That's the evidence for God. We're saying both things can explain. I'm saying God can explain it, and non-God can explain it
Well-
on your view. I'm saying the kind of universe we have, is it consistent with a non-God which can explain it, or is it consistent with a God which
All
also can explain it? Which is better consistent with? And all I've concluded.
So that's
with
literally
is
what I
that-
just said. That's post hoc reasoning, but I got to go, so I'll see you guys later. All right. Gotta turn off my camera. Hey, Dylan, how's it going?
Hey, I'm getting a phone call. I'll be right back. I'm
Sure, no
sorry.
problem. There we go. Thank you for the super chat. Appreciate it, Woody. Thank you for the super chat, Canadian Catholic. And Matthew, appreciate it, as always. Let's see, thank you for the follow, Manic Psych Whoosh. Deposit for the Matt Dillahunty debate, Chegan Smith. Yes, we gotta set that up. SJW debate time. Faux show. Thank you for the super chat, Matthew Lanza. Appreciate it as always. Help support the Hot Blonde Fund.
Sorry about that.
No problem.
Called family member, family stuff.
So if you want, you can go to the settings, turn on HQ and widescreen.
HQ
High def, HD.
settings.
The top right, there's a little gear symbol, and in the audio should be at the bottom. There's like little check marks: HD video, prefer widescreen.
Okay.
And then refresh the page for it to save.
Okay. There we go.
Perfect. How are you doing?
I'm doing okay. I'm enjoying my Sunday. I was just watching some wrestling and planning to send out an announcement that we're going to be watching RoboCop in the Discord tonight.
Nice. Did you ever get that boxing match set up with Haas?
You know, would you be surprised if it never happened?
He's going to back out? What a surprise. Like, who would have guessed it?
It is what it is. It is what it is. You know what I almost did? And who knows, maybe I'll still do it. I was going to buy a not buy, you can't buy people anymore. Hire a Kim Jong-un impersonator. And I was going to have him record a message for Hans on how he has dishonored all of communists everywhere, and now how Kim Jong-un is going to move to California and marry Gavin Newsom. And I was going to do it, but it was like $200, and I was like, I should probably pay rent.
You should just get the Winnie the Pooh is Xi Jinping joke.
Yeah, just go with that one.
Yeah.
It's a really stupid joke, but it's still funny to me because of how angry it makes people.
Yes, especially Haas, because he's in love with communism and everything China.
True.
So, Dylan, thanks for coming on. Really appreciate you taking the time to have a conversation with me. Would you mind telling us a little bit about yourself before we get started?
Sure. Since you seem to want to talk about organizing today, right? Local organized stuff like that. I guess I'll introduce me more about that. So my name is Dylan Burns. I am on the board of directors for Free State. I am also elected to the North College Park Citizens Association in my community, on their board as well.
I am a political consultant for 21st Century Democrats, which is a political PAC that gets Democrats elected in swing states. We endorse candidates like Tim Ryan and others in races to like keep the House blue. Which I
Racists?
know. What was that?
Racists? You endorse racists? What? Races.
Yes, that's what I meant, of course. But we endorse Democrats in races across the country, trying to keep the House blue. And besides that, I've also been like I've advised campaigns. I've worked in a lot of campaigns. I was the campaign manager for my city's mayor, and so I've been very involved specifically in Maryland politics.
Awesome. So what got you into politics? How did you get interested in actually participating in the political sphere?
So for me, I grew up with a mom who had a lot of addiction problems and stuff like that. She like homelessness and like a lot of stuff like that, and had a lot of family troubles. And a lot of that stuff I was very angry about, and I took it out like on people and stuff like that. We get in fights a lot. But I remember I started listening to like political commentators and like people who like connected these issues I saw in my community and in my own life with systemic issues, specifically with drug use and stuff like that. And after making that connection, I just consumed more and more and more and more. And it was easier because I went to a school which all used computers. It was a public charter school that I was very lucky to win a lottery to get into. And by the time I finished all my classes, or sometimes even before I finished my classes, I would study politics and stuff like that. And so one of the first campaigns I got involved in was my local races. And that's where I started with Patrick Wohan, who is the mayor of my city, largely took me under his wing and taught me a lot of what I know today.
Awesome. So like, what are the things you learned in that process? What were your struggles and successes? What was the most fun and the most difficult? That kind of stuff.
What was my struggles? I would say the biggest issue for me is always and will always be time management. It's very difficult to manage going to school, streaming, and my politics stuff all together, where my education, my income, and what I want to actually do. And it's gotten to the point where sometimes I feel like I can only choose two or one, and like I'll miss a class to make a meeting. A lot of times I'll have to cancel stream in order to go to a local meeting, and these things will overlap all the time, and it's very difficult to balance them all. So I'm slowly learning that I don't need to do everything at once, and in fact, if you do everything at once, it'll actually lower the quality of the work you do. And so I'm leaning back on a lot of my classes. For example, I'm just going to be taking 1 to 2 classes going forward because it's just too crazy to do it all at the same time. And I'm also making sure to actually put aside time to like relax and chill, because I have a difficult time just sitting down and not doing something.
Yeah, for sure. What is your experience in the political process? Like, what are your challenges when working in that field? What do you think are the things that are the most difficult as trying to do when promoting a candidate or when working with a candidate? What specifically was your job in these campaigns?
So I'll say for the first job, like place I really like, I want to talk about, there's a bunch of experience I want to talk about. This isn't a campaign, but this is something that I ran into some of my first issues. And it was when I was an intern and I did data management for a local labor union. Pena Melaniak, which is the state delegate for my district, when I was working in the House delegation, in the Maryland State House, I barged into her office and talked and just asked if I could get involved in union organizing. And thankfully, while I barged into her office, the organizer for a local healthcare union was actually in the office and immediately offered me this. She turned to the labor organizer and says, "If you want help with this bill, you have to give this kid right here an internship." And so I get into the internship. So one of the things I learned very, very early on, which was probably the thing that helped me the most, was like, just fucking go. Excuse my French. I don't know if I can cuss. Just go for it.
You can swear as much as you want. I don't care.
Whatever. You just have to ask constantly. It's always everyone you know. The connections is always the biggest thing. And I think that's always a lot of times where a lot of internet candidates like Joshua Collins or Cenk Uygur or people like that, they don't have connections at all. They don't know what they're doing. And so no matter how popular they are online, they just immediately face plant. And so it's the connections was like a big thing I learned I had to develop slowly. And I have like a huge directory of like 400, 500 numbers in like a Google sheet that I keep.
Awesome.
It's
How,
like
how would you
very
suggest
integral to me.
people? How would you suggest people build those connections? How do you begin to build those connections?
I would say like you got to find an entry point and then like kind of branch out like a tree. For me, my entry point was I was a student page in the Maryland General Assembly for the 21st District. And what I did is we had long work days from start to finish. Because you also had to do all these things to like learn as well. And then on top of it, you had to work. And then they'll give you like a bunch of free time, which is good, but it's difficult because I didn't want to use the free time to do all their suggested programs. What I did instead was I went to all my state delegates. I went to all my state senators. I went to everybody that was like engaging with very important legislation, like Senator Cory McCray, who was the primary sponsor of a $50 minimum wage legislation in Maryland. And I got to sit down with him like a nervous wreck and like ask him about it. And through all these connections, I was able to be asked to work for a political PAC by my own senator, who used to be the ambassador to Romania, Senator Rosapep. I got that internship with the labor union. I got connections with senators that are helping me now as I'm preparing to run my own campaign. So honestly, I think for most people, it's find an entry point and then branch out, because the political ties they made to the political PAC got me more ties, which then those people bring me. It's like a tree. It's like ever expanding. So once you find your entry point, whether that be emailing your own senator or delegate for your locality, or even just the mayor, or just going to a city meeting and starting to talk to people about what they need, just opening the newspaper and looking at phone numbers for people who wrote the articles to maybe start organizing on an issue. That's what I did recently when it came to a local golf course that was going to be torn down. So yeah, I would say find the entry point.
Is it organizing on issues, looking at phone numbers to organize on issues? What exactly do you do for that? Like, did you end up successfully keeping the golf course, and how did you organize to accomplish that?
The golf course is an ongoing thing, and I don't know how much I could talk about that publicly.
Gotcha.
But I can give a separate issue, and this will be actually, I think this is probably one of the things I'm proudest of, because I was going to run for office when I was 18. And the law had changed that 18-year-olds can run for office in the city. It used to be you actually couldn't. It used to be you had to be like 25 or 21 or a separate age, even though you were an adult, which was ridiculous. And so that was changed. The problem is, though, the rest of the law did not change in correspondence with that law, which meant that, yes, when you're 18, you can run for office, but you need to be registered to vote for over a certain period of years. So that doesn't really make much sense, because everybody gets registered to vote when they're 18. And so I had everything else ready. I was going to run this campaign, but I was stopped because I registered to vote when I turned 18, like everyone else. And when I talked to the staff, they said, Dylan, honestly, this is not what this was meant to do. This is just an oversight, but we can't do anything. And so I got a bunch of friends of mine. One is Jake Burdett, who, fun fact, Andy Harris, a Republican congressman from my state, had a case against him and was going to send him to prison for years due to some ancient wiretapping laws, because he recorded his staff disagreeing with him on marijuana policy, and he was not happy about that. And so he was going to send him away for 15 years by using these like old wiretapping laws. Good friend of mine, Jake Burdett, he came over and he spoke in favor. I got a bunch of youth activists from all over the state. I got endorsements from 2 college Democratic clubs on the issue to basically make it so that you can use other forms to verify how long you've been in an area, like mail and another document, instead of voter registration for a certain period of years, as long as you can demonstrate it through enough ways to make sure that you're safe. For example, you would, instead of just presenting like this certification that you've been registered for so many years, you can present like a bunch of pieces of mail to show that you live within the city. And we were able to get universal support for this throughout the entire city council and the mayor. And now it has changed. We changed the constitution of the city, and now we made it easier for young people to run for office. And that was probably one of my proudest achievements, not because I would say the most important thing that I've been a part of, but because it was the earliest success I had, and it meant that nobody else would have to face that in my specific city again, which was great. And I did that when I was 18, which I'm very proud of.
Thanks for the super chat, guys. Really appreciate it. So How do you manage to go about changing people's minds in government? Because that seems to be one of the biggest challenges when you are in politics. Especially, I was a part of at the University of Minnesota, a part of all three of the different political groups, and we would talk to politicians. And the thing that was the biggest challenge that we never really got an answer for is how do you manage to change people's minds to get consensus to actually get something passed? Because especially in like the Senate, that just doesn't happen. Like, how do we change people's minds in politics?
How do you change people's minds? So I feel that a lot of people have a backwards view on this. For example, I think a lot of people will hear like, what does Joe Biden need to do? Well, he just needs to fight. And you're like, okay, like, how does he fight though? And there's this idea if you just engage in like some verbal combat or some like fighting to just aggressive action, like this sweeping reform will happen. It'll change everyone's mind, and they'll just have to crumble as the words of truth crash upon the gates of your lies and deceit. And like the globalists will all like meet the blood. You get the idea.
Yeah.
But that isn't really necessarily the case. And a lot of times, they'll just be people that culturally you cannot communicate with in the way you want to communicate with. A great example is I live in Prince George's County. This is Democrat blood and soil. Okay, it's built into the earth. It's built into the people here, right? The party is just a staple. So, but so is the church. And so a lot of the type of stuff you would approach in other areas, you don't necessarily approach in this area. You wouldn't come here and necessarily like rag on the church or rag on Christianity. You would basically be saying that like, I'm doing God's work through these programs. You need to message them in a different way. It also has some downsides that I'm trying to work with other organizers to deal with. For example, there's not a lot of LGBTQ plus organizations in the area, and when some local trans people were murdered in the community, there wasn't really a response, right? They didn't know how to deal with the issue, and so there's a lot of noise. But what I'm trying to get at here, that's kind of a secondary point, is that you need to communicate to the audience you're speaking to. The same things that convinced you is not going to be the same things that convinced everyone. For example, let's say you're in favor of contraceptive. If you're talking to somebody who is, let's say, against abortion, let's say you're 100% pro-choice, you can make the argument to them that this contraceptive actually is lowering the amount of abortions, and maybe it won't work. I know most of the times it doesn't. When you try to convince a person, it's very difficult to convince people, but you got to make arguments centered on what the person you're talking to cares about, not what necessarily you care about, which I think is difficult for people. I would not walk up to a random person and say, let's talk about Yemen. That's going to get you to vote for Joseph Biden. You got to talk to them about their local union or their local issue or local infrastructure plan or something like that.
Is that usually the way to go about it, is to try to change the minds of the constituency? Or is there a way to debate the other people in the Senate or the House and get them to change their minds on an issue?
Changing somebody's mind in the Senate, like genuinely changing someone's mind, and maybe this is me being nihilistic, I think is extremely difficult. I think it's extremely difficult to change the minds of most established political figures. I would say that everyday people's minds are much easier to change than anybody who's in the public eye and political.
And that's saying something, because it's hard to change everyday people's minds like a lot. And so if it's harder to change a politician's mind, that's saying something.
It really is. And I think most of the time, a thing that could give it a good oomph is political expediency. If something's politically expedient, then it becomes 10 times more convincing. Isn't it like strange that in America, it seems that the people, if you poll them, are more pro-America. But if you're in Russia, you poll the people that are more pro-Russia because it's expedient. Even that doesn't mean that the arguments are like equal and like somehow better in Russia than the arguments if you made them in America. It's just that it's expedient and convenient for certain arguments. So if something like changes like in that way, let's say it's some out of nowhere, it would be really, really helpful to this person if they were favoring gay marriage, then it might encourage them a lot faster than necessarily if their actual values changed as a politician. And the main reason I think it is that there's like these are the type of routes you should go to change politicians' mind is because let's just talk about like political Twitch, for example, for a second. Think about how many times you actually heard in a debate. That's a great point. I think I agree with you now.
-7 times.
Like negative a million. It's not something you hear that often. I think I've heard it. I think I've done it twice after I think at least I've done at least 100 debates, right? Like very, very small percentage of times that'll happen, and it'll usually never happen in its totality. And that's because if you go in public and you publicly state this is my position, if you ever change your mind on it, you'll look like a hypocrite in some sizes of people. Even though it's not hypocritical to change your mind, but if you change your position, they'll say, "Oh, flip flopper, he's flip flopping on this issue."
You look weak.
You look weak. Exactly. You look weak in your convictions. Like, shouldn't you have figured this out before you ran for office? If somebody in a chamber debate can change it. Two, you make like political alliances based off of your opinions. So if like you've made like a bunch of let's say you're like super pro gun, and then like out of nowhere like David Hogg like haunts your dreams, and now you've completely switched sides. If you look at all your donors, they're all the NRA. And like a bunch of lobby groups and people who gave you money because you were pro-gun. If you flip on your convictions, you might end up looking like Hunter Avalon's YouTube channel. And so there's a bunch of motivators stopping politicians from necessarily changing their mind at will.
Yeah, I think that's one of the biggest challenges.
At least publicly.
So is it easier to do it privately, and have you experienced that?
Certainly. Mostly, I've talked to politicians who will be like, "I 100." For example, in the Andy Harris story, it's a great example of it. But I've talked to people privately where they can be like, "Yeah, I understand what you're saying. Oh, it makes complete sense." But like, I'm in a pickle here, you know.
So even if you can convince them privately, they aren't going to be able to change their position publicly because they've already made these alliances, and so they're kind of like.
Sometimes, I mean, that can be the case, or I think most of the time they're in this kind of middle ground where they'll say things like, "Oh, I understand what you're saying," or "I agree with you on this 100%," and it's because they're in a position, it's the convenience where to them they're walking back from their conclusion. Maybe at one point they believed this, but now they need to believe it because if they don't believe it, then they lose all this money, they lose all this power. It's bad in their district, et cetera, right? That's why you'll see people in certain areas. Like why isn't it convenient that a person who's in a coal district just seems to maybe not have the same opinions about climate change as somebody who's on, I don't know, the East Coast and would see their city consumed in a waterfall of the ocean. So I think that it's convenience also.
Yeah, absolutely. I think that's one of the biggest problems I see in politics is that because there are all these special interests, and the focus of the politician seems to be on catering to those special interests and their constituency, that the decisions made in politics seem less to be based on facts and evidence, and it is really hard to change your mind. And I see this as one of the biggest problems when it comes to actually engaging with politicians, that it really doesn't matter if you present the best evidence, best argument, and you just like scientifically prove this is the correct way to do things. They're not going to accept it because of the personal biases that they and their constituency have. And do you see any way to overcome this? Like what can we do to change the political system? Say we were God, Emperor Trump or whatever, we could just do whatever we wanted. How would we rewrite the political system to make it more based on rationality, to make it more okay to change your position, and make it less based on these biases?
I wish I had an easy answer for this. And it sucks because my podcast show benefits from these political divisions. So I'm working against my interests here, which again, walking back from our conclusion, statistically, most likely I'm going to fail here because I want to make money. But I say fundamentally, we need to change the way media works. We need to change the way that information is presented. And I think we need to change the way necessarily that we vote. I don't know how much I can hit on, but I guess for me, a big part of I think why people are so dogmatic is the way how media works. Because if you present the other side like literal like demons, for either they're like doing pedophilia, like death camps, and the
liberals want to kill babies.
Liberals want to kill babies. The people like Democrats just love abortions. Like they're like, we literally need to up the abortion numbers or whatever. We got to look like Cuba or something when it comes to abortions. Or like you thinking that like every Republican just like hates the poor. Literally, they just look at the poor and they're like, we're doing this because we hate you. And or whatever your opinion is, like presenting in that way for the majority of people, even if there are some people that like, I think most people would like be fine with like thinking of extreme because they are extreme, like Marjorie Taylor Greene, but most people are not Marjorie Taylor Greene. Or you could talk about, I don't know, like like a far lefty or like AOC. Like most people are not really AOC, even if you disagreed with that because you thought it was too far left. And so I think the way we present information in media, I don't know exactly what we could change about it though. It's a very difficult question. Like, how do we actually make it so people will change their minds easier? And I guess the best thing to do in my mind is make it so changing your mind isn't something that's humiliating. Like it feels like you're being like you're weak or you've conceded to the other demon people, because you don't want to be the one who agrees with the demon people. So if you make them not look like demon people, it might be easier to agree with them. So make it not humiliating to change your mind, and stop presenting the other side like literal demons. But I wish I had a policy prescription I could attach to that. But what policy prescription do you attach to don't be extremely divisive? Like there's not like a single policy prescription I really have on hand that I can think of.
Yeah, I think that's a really interesting topic, because that's two of the major topics that we deal with in the atheist-theist debate community. Because in education in general, you're given tests that you have to get the right answer, and if anything wrong, you get a demerit. It's bad. You're bad to get the wrong answer. And so education gives you this mentality that if you change your mind or if you say you don't know, you lose points. And so every year as a kid, kids are taught you have to know the right answer. And if you don't know the right answer, it's bad. It's bad to say you don't know. It's bad to change your mind. Mm-hmm. And so it seems like a lot of this mentality of you must never change your mind kind of a thing is ingrained to us in education. And so one of the ways to change that would be to teach more critical thinking and give more of a broad spectrum education as kids, where you can say, I don't know, or you can change your mind on an issue and you get rewarded for that rather than being punished for that. And that seems to be one of the policy ideas I have as a way to try and mitigate our hatred of being wrong and not knowing.
That's one thing. And as a good example of this I would think of is, let's say that you know nothing about a topic. Like, let's say like most people, I don't think know that much about trans issues, or like what trans is, like any like the dynamics of it, right? Like if I ask like a random person on the street what's their opinion on xenogenders, they're gonna be xenomorphs, like they have no clue, right?
Aliens, yes.
Exactly. So for me, I think that the making it so you can say I don't know is going to be really useful, because let's say you've only heard like one story about trans people, and you heard it like Tucker once said something about trans people, about bathrooms or something, and like I don't know, something about rape, I don't really know. But now when you bring up trans people, that's the only thing in my mind, and I know I have to have an opinion, so I guess trans people are bad, or like anything like that. I feel that people need to be like, I don't really know much about this topic, I can't really come to a conclusion on it, and therefore either need to A, do more research, or B, like look to some experts in the field for like what you would generally like think about it. Like for example, I don't know a lot about nuclear power. I really don't know. But from what I've heard from experts or from people in the field that I think are respectable, it seems to be safe and efficient, and the safety modifications keep to continue to improve. Therefore, I think if somebody was to say I'm in favor of increasing funding for nuclear energy, I think this would be something I would generally give a plus to, or like a thumbs up to. But those are also different than, say, a social issue, usually a lot of times, where it's not going to be as clear cut when it comes to science and like data.
Yeah, absolutely. I think that's a really good point, is that early politicians, Plato, Aristotle, they said we shouldn't, if you're not educated on a topic, you shouldn't be able to vote. So like what you just said is you trust the authorities who you happen to agree with on the topic. But do you think that's a good justification for your voting, or do you think people should abstain if they don't really know enough about the topic? Even if they hear authorities they agree with, if they don't really know enough, maybe they shouldn't take a position.
It's weird. I would say generally, I think the people, if you don't know a lot about a topic, let's say, for example, a lot of times when I see a thing, and it even happens to me, and I'm super politically involved, where I will have done all the research for the ballot, and then I'll see a thing and I'll be like, I don't remember that. And if that's something I don't remember, and I can't like sometimes you can read it and it'll be like legal relation to marijuana, I'll be, oh yeah, well, okay. But if it's something like prospect 2, yes or no, and you're like, oh, I don't even know what prospect 2 is, and so then I just won't vote. And I think that's how most people, you shouldn't just like act like it's like Pictionary, right? Or just like you're just like coloring a smiley face.
Do you think that's not what most people do, is they just say blue and just make all the dots under the blue line?
Blue line. I mean, I think that's the most efficient way to do it. Of course, I think everyone should vote blue. I agree, but I rather people, if you don't know a lot about an issue, at least not enough to make a real determination of where you stand on it, I don't think you should be voting on it. I would actually agree with that.
And do
But
you-
it's different when it comes to politicians, because politicians have to make decisions on this all the time on stuff that you don't know about. Most people don't know about the deep complexities of Trump's like trade negotiations with China. So I guess that's why we have a representative republic, because we pick people under the idea that they can make decisions because we can't know about everything. So, and that's where you look for things like integrity, character, general values you agree with that generally align with you, right? And that's how political parties form. So,
Do you think that should be a voluntary thing? Like you should choose not to, or do you think we should like add test questions? Like here are these test questions about this topic, and if you just don't know anything about the topic, your vote just isn't counted on this topic because you're just not qualified.
I'm very risky. I feel like it's really risky to put. I said I'm very risky. It's very risky to put barriers between people in a vote. It's something that scares me. It scares me because historically, when I have seen it done, it usually hasn't led to good things. And so the idea of putting these test questions, definitely when we come to like how tests to be able to vote in this country has historically been used to target certain groups of people, it's something that does concern me. And I'm not somebody who's necessarily against any barriers. I want to do them differently than a lot of people. For example, voter ID. I have two positions on voter ID, and I'm fine with either of these positions. The first one is no voter ID, and the second one is everyone has voter ID. But the difference on my second one is the government sends you it once you turn 18, right? Because then, for me, then the concern that voter ID would cause would, be gone for a lot of people, because then everybody has to use it. But also my concern that it would stop people from voting is also solved, since literally everyone has it.
For sure. What about like giving these tests to politicians? Like if a politician wants to vote on a topic, they actually have to know what they're talking about. If they don't, then their opinion on the topic isn't really counted.
Well, that'd be difficult, and I'll tell you why that wouldn't be practical currently. And this is going to be me,
Because none of them know anything.
Feeling exactly. Actually, unironically, I worked as a page, and when I was there, I would see people walk up to other people like, "What do I vote on this?" And I would see that they would have literally zero clue. And the reason why is that, and I would learn about this slowly, and I learned this from learning. I was both on the Republican and Democratic side for 2 different periods. Is that there would be certain people that they would assign to do a lot of research on topics, and then tell everybody else the information and talking points, tell everybody else this, and tell them how to vote. And then they vote as a caucus. And so everybody else is voting this way, so you vote this way. And because our guy who researched it, or our guy who like is pushing this bill, is on our side, so we push this bill. And there's so many bills that go through that the proper amount of research that you would really need to do to vote on each bill, I don't even know if it's practical. I think as a politician, you could probably do like a little bit of research on every single one, but the amount of bills they were passing every day was absolutely absurd. It makes me actually a question if someone could realistically do that. Now, maybe it makes it easier in my head if I remove all the procedural votes, and I haven't considered that before. So that would be one caveat I would have. If you remove all the procedural votes, then maybe it would be enough, and they're just being lazy. But it was done on both the Republican and Democrat sides.
Yeah, so there's two really important issues. There's one is the number of bills and omnibus bills, where they just put a whole bunch of shit in one bill for absolutely no reason. It seems like that is a detriment to politics. Like passing all these bills, most of them do very, very little and are mostly just to benefit the tiny constituency they have rather than the good of the actual people. Shouldn't we like make these not like ban these kinds of bills? We should be bills that are specifically done to benefit people rather than these changing the name of a state bird or some shit. And that we should prioritize bills and give them rankings based on their importance to the culture, and that these bills have to come first. Like you don't get to pack a bunch of crap in this. You got to do this one first, and until this one's done, all of your pet bills are just on the back table, and you don't get an option on that one. And if we do it that way and focus on the more important bills first, and make that law that they have to focus on the most important bills, and make it law that they have to actually research and make it so that you can't omnibus it or whatever, that would make a better political system, in my opinion, that they have to actually focus on the most important things and actually know what they're talking about when they talk about the most important things. I think that would be a benefit to our political system, and getting rid of the just mass passing of anything that happens to benefit them.
I hate to disagree, but I think I might just be more of an establishment hoe on this one. So I guess for me, while at first it did concern me, the process really, I guess when I interacted with it, after realizing what it really was, it didn't concern me too much because I don't really believe if each individual politician did much more research into these topics, it would really change the voting dynamics basically at all. Because of the issues we've already discussed when it comes to predetermined interests you have. So that wasn't something that concerned me a ton. And another thing I would say is if the omnibus thing, putting everything, that I probably agree with you on. But I will say that, and now this might be clipped in the future if I do some omnibus shit. So I have to put this caveat: is if one side of the political spectrum is doing omnibus shit, then you can't expect the other side of the political spectrum not to do the same thing to get their priorities through, just out of goodwill and good fortune. I just don't believe politics is a game where you put pillows on your fists. If the other side has decided to take them off, then you take them off. We saw that with the Supreme Court, and we would see that probably with the filibuster as well. So I just wanted to put that caveat there, so this isn't using an attack ad if I ever choose to run. And the second thing, which was, I forgot the second part of the question. It was the limiting the amount of bills to the most important stuff. I guess for me, maybe this is different because I am much more progressive and I have a lot of things that I would like to see done. But I guess that I could see that being just used to hamper a lot of progress being made in a certain legislative session. For me, my solution is actually just to make the legislative session in my state year round, which it currently isn't. And a lot of people, activists I work with, heavily favor this. And I would be willing to increase politicians, and this is a really unpopular opinion, increase politicians' salaries to do it, because people don't realize that low politician salaries actually just lead to very wealthy people running for office.
Oh yeah, for sure.
You can afford to do it because it takes a lot of time to just spend months of your life in, for example, my state capital, Annapolis, away from your family, not doing work, whether it be at a construction yard or an office.
Well, do you think that having to buy advertisements and things also contributes to the fact that only rich people can run? Because even if you are poor, if you can't get advertisements and people don't know your name, you're not going to get elected. And so the political process itself and buying advertisements and benches and with the big billboards and crap, all of that contributes to the fact that rich people are probably going to have a significantly unfair advantage in these kinds of elections.
It felt like, for me, and this is something that might get me in trouble a little bit with some of my contemporaries, because they are these people. It feels like a lot of people, it's just retired people who got nothing better to do, or they have the money and they have the time and they're not working anymore, so this is their passion. And that's a good reason to be involved in politics. That you've got free time, so you dedicate it to your community. I think that's a great thing. But it seems to be overwhelmingly people who are retired and not, for example, working class people, right? People who work a 9 to 5, who can do it at the same levels or have the disposable income to throw at organizations or groups and donate, right? And so I this is why I also I'm very in favor of voting holidays and ways to help get working class people more personally able to participate in politics. And one of the best ways to do it, even though a lot of people just hate the sound of it, is pay politicians more.
For sure. What about for me, one of the things I would want to get rid of advertising. I want to get rid of the ability that politicians who get more donations can spend more on ad revenue. I'd want to do scheduled debates that are run by news organizations or whatever, and you have X amount of scheduled debates, and that's how you get your name out there, where it's equal footing for the politicians. It's not just the one who can spend more money on commercials gets more name out there, because I think that has a huge impact, a huge biasing impact on who gets elected. And so in order to try and make it so that the better politician is more likely to get the job, we should put them into more debate arenas where not like current debates, because current debates are garbage where they don't actually do anything, but actual debate where they actually talk about the issues and what they think the solutions are.
Yes, I think we should have debates like I had with Infrared between every politician, followed up with a boxing match, so
yes,
you can determine who is the alpha and the beta, and then vote based off that. But I'm not against public debates. This is something, and personally, this is of course something I'm going to be in favor of, because this means money for me, because I'll be the private corporation that they're going to outsource this work to with the hippy dippy. That'd be great. But when it comes to like banning like people using their money to get involved with ads, I think public funding of campaigns is something that I'm 100% in favor of. The idea that it would be the source of campaign funds would be public. The problem that I seem to run into with this is that how do you decide which campaigns get that money? Because what stops any Joe Schmo that nobody really cares about from saying, you know what, I'm going to run for office and I'm going to take all this government money to run for office, even though this is just like Count Binface in the UK, for example, like these joke candidates. And so I guess for me, a way of doing that might be like getting the most signatures. But then what if you pay for more people to collect signatures? And so I feel like it's a question of how do you lessen the influence of money and the influence of media power, not like how to get rid of it, or like how to best like place it on the most like I think dignified candidates, if you know what I'm saying.
Well, do you think that is one of the biggest issues, like the time that politicians have to spend doing campaigning, and like many politicians in the Senate have to spend like 50% of their time in office campaigning? Don't you see that as one of the biggest problems with politics today?
Oof. And people aren't gonna like what I have to say on this one either. So in my city, there's a 2-year term limits for city council people, and I think that is absolutely terrible. And if you are a new person on the city council, you spend the first year getting to know the ropes, and this is true for Congress people too, and then you spend the second year back on the campaign trail. And so most Congress people, and look at AOC, look at all of the famous like first years, which you see in the news all the time, and actually look at their records on like what they did. Marjorie Taylor Greene has raised millions upon millions upon millions of dollars and has done absolutely nothing. Like, when I say nothing, I mean literally nothing. Like voted on basically nothing that passed and sent like some ceremonial nonsense. And that's because in the first year you learn the ropes. And so I'm actually one solution to this, even though obviously it also means that people could be less responsive to the vote for a longer period of time, could be the extension of term limits, which I don't know if I'd be in favor of on the national level, but on the city level, I think you could convince me that it's a good argument. I'm not going to commit right now because it isn't. I haven't talked to my.
We're going to do on record so we can clip this and hold it against you in the future.
Thank you. I appreciate that.
So what about like term limits for Supreme Court?
Term limits for Supreme Court. Oh my God, man, this one's going to sound childish, but I think it's badass that it's a lifetime appointment. You know, I'm just thinking of like, do you know Warhammer 40K?
Yeah.
You know, like
Nerd.
the God Emperor, and he's like in the chair, and he's got all like the tubes in him, everything they can to keep him alive. That would have been really cool if that was Ruth Bader Ginsburg. Okay, that would have been really badass if she was like Warhammer 40K'd up for like a millennia. But sadly, we don't live in that reality yet. But I guess it's not a huge priority for me. But I wouldn't be against it. I wouldn't be against it.
Well, wouldn't you worry about the opposite? What if it's a Scalia instead of a Ruth Bader Ginsburg who gets there, and this like, because it seems like.
Yeah, but I think the bad attitude would outweigh any like political concerns I would have.
Yes,
Clarence Thomas even.
We have politicians who endorse slavery. They're just still alive, so they're stuck there. I don't know what we're going to do.
They're just stuck there, warming 40K up. The progress is made like once every 1,000 years. Like you get like, okay, we finally changed. Okay, women, you now are allowed to drive cars, which we've now also just legalized.
In Saudi Arabia, 5 years ago, 10 years ago, yep, just recently. But so you mentioned procedural votes. What would you change about procedural voting?
I mean, everything it would be. God, this. What would I change about procedural voting? I have never been asked this question before. You don't want to know what the number one thing I want to change about procedural voting? I say this as somebody working as a page. Don't even hand out like the papers to them. Because the page, I don't know, from a page's perspective, if it's a procedural vote and it's going to pass, they're getting the vote. While they're doing that, there's people running down the hallways, like handing everyone their papers. And they cannot, if somebody doesn't get their papers before the vote happens, then they can actually just completely undo the vote, even if it got like passed completely. And so if it's a procedural vote, I don't even understand why that function is necessary if everybody knows it's going to pass anyway. Why even pass out the paperwork? Why even like do that thing? And I understand why it is because they should have all the information in front of them, which was kind of me getting rid of this exactly counters what we were talking about earlier. Like making sure politicians have all the information on all the stuff and they do their studying. But also, it's so pointless, and I'd get rid of it if I could. Like for just procedural votes, like I don't understand why pages have to pass that stuff out. It doesn't. I'm literally this just makes it easier for pages, and I'm trying to look out for the pages to come after me.
So what does procedural voting actually accomplish? Like you said, get the information in front of them. What information does it actually provide to the politician?
It's all the information about the bill that is before them. They get handed to them in either digital or physical form. Most of them physical.
And
they have to have it before the vote. And if they don't, if you miss a single person, they can object, and then the vote is completely screwed up. And then you as a page are fucked. You are fucked.
So it's simply the fact that you hand in the information of the research you did, which the politician probably isn't going to read anyway, and as long as you get it on time, it's they can say they've passed the procedural vote successfully.
What I'm saying is, if let's say it was gay marriage, but it was a bill and it was in Maryland, if let's say I forgot to give him one slice of paper to like the far right loon in like the back corner with the twitching eye, he can now object, and now gay marriage has been reversed.
Even if he's never going to read it, it doesn't even matter as long as he doesn't have the information.
Yes. That's how it was explained to me when I was working as a page, yes.
That seems counterproductive.
It's extremely counterproductive, but I understand why they do it, because it's not fair to have a vote where not everybody's provided the same access to information. And so if we made the standard that you at least get it physically, like the information on the vote thing you're about to vote on, not having that across the board would be objectionable. So it just feels like a radical backlash for one piece of paper.
Would it be easier to just make it all digital, where you just put all the information into like a file that everyone has access to?
Oh, it'd be wonderfully digital. But there's a lot of very angry and very old senators that'd be very angry about that. And so we can't do that because they need to kill more trees and be old.
I'm just going to post this, send all to Dylan's references in politics.
And the ones that are hearing me now, I know they would be angry at me for hearing it too, because they would see that and they'd be like, I remember that little twitchy eye he had when he gave me this piece of paper and working on the page, and now I understand why he was mocking me for my age.
Nice. Yep. Totally legit. I'm gonna put this on the news. This is gonna be hilarious. So you mentioned we should change the ways we should vote. How should we change the ways we should vote? Are you still for the first past the post system? Do you think we should change to single transferable kind of thing?
I tried. I don't know if you saw the Hippy Dippy Championship kerfuffle a while ago, where we did ranked choice voting. My God, what confusing nonsense! I honestly, I've completely changed my mind on it, just because I tried to do it once for an internet championship, and it was the most confusing thing. If I don't understand it, and I still didn't understand it, and I did it, then I think it's gonna. I don't know. It feels kind of confusing to me.
Okay, what is confusing about writing numbers next to your opponents and having it automatically transfer to the highest ranking number?
Well, I suck at math, so that's probably the problem.
We should ban ranked choice voting because Dylan sucks at math.
Exactly. But when it comes to changing how we vote, I guess for me, this is gonna anger a lot of people, but I'm not a big third party people. I'm not big on third parties. I think that a lot of people that think that third parties would fix a lot of things, I think, what's the nice way to put it? I think they're full of shit. Because I think caucuses basically function in a lot of ways. You can get basically the same functions you would get out of third parties, mostly out of caucuses anyway. And I think that, for example, let's say you have you're very liberty-minded. You're very liberty-minded. You're very, very libertarian. Obviously, it's not a libertarian party. What do? You start a libertarian caucus within the party that you best align with. And that's I think the best way to move influence towards libertarian values is to start a caucus within whichever party you would align with more, and try to shift the people in that caucus towards those liberty-based values, which then tries to shift the party. And I don't think that, and I just don't understand why third party is such a big thing for people when it comes to reforming the election system.
Well, what if you agree with a lot of things on one party and other things on the contradicting party? Then if you sort of caucus in one party and you're trying to completely change polarized values, that's going to be very difficult. Whereas if you were starting a third party, you can drag in people from both sides.
I don't think I actually don't think it's necessarily impossible to start a multi-party caucus.
How would you do that if you're starting it from within one party?
Well, the difference would be this wouldn't be necessarily from within one party. You could do it with multiple parties. I've seen, for example, I know Ron Paul and a lot of people with Ron Paul and a few others, forget their names. I've worked with Ro Khanna, for example?
Mm-mm.
Ro Khanna is a congressman from California, and they will specifically work together and co-sponsor legislation on things like Yemen and like foreign policy initiatives, because one's a hardcore libertarian and the other one's progressive, and so a lot of times they agree on just anti-war like foreign policy stuff, and so they work together on that. And I don't understand that if you have an initiative like that, say that call it the anti-war caucus, why you couldn't caucus with somebody like Ron Paul and then Ro Khanna, or like do that. I don't understand why you couldn't do that.
How would that work in practice? So let's say I start like a multi-party caucus, and I want to run for office.
By the way, this is me completely shooting the shit right now. This is just something that has floated in my head for a while.
This is literally Dylan's policies that he's running on office for. Everybody, just so you know. But I don't see how that would function in practice. Like, because if there are a lot of policies I agree with on the right, because I'm a centrist, so I agree with libertarian policies, Republican policies, and Democratic policies. But starting a caucus to try and encapsulate the different values, like I could do like one per set of values.
I will also say I don't think it's like you can be an independent and then like caucus with Democrats or an independent in Congress or Republicans. Bernie Sanders does that, for example. I'm not against people just running as independents if they want to run against as independents. I just think the vast majority of like third parties, for example, like fall traditionally within the two-party structure anyway, for most of their values. And there's a few that don't, that I think you could still like do multi-party caucusing or just run as independent or like function in our current system. So I just don't understand. Like, I mean, I guess you could say, what if there's a growing group of people who are, let's say, I don't know, socially left-wing, economically right-wing, or stuff like that, and they wanted to build a third party that's completely outside the system. I mean, I just don't understand how you couldn't do it still currently in the structure, not with the party structure, but caucusing. It feels like you could still aim for those goals.
But you think that would be sufficient in order to overthrow the current? Like, how would you do that to actually change people's minds and to gain power in that actual party? Because it doesn't seem like it would work. Like, the point.
Well, no. Okay, so I guess I'm thinking more from a legislative standpoint than a party building standpoint. What I'm thinking in my mind is not more about building a movement necessarily, or building a party movement, as in like a separate political party. What I'm thinking in my mind is, let's say you want to get a piece of legislation through that is not legislation that is traditionally supported in your party. Like, for example, Ro Khanna supporting some anti-war legislation with a Republican, but is like a libertarian Republican. I don't understand how you couldn't caucus or work with like the other side of the aisle in trying to get that through, to get that specific piece of legislation through, that you can't do that as a Republican. Like, I don't understand why you couldn't just.
Well, wouldn't that be kind of impossible, given all the things we've talked about in the past, that changing people's minds, especially senators, is like impossible?
True. I mean, man, you know what it might honestly be, if you want my honest opinion? There's two things I think clouding my mind on this issue. Number one, I just find third-party politics to be kind of like, it almost feels like playing politics, kind of like very performative, because it feels like you're engaging in like a type of political activism that just feels like it'll never get anywhere, because the structures are so built like against it, and there's basically all interests that are currently entrenched, and all structures that we could use to change it are also structured specifically against this thing. You know what I mean? And so therefore, like, the idea of entertaining this feels silly to me. So if you want to get something that's achieved that is not traditionally Democrat or Republican, or something across party lines, like, you have to try to figure that out within the current structure of our system, because it's not really an option to change it. And the second thing is, most third-party people I've met are really, really weird. And that also kind of puts me off too.
Well, doesn't that seem to be like post hoc? Like, the reason that we have our third-party systems are so ineffective is because we have deliberately done that to make
well,
it
I'm
more.
not saying I'm not saying the third party systems aren't effective. I think that entertaining ideas of having that in the United States is silly because I just don't see it as possible.
Why would it not be possible? Because it's like we have many third-party systems all over the world. The UK has
Well, I
them.
would ask you, like, how would we do it? Like, would it be like a amendment to the Constitution? Like, we would, with the two parties in power, amend the Constitution to do like. Well, I just don't understand how we would do this, like, practically. Like,
Well, I
how
would just
we
go
implement
with the
this?
ranked choice voting or something. Because if you have ranked choice voting, people can put their vote in for the third candidate, and even if they aren't going to get elected, then their vote still gets counted towards the better policy or the better party they like.
So we get ranked choice voting. So the two parties will implement a system of voting that specifically is against their interests.
Better for the people. Yes, the politicians will do what is best for the people and not for themselves.
I believe in you, buddy.
T-Jump for president. That's right.
I've never been that against third parties. I guess for me, it just feels, and this could just be like, since maybe the big party establishment's already gotten me. It just feels silly. I don't know. It just feels like something that's never going to happen.
That's like the same thing of Republicans saying we're never going to get single payer health care. Like, I don't see the difference here between, we can compare it to other countries and say other countries have done it and they've done it successfully.
I just don't understand. So they've had two parties, that it was a two-party system, and the two parties decided, I'd like our power to be less. I'm sorry. You're more of an idealist than me.
Maybe so. We're just gonna have to take over the government. It's fine.
I mean, like, I guess there's two paths I could think of this happening. Number one is a violent third-partyist revolution, okay? Which I don't think people, like, maybe there's some, like, violent change of government, which, like, uproots the structures we currently have, which would uproot the parties as well. Or maybe there would be such continued division within our current system, and the caucuses would gain more influence within the party, like certain radical caucuses, that there would be people like maybe Tulsi Gabbard types or Jackson Hinkleites or the rest of them would get so much influence within a party and purity test themselves out of the party to create a third party. I don't even think if a third party was to form, it would be outside of the two-party structure. I think it would be within the, like, people within a party structure being so fed up with the rest of the party that they would separate.
Oh yeah, I think that's a really good point. I think that's probably the way we would try to sell it to the constituencies. We'd say, so you really like Bernie Sanders or you really like Trump, but currently the Republican main candidate and the Democratic main candidate are completely separate from that, but they're the big party candidates. And so if we allow something like ranked choice voting, you can vote for Trump or you can vote for Sanders, and those votes, even if will still be counted, even if they don't get elected, because it'll be transferred to the next person down. And by allowing this new ranked choice voting, it also allows the opportunity for the third parties to be an option for everyone else, and so they'll get more votes and grow indirectly because we instituted this policy in order to cater to the base's desires for their crazy people in office.
I guess the best path forward then would just, and I mean, this is all policies, is you would just need to build up so much pressure on a politician is that, like, look, if you don't implement third parties, we will implement third parties. But if you've gotten to that size of popularity for third parties, like, then yeah, it's gonna come in. I just have never seen, like, it as an issue that, like, garners people's attention to that degree. It's too entrenched systematically for it to just be like 60% of the people favor it, therefore it's gonna happen. It would have to be like a general popular, like, roar.
Well, don't you think it is that way? Like, because people like Bernie Sanders hate Biden, they hated all the candidates for like the past 10, 20 years or so. If they could have voted in, like, done a write-in, I'm going to write in Bernie Sanders as my main, and if he doesn't get elected, then go to Biden or whatever. People would do that. Like, that's a thing a lot of people would do.
I think people would do it. I just don't think people care about this enough to put into political capital or voting or strategizing to implement this thing that they could want. You know what I mean?
That's fair enough. Yep.
It's like not that big of a priority for them. Like, a lot of people care about, I guess, kids in Gambia starving, but I doubt anybody's going to put in all the work necessary for us to actually solve that issue.
For sure. What about, you said you should change the way information is presented. How should we do that?
I think that we should change the way information is presented. Now, there's two things, and the first thing is I believe that companies that present on like social media companies or companies like that, Twitter, Facebook, those types, need to be vicious when it comes to like fact checking information and putting warnings on stuff like that. For example, I'm actually pretty in favor of the Spotify warning at the Joe Rogan stuff. I know this is a thing people disagree with me on. But I actually was satisfied, and that was a weird feeling to have, like being satisfied about like I'm angry about Joe Rogan doing this. Spotify reacted. It was like, oh, you addressed my concern, and now I just don't care anymore, which is a great feeling, by the way, to just not care about an issue anymore. Have you ever had that?
No.
Isn't it crazy?
All of the issues I care about, politicians have done jack shit to solve.
For me, it was just like I just want a content warning. That's all I ever actually wanted, for like content that could actually like be like noted to be spreading misinformation. That was actually like what I wanted for that, at least on Joe Rogan's case.
Well,
So
could
I
we do
think,
that with like climate change or any political issue? Like, isn't that what it would lead to? Is because science does lean heavily in one party's direction, so we'd essentially just have to put content warnings on most of Republican beliefs.
I mean, I guess the sad truth is, you know what I want to say, right? Science leans left, et cetera, et cetera.
Reality,
You know what?
reality
We can
leans
have
left.
here's the middle ground. Maybe there could be a second content warning, and if it's like degenerate, it says God hates this.
A Christianity warning. This is opposed to God.
This is opposed to God. This is heresy. Something like that. Therefore, we have a conservative and liberal option.
I would actually like that. I like this. We have the party of science and the party of invisible sky daddies. I love it.
Yes.
But like, but you would, that's the way you would change how information is presented by just.
It's not really. I know that there needs to be this is the issue that I actually have the most trouble with, where I really want an answer, but I don't have an answer, because I am very dedicated to freedom of speech. Because I'll see like in another country, like some like press person gets censored, and there's like this, it might be an American thing, but it's like a really deep rage about it. Like, I fucking thought he was stupid, but he's allowed to say it. You know what I mean? Like, if I want to go to a school board meeting and yell at just like some 70-year-old woman because they won't let me use a school alumni to like creep on people, then that's my right, even if it's stupid. And it kind of angers me to see other people in other countries censored. But then I see some of the things people say, and I'm like, holy shit, you're so stupid. Like, you're so fucking stupid. And you're stupid to the point of being dangerous. Like, you're saying like this like magical cure is gonna like actually fix you or stuff like that. And
inject disinfectants directly into your skin.
Yeah, or like people telling there was miracle cures for COVID that didn't work. So maybe it doesn't even hurt you, but then you stop taking other safety precautions because you thought you like found the miracle stuff. And we need to find a way to tackle the spread of disinformation, which is profitable, and that's the problem. The disinformation is profitable not only to people pushing disinformation, but the social media companies, which has been shown through the Facebook leaks that having more divisive content and more like content that spooks you, which conspiracy theories will lean towards more, like the idea of the elites, the pedophiles, and stuff like that, is that content is rewarded on Facebook. It's easier to get a reaction from someone from anger than it is like a genuine happy reaction, which is a sad thing to hear, by the way, about humans. That like a company, like if you want somebody to react, just piss them off. They'll make them happy.
Yes, what's that? The famous news statement? Never on the news do you hear, today was a great day and nothing bad happened. No, it's always, this is being destroyed, the countries are dying.
A news tactic I learned this was actually really young, is that they always end on a happy story, because they got to leave a good taste in your mouth, even after they shoveled shit down it all day.
Yep.
Yeah, so it's hard to find a solution for this, because one solution is you just say fuck free speech, which I don't want to do at all. Another solution is you're like, well, you just let the corporations handle it. But then there's two problems with that. Number one, do I really trust the corporations to handle it when a lot of their profit incentive goes directly against it? It would take such a public outrage for it not, like, for them to do it just from public consensus that I don't think they're going to do it. And there's the other issue of, like, corporations controlling like what does and doesn't get posted or does and does spread on the internet is concerning, because like I think of the scenario where I'm just like, hey, I have a bad thing to say about Facebook management, and then delete it, you know?
Yep.
Which, I mean, I don't think I've seen anything terribly that explicit, but it is a concern that stays in the back of my head. So I guess for me, it's just not like a good answer to it, and that's why I lean towards option 2 more, because I just don't see any other practical answer.
What about something like the UK option, a BBC, where it's paid for supposedly, or the original BBC, which was actually kind of non-biased and just presenting the information, a government-sponsored news organization that just presents the facts?
You know, we're supposed to have that somewhat with the NPR, and I do love the NPR, but the problem is, I feel like people will honestly choose the crazy shit over the really nice shit all the time. And I try to explain this to people coming to Twitch politics. I don't run the biggest Twitch political panel on political Twitch because it's the most informative show. I run that because people like the entertainment aspect, especially for my championship, where I put an actual wrestling belt on somebody. Why do people tune into that over somebody reading 7 chapters of Marx and criticizing it detail by detail? Because this isn't school, and people hated school, because people like want that fast clicking entertainment. And hearing Tucker Carlson talk about how California is on fire, and how if you step barefoot out in California, you're just gonna have 20 heroin needles stick through your heel. That's a lot more entertaining than C-SPAN callers.
Yep.
Not if you're IRI though, then it is much more entertaining.
Yeah, for sure. Like you go on YouTube, you can find entire lectures of Stanford professors giving like their whole courses are free. They only have like a few thousand views. And then we look at like our channels, we're just yelling at people. We get tens of thousands of views.
Yeah. And I mean, I enjoy it. And because for me, and this is, I think, difficult for a lot of people to grasp, is like Dylan is like so like politically active IRL, but online he doesn't engage with politics. But this seems like, you know, it's not super serious to him a lot of times. And for me, it's like, yeah, I treat it like what it is. I just want to be honest about it. Like a lot of it's just entertainment to me.
So you were the Fox News of Twitch.
I wouldn't say I'm the Fox News of Twitch. I would say I'm the Vince McMahon of Twitch.
Nice. Well, Dylan, we've gone for about an hour. Really appreciate you coming on. Thanks. It was a really interesting conversation. Learned a lot about your position. Anything you want to give a shout out to your channel and stuff, where you think people can find you?
Yeah, you can find me at twitch.tv/Hasanabi. I want to thank you for the car. It was very nice. Appropriate comment about 9/11.
Awesome. Thanks again for coming on. Really appreciate it. I will let you go, and I'm going to start the after show. So you can just close the screen or whatever. And thanks again.
You have a good one. And let me just say, it was great meeting you in person. You're really chill to hang out with and actually talk with one-on-one. I like talking. I like the idea of talking to you more than I like the idea of debating you, because you're also very smart.
So you're afraid of me. I appreciate it. Thank you.
I'm terrified of you. This is the pyramid. Okay, so on here it's like I'm the like puppeteer of infrared, right? But above me is T-Jump, and he's the puppeteer of me.
Awesome. Great to have you on as always. It was great meeting you in Dallas, Texas. Loved seeing you take your shirt off. Was absolutely amazing.
What did you think of that debate?
Oh my God. Well, I mean, Haas is Haas. So, I mean, I think you got the two versions of Haas are, one is screaming at you, telling you you're wrong, and the other is just Hegel style, just gibberish of nothingness. And you got the yelling one, and that one's better than the Hegel style of gibberish. So I
did my best to do that, because I knew that when I listen to him talk, it is just paragraphs of what the fuck did you just say? Yep. And I don't know if he's purposely just trying to make it as confusing as possible, if he's just hoping that if he just makes it sound like that, then like people will just accept that he sounds smart, therefore he is right. Like, I don't know what the tactic is, but nobody understands what you're saying. And I remember at one point I basically just say, he's like, I remember I just literally said, and maybe it wasn't the best debate tactic, but I was just maybe frustrated, like, I don't give a fuck. That sounds like some nerd shit. And then I just went on. Like I just kept going because he wouldn't respond to any of my points. Whether like the density of Taiwan argument. Do you know how boring it was to sit down and study the density of countries and compare population density and that and talk about like what a war across the peninsula would be? I'm not a military strategist. I like Hoi 4. I like paradox games, but I like studying the finer details can actually be quite boring. And he didn't ever just talk about that. Instead, he went into like, well, the right of nations in China. They speak the Han dynasty. Like it was like, it was just complete gibberish and it was frustrating. And so eventually, since it was going nowhere, I just like derailed it because it was fun.
Yeah. You showed me the pages of actual work you put into the researching the debate, and then none of it was addressed by Haas. Like, it was like my debate with Alex Stein. Like, yeah, I didn't need to do any research for that because I know he's not going to actually bring up any science. So
I got the shootout bullet points of it, but I never got to like really hit him on that. A great example of this, and this is something that the debaters, the moderator actually stepped in for, which I got angry about. But it was like whatever. He was saying that like we can't make these trade deals with other countries. With Taiwan because they're not an independent country, and it's just an ongoing civil war. And I'm like, okay, then what about China being engaged in Myanmar civil war and giving the guns that are being used to kill people by the military junta, which everybody's forgotten about. I have, and I still do videos on it. And rebels now control 1/3 of the country, and the rebel groups are coordinating now. And there's like pro-democracy rebel groups, which I wish a steady hand to, right? And so why are they allowed to get involved in that civil war if we're not allowed to get involved in their civil war? And he's like, well, it's different. It's the status quo. And I'm like, number one, it isn't the status quo. Because
I think what he said was that the U.S. is deliberately trying to overthrow the government, and China isn't deliberately trying to overthrow the government. That's the difference, or something.
Yeah, but there was a military coup, and so it isn't even the status quo. They upended the status quo, and you're supporting those who just upended the status quo. But what I really didn't get him to respond to, he's like, China's acting in China's self-interest, and they're allowed to act within their self-interest and selling their guns to the legitimate entities in those countries. And I'm like, okay, so we should continue to sell weapons to Saudi Arabia, right? Because that point, he would have to concede that is 100% in America's self-interest to sell weapons to Saudi Arabia. We make money off of it. If you go to the Congress people who are in charge of districts that are weapons districts, like they want to be best friends with Saudi Arabia because they want to provide those jobs. And so we get money, we have jobs out of it. We get like all the benefits out of selling the weapons to them. The people who don't get the benefits are the Houthis, right? And so I wanted to see if I could get this communist to commit to us selling weapons to Saudi Arabia. And if he did, he'd be fucked. But the moderator stepped in. That was the one point where they really knew I had him. And the moderator just...
damn, yeah, that sucks. But yeah, all right. I got to go to the bathroom. But it was,
awesome.
again, great having you on. I will talk to you later.
You have a great one.
All right, guys, let's go to Discord for the after show. After show Discord. All right. See if the politics guys are still on, just in case. Politics.
I joined the panel. That's what Taco told me.
Jason.
Oh, okay.
So,
Worm guy.
Jason,
Am I
go.
a worm guy? Am I a vegan guy? Who am I today?
Worm guy.
Jason, you tell us who you are.
Worm guy.
I am a guy that knows about some shit. How about that?
Okay. Could you tell us without throwing a lot of swear words into it? Because it'll make it easier to understand what you're saying.
Yeah. Well, I was being literal, but you want me to convince you that there's a God, right?
We're giving you the opportunity to do that.
Yeah. And like I said last time, a God doesn't have to be omnipotent. I think we can agree on that. A God just has to be something that can control your mind, your world, for good or bad, doesn't matter, without you knowing. And I believe at least Toxoplasma gondii has done this to at least, from what I can find, at least 50% of the world.
I have a question for you. When you're taking away those characteristics, could a dominatrix do that to a person as well?
Yes, but you also ask a dominatrix to do those things to you, knowingly.
In most circumstances, yes, unless it's something that's
Like
not
some rape
being
stuff,
done
but yeah,
properly.
I understand.
Wait,
Yeah.
wait. So are you saying Toxoplasma gondii is a god?
I'm saying Toxoplasma gondii has the ability to manipulate you from inside.
Jason, can toxoplasmosis sexually replicate in a human being?
Yes, it actually uses your white blood cells to recreate. This is what makes this particular parasite very special. It can infiltrate your white blood cells, use your white blood cells to grow more of these. Like, it just gives birth to a bunch of babies inside the white blood cells until it explodes. And the explosion can happen past your blood-brain barrier, thus giving you a Toxoplasma gondii infection in your brain.
That's actually incorrect. Toxoplasmosis gondii can only reproduce in cats.
TJump,
No,
welcome
that's
back.
not true.
You've come back at an interesting point.
Yes.
Jason, does this parasite that you're talking about, does it have an intention to control?
What was his original
It
argument?
has
So
an intention to reproduce and feed.
wait, so Jason, what was your original argument? So you said God is that which controls the universe without us knowing, and Toxoplasma gondii does this. Therefore,
Internally, yes.
Therefore,
Your limitation of God is your limitation on your imagination at this point.
so you're saying God is anything that can control the universe without us knowing, or something like that?
It's all powerful to you because you are within its control and it is controlling you.
So you're saying we should.
Therefore, you have a relationship of a host and a parasite. It was a god versus a worship.
So, Jason, when you say that the God isn't necessarily omniscient or omnipotent, that sounds to me like you're imposing limitations on your own imagination there.
No, I can just imagine that I can create maybe I can create a small humanoid, and I can put him in a biodome, and I can manipulate his world. That person, that small humanoid, would worship me as a god.
So are you saying what is the highest God in your view?
The word God actually is not a god. It's not a description. It's actually a name. The word God refers to Baal, Baal. Baal actually is Zeus. This character remains throughout history because it is very hard to kill this particular fallen angel. That's why they keep trying to flush him with big floods, and it doesn't work.
Wow, what a twist.
Yeah.
We got to the interesting part,
here's
guys.
even more of a twist. This Nephilim has the parasite as well.
So what is?
So should we? Do you think you can convince us that Baal exists?
I believe I can convince you that you are participating in a Canaanite ritual that worships Baal.
That doesn't mean that we are convinced that Baal exists, though.
The results are real.
So you're not going to try to convince us that Baal exists?
No, not really. I just wanted to educate you guys about that.
I got a few questions. So who created Baal?
The creators.
And they're not gods.
Well, they seem like gods to us once again because they are larger in stature. They create our world, but they are no more. They're no more omnipotent than we are creating some other form of life. That doesn't make us omnipotent. It just makes us have abilities that are beyond the capabilities of the creation.
Okay, and
is anybody convinced that it's worth going into this definition, which doesn't fit any of the characteristics that we attribute to God?
Well, I want to know what the Canaanite ritual I'm doing is.
Barbecue.
Barbecue.
I just wanted to know if Jason
Barbecue,
thinks,
animal product consumption, but particularly barbecue.
Jason, do you think George Lucas's retcon of Star Wars when he introduced midichlorians was influenced by the intestinal parasites?
Yeah, I'm sure. I don't even know what you're talking about, but I'm sure because the same Canaanites that write movies today are the same Canaanites that wrote the Bible 2,000 years ago. Well, 3,000 years ago, however you want to look at it.
Is Baal covered in the Bible?
The Bible, yes, many times. He is mentioned many times. And then he's put throughout the book, it's incognito. You notice the Tower of Babel, the Cain and Abel.
Okay, so these
Yeah,
puns are
it's-
fantastic, but I think we need to move on
not
to the
puns,
next
it's
person in the
literally-
audience here.
I don't think
Wait,
we
wait.
like
Hold on,
Paul
by the way,
anymore.
hold on a second. Give me a second. I was literally fucking dragged up here, okay?
Oh.
I did not
He started cussing. I had to pull him down.
I wanted to hear about
I
the,
do
the
like the puns.
barbecue. I wanted to hear about the barbecuing ritual.
No, you're all being terrible people. Knock it off.
Jason, we love you. Autumn is a theist and has their hand up.
Yeah, let's roll along to this person. Yes.
Obviously, he thinks we're gullible.
I'm surprised we didn't even hear any circular reasoning from Jason this time.
Autumn,
Hi, sorry, I was playing Call of Duty while listening to you guys.
Hello, Autumn. I hope you're winning your game. How are you? And how are you? Which god, goddess, or deities do you want to convince us exist?
So I'm your typical like Christian believer, I guess you could say, but I have more so like a couple questions that could be interesting for you guys, maybe food for thought. So one of the things that I was also an atheist agnostic like in the past, and I became a Christian because either ignorance or lack of evidence of atheism being correct. But one question I do want to ask is if your capacity to believe in God is like, let's say for everybody on this panel is absolute zero. So there's no shadow of a doubt that there is no evidence that God exists to you, and you have no faith of said God existing.
That's not me.
That's not you?
No, I don't believe. I'm just not convinced, but I can't say that there's absolutely no evidence.
Okay.
I think there's no evidence, but
Well, I don't mean to speak for everybody on this panel. I guess I'm characterizing everybody here as an atheist, but
Yeah, I'm an atheist.
Okay. But
Most of us are. Jack Burton is a deist.
What does that mean? Sorry, I'm a little bit.
God created the universe and then stopped intervening afterwards.
That's an interesting perspective. I've never heard about that before. I'll have to look into it. But one thing that I learned going back into Christianity was there's this saying called the only amount of faith that you need to believe in God to move a mountain or something like that was like the amount of faith of a mustard seed, which is apparently the smallest seed that exists.
no.
And
Well,
when
we know
I
that's not true.
no, I didn't. I meant like one of the smallest seeds to exist, not the smallest, but one of. When I was still agnostic, atheist to a certain degree, I asked myself, like almost akin to a prayer. When I really thought and introspected that, do I have the faith and the capacity that God existed? And ever since then, that answer for me has been yes. I kind of want to turn this onto you guys a little bit. I know that I'm supposed to convince you that God exists, but I kind of want to be convinced that my faith in God existing is either irrational or unneeded, or is, logically fallible in any way.
How
Can
is
you
your
explain what your reasons
well?
were
How
initially for believing?
Oh, one sec. I want to ask, how is your faith in God any different than people's faith in the spaghetti monster or any of the other gods or Santa Claus, or like, what's the difference between your faith and faith in anything anybody could believe in?
I don't necessarily think that there's any difference because honestly, you could call it any kind of God that you want to. The only reason why I subscribe to the Christian faith is because it's the most familiar to me and I understand it the most.
Well, don't you think that many of those kinds of faiths are irrational?
I guess it would depend. Like if the faith is like our God believes in murdering and raping women and children and that's their God, I would kind of find that irrational. But if it's like somebody who is just another Christian or Buddhist or a Muslim or any of those sorts, I don't think that those other religions are irrational either, because
What's the
for
difference?
a while when I was going through like my whole journey of learning about religion and philosophy, I went through those religions too. So I understand those to a very shallow extent.
Why is it more rational to think that God is like the Christian God than God is like a rapey, murdery God? What's the difference?
Like a permitting God who allows that to happen?
Sure.
Or like suggests that to happen?
Either one.
Or the God of the Old Testament.
Like you said,
As
believing
far as I
God
know,
was
there's
like a
nothing in
mess.
the Bible that says that God
Well,
is permitting of rape, but there's also nothing in the Bible that says that you shouldn't rape.
okay, so you said that believing in a God that wants to rape and kill people is irrational. Believing in the Christian God is rational. Why is believing in a God who likes to kill people irrational, but believing in the Christian God is rational?
You could probably attribute that to our culture and society and just how we interact with one another. We, as a society in the United States, have deemed like rape and murder as bad and illegal. So
What does that have to do with rationality? So you're saying that whatever we culturally accept is rational?
I guess you could say that, yeah.
Isn't that the opposite of rational?
I think that's the best way to put it, yeah.
So our subjective preferences, like rationality to me is things that correspond to logic and evidence, but you seem to be defining rational as that which fits our cultural biases.
I wouldn't necessarily think that's all that how I see rationality to be. It's a bit of a shallow definition of it, but I agree with your definition of rationality. But what I'm trying to say is the rationality that I put behind like a God who would permit murder and rape as attributed to the Christian God who might not be accepting of those two things are rational and irrational because it is part of the Christian belief to
So what if it's a part of the
not just be kind, but to love your enemies and stuff like that.
right? So if there's one God who says love your enemies and one God who says drown your enemies, why would and you're saying the reason it's more rational to believe in the love your enemies is because your culture feels that way?
Not that's a tough question. I don't know if I have the answer for that. So the reason why that's a tough question for me is because religion in of itself is a culture, and then our Western culture is also a culture that's multiculturalized together. So it's hard for me to answer that question because Western culture doesn't exactly culminate the same way that Christian culture would. So it's
Right. That's exactly correct. So what I'm asking is if you have one God based off one culture and another God based on another culture, based on your definition, it seems like doesn't matter what the culture is, they're all going to be rational, even if it's a drowned baby's God. It just seems like what you define as rational is any God who mirrors the cultural values.
I guess that the culture in of itself would only be rational in the way that it's progressive for that society to a certain degree, like their science, their agriculture, their education, and then their population, becomes better per se. And I don't want to get into what's better because that's a completely different philosophical conversation. I mean, we could, but
Well, that seems like
but that's
your argument. Like your argument is that it seems like you're saying that the better culture is the one that's more rational.
I wouldn't say that culture is like the defining authority for what's considered rational, and that's an ethical question, really, on what we can consider to be rational, I think. But the issue that comes with defining something to be rational in like a pinpoint stance, like you said, is something followed by logic and reasoning. It makes sense to a degree because okay, so for example, you can believe that air exists when we don't have like the naked eye visualization of air. Like we can't see air physically. We can like see wind happening, but we don't have in like a still room where there's no wind, you don't have evidence that air is there, but we know air is there because we have been able to technologically advance ourselves to the point where we can um, see the atomic particles of air moving. But we can't see air. But the point is we can't see air, but we know it's there. And I think that's a good analogy to a certain extent to my faith in God is that I don't like there's no clear cut evidence that God exists for me, but I have the faith that he's there or it's there, whatever you want to call it.
So why do you believe? Why do you hold that faith?
I know this is kind of a simple answer, but I think it's because our world and how we interact with one another is based on relationships, not just human social relationships. I mean more like everything in existence kind of has a relationship with each other, or I would say maybe, I don't know for sure, but like in the same way that I can talk to you guys over Discord or go to work and talk to people. It's the same way of how the sun has a relationship with our planets in the galaxy. Everything kind of we know how everybody knows how it works, but there's a relationship there is the point. But if everything doesn't have a direct relationship with one another, then I would be able to be convinced that God doesn't exist. But as far as I can tell, everything does have a relationship with each other. It doesn't have to be an emotional relationship. It just has to be correlated to it in some way, and it
Why
has
would
to be.
that? So why would that not just be compatible with either view? Like whenever you say you have a reason for believing one thing, what people are looking for usually is a reason why that wouldn't be the case under the other view, or would be incompatible with the other view.
Can you say that one more time?
Okay, so if you say that you have a reason to believe one thing over another, and it's because you observe something about the world that you think fits that thing, if it also fits the other thing, then it doesn't really seem like a compelling reason. Like it might
But
sound
they
like a
still have
reason in your head, but no one else is hearing what the reason is to think that relationships between things in nature are evidence against natural laws being self-explanatory without the need for a god.
But natural laws still have a relationship with existence of itself, because without
What does that
existence,
mean?
natural laws wouldn't exist.
So when I ask like, what about things being related to each other is incompatible with a natural world that doesn't require God? I don't hear anything about saying things are related to each other that rules out the world being purely natural.
I don't think that the world is that's a difficult. Give me a sec.
It's okay if you
So-
can't think of like a knockdown reason. I'm not asking that so much. I'm asking just like, why would you think It's more like, what about that seems to you less likely, and why? Because that would be the explanation of why you think this is a reason.
So the only thing I can come up with at the moment is if let's say a principle of our universe is taken away. So let's say the law of gravity no longer exists, for example. In my hypothesis, the rest of the universe would no longer be compatible or relationship with another. Everything would just kind of start drifting away from itself, and there would no longer be any relationship because a fundamental aspect of reality is then broken. And that's the same way that I see God in this instance. So, and that kind of correlates with the relationship between humanity and God, or anything in conjunction to humanity and God. If humans don't have a relationship with God, regardless if they believe in him or not, the compatibility of the two gets broken. So, regardless if you believe in God or not, in my view, you still have a relationship with God. You just don't believe in him. And I get a little bit flustered about what people say when they say they don't believe in God or they believe in God. It kind of frustrates me because I don't know what they mean by believe. So,
Yeah, we're all struggling to understand one another and just doing our best, so it's okay.
but yeah,
One piece of feedback I have is that it sounds like you're still figuring things out. So you said what your journey was, and that it started with um, not believing, and then just asking yourself if you had faith, and then feeling like you did, and then because of that feeling, gravitating towards what was familiar to you, which was Christianity, because it's what you had learned about growing up, and so on. And it sounds like you're still open. Like you started this whole thing with saying you're open to hearing different ideas and maybe being convinced differently, and so on. And that's a big open-ended position to be in. That's like probably beyond the scope of this panel. But what I would say is that there's a community called street epistemology, which is basically an open-ended community, which, although it started with atheists basically trying to think of what would be the opposite of street preaching, there are actually some theists who use the approach. And it's a community that's very receptive to people who want to think through and like discuss open-ended topics like this. And they have a Discord where they essentially practice this kind of stuff. And a lot of people in this community are familiar with it and kind of apply aspects of it in their dialogues with each other. And it's basically just the idea that you could ask open-ended questions rather than just arguing with someone. And
Yeah.
rather than trying to push a single point of view, you help them think things through for themselves with what are called epistemological questions, which are basically, how do you know that? And like, what are your reasons for thinking that's true type questions? Does that make sense?
yeah, it does. It sounds like something that I would be into. If I saw you text me about it before
Yeah.
getting into this, and is it another oh, okay, so it is another Discord. I'll join that now.
Yeah. Oh, oops. He clicked link, so I accidentally gave him a voice link. That's my bad. I screwed up there. I gave him the wrong link. That's totally my fault. I forgot he would click on it and then it would literally change what channel he was in.
So just so you know,
I feel like
Mock,
such an idiot.
I'm such a saboteur. I screwed up. That was my fault. I gave you a link to the voice channel. It's my bad. Sorry.
welcome back.
Okay, thanks. So I guess a lot of my statements so far have been from my end, they have been somewhat successful because I've been able to get you guys to think a little bit about like those questions, because in terms of atheistic thought and theist thought, the for me the main difference is an atheist or somebody who might be agnostic or agnostic don't have the faith to believe in a god. They need to have that physical scientific proof that there is a god. And then for anybody who is a theist, they have that faith. And what I'm trying to understand as time goes on is the main difference between those two, and how can I communicate with those two kind of people because I feel like I'm somewhere in the middle, still trying to figure it out.
So I think J.L. Warren has a very simple line of questioning that addresses a problem with relying on faith. Are you there, J.L.?
Yeah. Typically, when we're talking about faith in and of itself, you're examining what it is. I would usually start with the question: can faith be misplaced? Do you believe that faith can be misplaced in things?
I think there can. Like my example from before with like believing in air and regardless of seeing it there. There's it can also be said for the same thing for somebody who might be schizophrenic, for example. Like they have the belief that something that they're seeing is there, but it's not really real. It could be said for somebody who else might be having false faith in something. So I think the two still have a correlation to each other. But there is a way that somebody can have faith in the wrong thing.
Okay. And can faith be manipulated by external sources without your knowledge?
I think so too. Yeah.
Okay. So, given these two very basic things, that faith can be put into the wrong things, and or just whether relationships or whatever, and that faith can be manipulated by external sources without your knowledge of it being manipulated. Like that's why cults exist, that believe in wacky, crazy stuff. So, if faith is emotional based, because that's why it can be manipulated, because it's based on emotions, why would we ever use it as a tool to get to truth? Because given it how unreliable it is.
So there's for me, and this is kind of anecdotal, there's a philosophical concept called solipsism, and what solipsism does is kind of takes your premise that we can't really take external.
Have I read Dostoevsky? Yes, I have read Dostoevsky. I mean, he was a philosopher. I don't know what you mean when you say you don't believe people when he said he was a philosopher. I don't consider him a very good philosopher, but he was a philosopher.
My conversation with you about this subject is just me talking to myself. And there's no real trust in the philosophical conversation that we're having with each other, regardless if it's good feedback or not. And what I understood from solipsism from a long time was when you no longer have trust in external information or just have faith that external information exists, you no longer have the capacity to form relationships with other things because you're no longer in relationship with existence in of itself because you're outside of it and none of it is real. So to what I say to that is if faith can be manipulated and changed, or if your faith can be unwarranted and it's it's based on bad faith,
essentially unreliable is what I would say.
Unreliable, that's what I meant to say. Yeah. I don't think that unreliable faith is a good enough evidence to suggest that faith in God is substantial enough because of that reason. If you no longer have faith in external information, therefore you have no relationship with anything else in the universe, and therefore you can't have a belief in God either. So that's the reason.
I have a question though. Why do you take solipsism to be compelling enough to need addressing or to be a reason for believing anything else? Like, there's so many different problems with solipsism.
Because
like, if I just take solipsism to be absurd for like a bunch of reasons, why would I believe something based on faith when it is unreliable?
Because so Descartes, when he was writing his meditations about solipsism, he managed to disprove solipsism in the same meditation that he wrote it in. Basically saying that if the mind no longer has a relationship with anything else in the universe, then nothing else has the capacity to think for itself, and that includes yourself. But in that same meditation, he was able to disprove it by saying that because I'm able to think in this moment, it also disproves my ability or my disability to not have relationships with anything else. And I think, therefore I am, that's where the saying comes from.
We're familiar
And
with it.
I'm sure everybody is. He's like one of the most famous philosophers in history.
Well, I mean, that doesn't disprove solipsism, though. Cogito doesn't disprove solipsism.
No, he does.
The question is, what's the bearing of this on the faith question, right?
Because the reason why I use solipsism is because it's the antithesis of faith. It's the absolute unfaithful idea that there could be, in my view. Like, you can simply just not have faith in something. Solipsism is the anti-faith philosophy.
But we're not.
Wait, I think I understand what he's saying. I think he's saying that, like, when I think therefore I am is you have absolute certainty you exist, and then for anything you don't have certainty for, I think he's calling that faith.
Well, so I mean, solipsism is sort of like of a school of skeptical questions, right? And there's all sorts of kinds of skepticism. So if you're saying that the only two choices are like global skepticism or faith, and then you believe in faith because you don't like global skepticism or something, that doesn't seem to address the fact that in the middle there's a whole bunch of, alternative tools for coming to conclusions that are relatively pragmatic and which work better seemingly and are more reliable than faith.
Well, wait, to clarify, does he mean like faith is anything you don't have certainty for? So he's saying that even though science could be 99% certain, you still have to have that 1% of faith? Is that what you're saying, Autumn?
So if we're not scientifically certain about something, I don't necessarily think that
it feels a little bit
I don't know
like
what
a
the
conflation.
It's like
it feels a little bit like a conflation between faith and confidence based on evidence.
Yeah, that's what I was gonna say. Yeah, I didn't know what it was called. Like, if there's someone that has 99% evidence, and then there's like that 1% that we don't have evidence for, like confidence and evidence would, I don't think it's the same as faith, because faith is without the evidence, and confidence with evidence is, of course, confidence with the evidence. But
so can we have,
when it comes to, sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, can we have evidence that there is an external world, even though we don't have certainty? So we can still have like evidence that the external world is there, even though we're not 100% certain. That's not faith, right?
Well, the way that this works in this solipsistic thought is, the external world is only something that is in relationship with your brain, and your brain is, shooting off chemicals that allow you to experience the external world. And without those signals and your brain functioning the way it does, you would not be able to experience the external world. For example, like, if you can imagine somebody being blind, they can't taste, they can't smell anything, and they can't see, and they also can't feel, is the same for me as if somebody is fully into the solipsistic thought. So they just have no relationship outside of themselves, is the same way that I see it, because the only thing that person would be able to experience would be their own thoughts, because they can't do anything, and they're basically either dead, but they're alive kind of way, and they're not really in a coma either, because they're still aware.
It just seems like we're still talking about like a false dichotomy between faith, which is having no reason that you can use to justify but believing anyway, and solipsism. Like the alternatives are all sorts of other things in between, and it doesn't seem like you want to talk about why you would rely on faith as opposed to some of the other strategies that you use to come to other conclusions with reasons all the time.
I'm also curious about, like, even if we grant faith is a thing or whatever, you don't need faith in God. You can have faith in nature, faith in science, faith in whatever. And so even if we do have faith, you don't need to have faith in a God.
Okay. I can agree to that to a certain extent. I can say that you don't need to have faith in God in that way. But if okay. I can see to the idea that you guys are proposing. The only thing that I wanted to do was, I guess, try and get you guys to think about it a little bit, but it seems like you guys have already thought about this way longer than I have.
Okay, do you want to just clarify quickly, for the sake of our audience and everybody, maybe as a recap on what exactly you're wanting us to think about?
So one of the things I wanted to ask you guys, if you had, do you have any faith or capacity in faith to believe that a God or God exists? Like either polytheistically or monotheistically.
Well, by
So
faith,
I used to.
by
I
faith,
used to.
one sec. You asked like two questions that seem very strange. So, like, are you asking, do we have any percent of faith that God could exist or that he does exist? Like, are we saying, are you asking us,
Either
do we
way,
think it's
yeah.
possible that God could exist?
All three of those, yeah, I think.
All right.
The capacity, I think, definitely is there, just for the simple fact that we can think about things of our choosing and whatnot. So that one's an easy yes. Everyone's got the capacity for it. I think perhaps the will is a different question. Some people really aren't willing to put any time into it, and others are. I'm somewhat willing. It would depend on what the situation is, though. Like what it is I'm asked to have faith in.
I just
So-
don't think faith is a good method to arrive at some sort of certainty.
So for you to believe in God or gods, you would have to be given concrete scientific evidence, right?
Some kind of evidence that would be convincing to me. An example of one thing that would convince me is if the Christian God, because that's what you mentioned early on that we're talking about, is to grant me for a fortnight, for 2 weeks, omniscience and omnipotence. So that, I'm not kidding. So that I could experiment with this and verify it for myself. That would work very well for me, and that's one example of something that I would find convincing.
I thought you said win Fortnite. I don't know why I thought I heard you say that.
Oh, you're thinking the game. I'm talking about a time period. Yeah, you came in playing Call of Duty, as I recall.
If I win at Fortnite, there is a God.
If God can make you admin and let you cheat at Fortnite and give you omnipotence and ability to spy and stream snipe everyone.
Or it could just be a condition of employment. We'd have to rule that out first.
Yeah.
The existence of auto targeters confirms the existence of Satan.
That I could probably prove a lot easier than proving God exists, honestly.
So, Autumn, the criteria that I put forward, is that something that you think would be convincing to a lot of people?
For people who might have like a past or a past relationship with religion or just God himself, or, well, everybody in some way does, but it's the same question that I've asked you guys about your faith is something that I've asked myself and a lot of people that I know. And a lot of those people have said yes to that question. And what strikes me really odd is when I ask that same question, a lot of people, they say, yeah, I have faith that God exists. I just don't believe in God. And that always strikes me because that makes me think that, I don't remember who said it in this chat. They said that God exists, but he no longer intervenes with the universe.
That's what deism is, basically.
That's what it, okay.
So, like,
I guess that's what a lot of people identify themselves now, is they think that he exists, but they just don't believe in him because
So
they
they're
think that he's apathetic or he's doing his other stuff or something like
so
that.
they're Gnostic because they know he exists, but they're atheists because they don't believe. Okay, there are people like that. I've met many.
Yeah.
Deism.
There's
is
some people that have
comprised-
said yes to that question and then say that, yeah, I believe in God and I also have faith that he could exist. They all say that, and we usually have a good, religious talk after that. But one more thing that I haven't been able to do a lot lately.
All right, question, one sec. I was confused. You said that people say they have faith in God but do not believe he exists? There's some people who say
Yeah.
that?
Yeah.
That seems very
Like,
weird. That seems like a contradiction.
Actually, that seems weird to me too. I was thinking by faith they probably mean knowledge, but
Well, yeah, like the phrasing I've heard is like, I have faith in God, but I don't know with certainty he exists. So like, I
Yeah.
believe he exists, but I can't prove it, or I don't have like any proof.
So
because I think faith is
what I
more in
mean
the
by-
belief category, like I think what you're thinking too.
Yeah.
What I mean by believing in God, it's like his religion, his teachings, and his personality.
Oh, do you mean
and
like Jordan
he-
Peterson
He's
or
saying
something?
it's in response to deism. So I mentioned the definition of deism, and he was saying that a lot of people's beliefs that he hears them say sound similar to what I said deism is, which is that they think that there's some God, but they don't think that the ones being described in religious texts are accurate, or that the God does anything.
Well, I understand what that means, but that doesn't seem to correspond to the first sentence, because the first sentence he said is that some people say they have faith in God but do not believe God exists. So that isn't deism. That's something different.
No.
That's-
Like,
Yeah, it's just
what I
confusion.
mean by is people, they have faith that he exists, but they don't believe in him, which means they don't believe who he is.
Oh, you mean like they don't worship
and,
him?
like the truth of him.
Like they don't worship him? Like they believe he exists but don't worship
that's
him?
essentially what it means. Yeah, they don't
Okay.
worship him.
Gotcha.
Essentially, yeah.
Yeah. So
So
I
they're
can
not
I can understand
emotional.
that. Like I would be, even if I believed the Christian God existed, I wouldn't worship him because I think he's murdered lots of babies. He's a murderer. So I could definitely agree with that.
That's a reason why. Yeah.
The
a good
Christian,
reason, yeah.
the Christian God is a moral monster. But that's besides the point, right? You asked us, like, if any of us have any experience with faith or still have any openness to faith or whatnot. And I wanted to say quite a few of us, I think, did grow up religious. Myself, I grew up with multiple religions, and I tried to practice each of them devoutly. And I had a strong connection to each of them initially. But what I found is that in studying the history of these different religions, that the path leads to a historical narrative. And if you keep following the historical narrative, you come to reasons why people change their beliefs. And it's curious to just pick one point in history, like you said, the place where you grew up with something, the thing that your parents taught you or whatever you're familiar with, and limit the scope of your study of this stuff to that. And you did say you studied multiple religions, right? So
very shallowly.
That's okay. But I mean, you put some effort in, right? So my own experience was that following that thread of like the history of religion and so on, multiple of them, and not having one, which, because they had somewhat incompatible claims, right? So not just having one, which is all that I believe in, looking at the differences between them and then following the history of thought, I came to sort of the first organized agnostics, if you will, like Thomas Huxley and William Clifford. Are you familiar with them at all?
I think I know who William Clifford might be.
He wrote The Ethics of Belief.
Hang on. Ethics of Belief. I think.
I recommend it. So The Ethics of Belief and the concept of agnosticism, as Thomas Huxley put it forth, are basically both hinting at the fact that there are consequences for the way we form our beliefs. And in some cases, those consequences are important enough that it's problematic if we're in the habit of forming beliefs or of claiming certainty about beliefs disproportionate to the evidence for the beliefs. And Huxley's is more limited. Huxley's agnosticism just says something like, it's wrong to claim certainty about something when you don't have evidence sufficient to justify it.
Okay.
Which is, it's a weak kind of imperative. He's just saying, there's something wrong with like believing you're certain about something or claiming to be certain about something when you really don't have enough to warrant that certainty. And Clifford says something much stronger, and he gives sort of like an allegorical story of a ship owner. So he says, there's this ship owner, and the ship owner is professionally trained in knowing, when ships need to be inspected and whether or not they're seaworthy. And he can see that his ship has holes in it that are likely to sink the ship if the slightest wind picks up or the slightest rain falls. And he doesn't want to spend money on the ship because he's broke to get it inspected and repaired. But he's a believing man, and he sleeps on it. And he has a dream that Jesus speaks to him and tells him that the ship will be safe and Jesus will save the ship. And so the next day he sails the ship with a bunch of passengers. Now, before I tell you whether the wind picked up and the ship sank, do you think that he's done anything wrong at this point? Like, does it seem possible to you that he's made a mistake in sailing a ship on the basis of a dream that Jesus will save the ship, rather than on the basis of the evidence that the ship is likely to sink if any wind occurs? Are you still there?
So as far as I can tell, if it was a dream as opposed to it really happening,
let's just change it. Let's just say he believes that God spoke to him, however he thinks it is that God speaks to people.
Okay. At the point of where he takes the ship, after Jesus tells him to take the ship, and of course the ship sinks.
So I haven't said whether the ship sank or not.
I can't even say whether or not that kind of story is possible to a certain extent, because, and of course it is possible in this story because the story demands that this happens after, but
I'm sorry, we probably have kind of gone off course a bit here, and we should really move on to the next.
Let's just wrap this up. Okay, so Autumn, we can just change the story. It's your friend wants to drink and drive, right? And he believes that Jesus will protect him, and he's not going to die or harm anyone else because he's done it before, and he thinks he'll get away with it, right? Do you think that making that reasoned decision is a good one on his part, or that he's making a mistake in forming his beliefs in that manner?
No.
So you think there's something wrong with the way that he is making his decisions about what to believe is going to happen?
Yeah.
Okay.
I would call that unreasonable faith.
Okay. And it doesn't even have to be about religion, right? It could be any reason why he just thinks that, like, the evidence that, like, drinking impairs driving and is likely to result in accidents just doesn't apply to him. He could just think he's a super driver or can hold his liquor really well. He could have all sorts of beliefs that might interfere with, accepting the facts about drunk driving and reasons not to do it, right?
Mm.
So whatever the source of his faith, it seems like it's problematic to form beliefs on the basis of faith when there's like strong or overwhelming evidence to the contrary. And that's what Clifford is saying, is that there is such a thing as an ethics of belief. There's a bunch of objections to this. You could look into it for yourself, but I think it's a good starting point for why reconsidering your way of believing things isn't just a matter of trying to have more reliable beliefs, but it actually can have consequences. And there's an ethic to be thought about for yourself.
Okay. So I can easily say this conversation has been fun for me. I actually have to get going because I have to leave for work here in a minute, and I'm sure you guys have more people that want to come up.
Thank you, Autumn. Appreciate it.
Did I move your goal? Did I move your position post even a little bit in this conversation by like even half a percentage?
Nothing's really changed for me, but
Okay.
but perhaps it has for somebody else.
Not me personally. I'm just not convinced faith is a good way to arrive at any form of certainty.
Damn. All right.
Hey, thanks for coming on.
I hope
Appreciate
you guys
your
have a
time.
great day. Thanks for the conversation.
Thanks for coming on. Yeah, thanks for coming on. We appreciate your time.
Go up. All right, I'm going to pull up Bang now. Bang is very interested in chatting with the panel.
Hello, Bang.
Hey, son. How you doing?
Great.
Go
ahead.
So I'm just gonna like pick it up from like where we last stopped, right? Where basically previously started with me starting from the position that like why infinite regress is unreasonable, right? And I think it's impossible given the fact of how the universe behaves and works and how reality is causal. And then it ended with one of you panel members just like, I don't know, telling me whether causality is partial or like we don't have to affirm causality. So I'm like, what? And then I got kicked out. Right? So then I would just pose the question, how would you even have evidence or proof without causality? If you don't affirm causality as a fact of the universe.
What was the part
So
about?
I think what physicists are accustomed to saying nowadays is that there are things that are related which don't fit a one-directional causal description.
Okay, but is causality still true? Like, is there causal relation between things, or is it just I don't know? There might be this brute fact. There might be this other unrelated fact.
I think, like I said, physicists are talking about multiple kinds of relations, as well as philosophers, of which causal is just one type. And so trying to fit everything into it must be causal is just kind of like trying to fit everything into too small of a category.
I don't know what that means. Either something has causal relation or doesn't.
I'm not quite following here. So in physics, causation isn't a thing. There are things that cause other things, but causation itself isn't a thing. It's just a category used to label forces in physics that actually interact.
Yeah.
So
it would be a necessary assumption to understand reality, right?
Well, assumptions and understanding is irrelevant here, but the problem is there is stuff and stuff exists and it interacts. Yes, we agree with that. And so I don't understand how you're relating this to an infinite regress. Like infinite regresses are possible and causality is possible, and you don't need to reject causality to say infinite regresses are possible.
Because I'm saying infinite regress is a non sequitur when it comes to the universe existing, because it wouldn't follow from an argument of infinite regress that there is any universe whatsoever.
You can have a universe with an infinite regress. Yeah, you can. There's no problem there. I mean, even but one before we address that, I wanted to say that
that's not what I'm saying. I'm saying you wouldn't have a present moment if there's an infinite past that would lead to this moment. It doesn't.
Yes, you can. There's no problem with that at all. But firstly, wait one sec before. Like you can have a beginning, an ultimate beginning, and not be God. Like you can have an ultimate necessary entity that's a quantum field. So you can have a necessary being that's
into a first cause, or because I don't want to waste time talking about like why infinite regress is unreasonable.
What? I didn't hear that.
Do you want to concede to a first cause, or do you want to talk about why infinite regress is unreasonable?
Well, both. So both, I can say there is a first cause, and it's not God. And you can have an infinite regress.
Okay.
Either one.
God.
How do I define God? I define God as a non-physical mind that created the universe.
Okay. So then we're gonna start from the first cause, right? And talk about the nature of it, right? Why I think it's more reasonable than just like a physical, naturalistic process, right?
Okay. Why do you think a mind would be more reasonable than a quantum field?
Because the universe started. Or whatever would initiate that would have the ability to choose to act in time, right? To create that in time, because
thank you for the super chat. Appreciate it, Mike.
an infinite regress wouldn't be reasonable, given the fact
you-
that there must be a first cause.
Well,
If there is a first cause, that first cause would be uncreated, and
Right.
whatever comes after it would come in time. So
Right, but
the
you
fact
don't need
that
a
things come in time gives me a good inference to a mind that chose to create it in time.
All right, so you don't
Do
need
you
a
think a mind is more complex than a quantum field?
Not necessarily.
I don't know if
Yeah,
complexity
what does the
matters
complexity
here.
have to do with it? Yeah,
He
so,
said choice. So you don't need a choice to create things in time. Like there are many things in quantum mechanics that are outside of space-time. Space-time is an emergent property. It isn't the most fundamental thing. So there are things in physics which are outside of space-time, and they can create things in space-time. They don't have choices. They're just quantum effects.
Did you say space-time is an emergent property? What does that
Yes.
mean?
That is the consensus in physics. That means that space and time are fields which are produced by other fields.
Can you define time for me?
Time is the fourth dimensional field in general and special relativity.
That doesn't tell me anything. What is
I agree.
the mechanism of time?
What?
Sorry, I agree with Tom Jump here.
I'm not.
I don't know what that means.
I'm not sure.
Sorry,
Time
I'm
is a
not-
field. Time is an actual field in physics. It's like gravity. It is a thing that is there that bends and moves. It is a field.
Well, I'm talking more in a philosophical sense, right? When I say time,
The philosophical sense is just an
time-
idea humans came up
time-
with.
No, well, that's what matters here. The physical thing. What time is doesn't matter to me because how I define time, right? And I think what you guys would agree with me is like the philosophical definition is the rate of change, right? So if there is change, there will be time.
Right,
If
that's
there
not-
is no
that's not
change
true.
about a specific something, we cannot
So-
measure time about it.
One sec.
It's not a rate of change.
One sec. So our made-up philosophical definition has nothing to do with reality. The physics definition has to do with reality. So our physics definition
It's
of
not made
time,
up.
it literally is. It's just a thing we made up. But
Well, then all
wait,
definitions
wait,
are
wait,
made
wait.
up.
Let me finish the point. So time in reality is a field in physics. That's what it is. There is no greater kind of time. That is the only kind of time. Everything else is just human ideas that we've made up and apply labels to.
Could
So
time be measured without change, without observing change?
well, again, so time, whether or not it can be measured is an epistemic question. We're talking about ontology. But again, our concept of, if you're just saying any kind of a change is time, that's not how it's used in physics or
That's
philosophy.
not,
But
that's not what time. I'm not saying it is time. I'm saying time is only inferred if there is change. If something exists, right, and there is no change whatsoever about it, it's like absolutely static, right? What does time have to do with it?
again, so time is a field. There are other kinds of change that have nothing to do with time.
Well, I don't know what field means. What does that mean?
Do you know what gravity is? Gravitational
Yeah, I know what
field?
gravity is. Yeah.
A gravitational
Yeah, but
field.
I don't know what time field means.
Do you know what
because I
fields
never
in
came
physics
across it.
are? Fields in physics, like gravitational field, electromagnetic field, quantum fields. Do you know what fields in physics
Yeah,
means?
well, I know what these are because I know the function and I know the mechanism of it. But I
Time-
don't know what do you mean when I say time?
Time is a field exactly like all of those other fields.
Yeah, but what does it do?
What does it do?
Yeah, what is it? I mean, gravity pulls things, right? And
Yes.
other things do. Yeah, what does time? What does this time field do?
It facilitates changes in entropy.
Oh, so it's change. So it's about change after all.
Yes.
Okay, nice. So,
Yes.
Okay, so then why did you say it's not? Why did you disagree with my definition when I said?
Because there's lots of
rate
other
change?
things. It's not the only kind of change. There's
time
lots
is
of other
measured.
change.
Okay. What give me the different categories of change then?
The other fields that space-time emerged from, quantum mechanical change.
Well, but is okay. When I say change, I mean change in literally anything, including property,
right,
spatiality,
yes,
nature.
I agree.
So then my definition is broader and includes what you define to me.
Right.
as
So
your
you're just
physical
saying
definition. So
any kind of a change. So any kind of a change can happen without time.
yeah,
because time is
No,
a physical
I'm saying
field.
It needs time.
No,
I mean, I'm
that's-
saying any change or any inference of time requires change, right?
Right. Time requires change. Change does not require time. So you can.
No, I'm saying time is the inference of change. I'm saying time is the inference. We infer time because we see change or we.
So
know
so
that
again,
change
there are
happens.
two options here. Either you're saying any change is
I
time.
can use either words, just like as they're
Right, they don't mean the same thing. This is where we're getting the problem. Time and change aren't the same thing. Like All roses are
Okay.
flowers, but not all flowers are roses. All time is change, not all change is time.
Okay. So then I can use change because it includes time, right? Do you agree?
Sure.
Okay, cool. Now, so when I was talking about infinite regress, right? Why it's not unreasonable. Having a endless chain, right, and a beginningless chain of changes, right, would never, right? And there's no conclusion here to be led to, this infinite chain of changes can cause a universe, right? Because they wouldn't follow.
Causing the universe is a change, so an infinite amount of changes could cause the universe. There's no logical
No,
contradiction there.
but it's beginningless. The chain is
Yes.
beginningless. It doesn't start anywhere for it to end, right? So something
doesn't matter.
something without a beginning wouldn't have an end.
So like imagine I have a box of infinite change, and the box kicks something out of the box, which changes, right?
Yeah, but this box doesn't include a causal, like those changes are not causal within the box.
Yes,
right?
yes. All of the changes are causal. So change is causal. Yes.
Did you say change like in like the money change or like the
No.
time change?
Time change. So I mean,
Okay,
I don't
time.
mean like I don't mean money change. So what I'm saying here is
Okay.
that something.
Alteration.
So something that exists that is infinite change can create time. It's infinitely changing and it creates time.
Infinitely changing and it creates time.
Yes, it creates lots of them. Creates a lot of different times, all different kinds of
this
things.
thing, but if that thing doesn't begin, right? If you say
Yes, it
infinitely
doesn't begin.
changing,
It has
right?
no beginning.
Okay. Yeah, but that would be the same as like me pulling out $5 from my pocket and telling you, well, I'm gonna give you this $5 like in infinite amount of days. That's just not gonna happen.
No.
There's nowhere.
No, it's not.
Where what I'm saying leads towards you getting the $5.
No, because the infinite change goes in all directions, so it's giving you $5 at all points in time. So it's always creating change.
No, but it's a conditional. This is a conditional
No,
statement.
there's no
that
conditional here.
wouldn't happen.
There's no conditional here. The universe.
Okay, would the present moment, right?
Yes.
Exist if the previous moment didn't exist?
Yes,
How?
because it's how numbers work. So like if I said 47, imagine I just picked a number, the number 47. There are infinitely many numbers before 47, right? You can just keep counting backwards into the
But
negatives.
you're not.
Wait,
you're now you're
listen
ignoring the causality.
to the argument. Listen to the argument. So if I pick a number, 47, that there's infinitely many numbers before 47, but I skipped them. I just started at 47. Quantum mechanics can work the same. Listen.
Yeah.
So quantum mechanics can work the exact same way. Like this is called quantum collapse. Like and the part when particles decay, there is an infinite amount of time they could decay, but they just pick a time and decay. So just like in quantum mechanics, it can pick a number. It says I'm going to begin time at this point, and so if it does, then you can have a point of time with no preceding point of time, and it was created by an infinite change that has always been there.
This is weird, right? You're basically
It's significantly less weird than a god.
Give me an example, an analogy of a line of numbers, but again, this line of numbers is not in a causal chain. It's not in a causal relation. These numbers are just discrete numbers. They don't have any like the 73 is not caused by the 72 nor the 74. It just exists by itself. It's discrete, right? So we need to tell me that doesn't apply to reality. That's okay. Let me ask you this question.
No. It does. So again,
could I be at my door right now if I didn't stand up from my chair? Like, is there any possible world where I just like if
yes,
change
it's
is
called B
necessary?
theory of time, but that doesn't relate to the question.
Yeah, no, but me getting out of my chair would be causal to me me being at the door.
No, because
B theory of time doesn't negate causality.
It negates causality of previous points of time. So causality is caused by something other than time. So in B theory of time, all of points of time exist, and they're not caused by the previous point of time. So for example, time 72 isn't caused by time 71. They're caused by
Then what are they caused by then?
an external structure. So they're caused by a different field.
Which is can you be specific? I don't know what that means.
Quantum fields that exist before space-time that created space-time cause all of the space-time.
Oh, so space-time created space-time. So that's something.
No.
What are you saying?
Space-time was created by a different field that was not space-time.
But to be created, right? It would have to come from something, right? Okay,
Yes, which
so
was
basically
something else. Yes, so there is a quantum field which is uncreated.
So again, there is a causal relation, right? That
Yes,
the set,
I've always granted there was a causal relation. I never said there was not.
Yeah.
So there is a field. There is a quantum field. There is a quantum field that's always existed, and it created the universe. Problem solved.
Okay, but that doesn't really negate the impossibility or the
So there's a quantum field that's always existed, infinite regress, and it created the universe.
When you say infinite regress, we're talking about a set that has no beginning or an end.
Yes, so the quantum field has no beginning, no end, and it created our universe, which has a beginning.
Okay, you said that a set of this period of time can be caused by something exterior to it, right?
Yes.
So then this set did have a beginning.
Our set had a beginning,
which is whatever created it, right?
Our set had a beginning. The preceding set did not have a beginning.
Can you repeat that again?
Okay, so like there's a thing that's infinite that never existed, that never began to exist. It's always existed infinitely, and it created something, and that thing it created began to exist.
Okay, so yeah, this is literally okay. So that thing that didn't begin to exist, you basically affirm it, right?
What? I don't know what that means.
Okay, you accept that it exists, right?
Sure. Yes, the universe exists.
So what is the thing that didn't begin to exist and it caused
quantum fields.
The other things that begin? Can you define quantum fields? I don't know what that means.
No, you could just Google the physics definition of quantum fields.
Okay, I don't know. You basically are giving me like a different name or replacement for
the consensus in physics.
God.
No, it doesn't have a mind. So okay, so if that's okay, so that's the definition you want. That's easy. So it's an unguided natural force. It has no mind.
So you don't know the nature of that besides it's natural.
It's a field. So we know it's a kind of a vector space.
How do you know it's a field?
Because that's what physics has demonstrated it to be.
No, it didn't demonstrate that it had no beginning or an end, nor did it demonstrate that it's the cause of everything else.
You don't need to demonstrate it has no beginning. You just need to demonstrate it's outside of time.
Yeah, but then that's just speculative. So
what?
You don't know that.
Yeah, we do, because we can solve the equations of general and special relativity without the time variable. So that's literally what they're doing.
That's just theories. Like
no. God is a theory.
You can see something happening. That doesn't mean it necessarily happen the same way another time.
One sec. So these are all like empirically supported scientific theories. These are better than made-up God hypothesis. Made-up God hypothesis has no evidence whatsoever. Physics has tons of evidence. So these are good things to believe that have lots of supporting evidence. God hypothesis, imaginary sky daddy, has no evidence. So these are not just theories. These are the most supported hypothesis to explain the data by a significant margin.
Sure, well, whatever. So when you say that this natural process, like, are you saying it's a random process that somehow created the universe?
Random and determined. There's determined parts and random parts.
So okay, so let me give you this thought experiment, right? Let's just say that there is this ball on a hill, right?
Yeah,
ball is on the hill. Yeah, on a hill. Yeah. So if it's the case that the nature of the ball is to roll down the hill, then as long as the condition is fulfilled, the ball will always run down the hill, right? It's basically determined by the laws of physics to roll down the hill. This is something determined, right? So which means that there is something beyond it or before it that must exist before that ball would have to exist, right?
No.
But if there is, you disagree?
Yeah, so you can simply say the ball's nature has a nature of a random variable that causes it to roll down at a random time. Nothing needs to exist before.
Yeah, but it wouldn't be random because we know that a ball's nature, right, a physical ball's nature would have to slide down or roll down the hill.
No. A quantum field has randomness in it. It has a random part to its nature, or it could be determined at a point in time or whatever. Either way, you don't need something before it. So quantum fields do have randomness.
When you say, okay, what define randomness?
Pure randomness, like it's an actual randomness itself is an existing thing in physics. That's the consensus of physicists.
Can
you demonstrate that exists? Can you demonstrate
virtual particles and radioactive decay are examples of randomness.
No, is it true randomness?
Yes.
Because
So
okay.
So you
prove
can
that?
you can go to the Fundamental Attitudes of Principle survey of physicists, where they literally ask, what is randomness? Is randomness an unknown variable? Is randomness something we will discover in the future? Is randomness
what is it?
wait, so listen. So is it an undiscovered thing, or is it a fundamental force in and of itself? Is it a true thing in and of itself? The vast majority of physicists say it's a true thing in and of itself. It's not an undiscovered thing we don't know about yet. It's really a force.
So you're saying randomness, you don't know what the mechanism of randomness is, right?
No, I'm saying randomness is a thing. It is not something else that we will discover. It's not an unknown.
Can you prove true randomness? Can you prove it?
It has more evidence than a god in every way.
Okay, but can you prove it?
More than a god, yes.
Okay, prove it.
Okay, that's what the IX mentioned before. We have radioactive
You have
decay.
experimental evidence that radioactive particles decay.
Induction doesn't work with induction.
I'm in the middle of a sentence, so Bang, you asked for evidence. I'm giving you some evidence. Okay, so we have experimental evidence that radioactive particle decay is not predictable, and in principle, the model is based on the idea that it probably isn't predictable in any possible way because of its nature. And secondly, virtual particles, which appear to arise out of seemingly empty vacuum space, do so also seemingly at random. Both of these phenomena are predicted to literally be random because they arise from a quantum field.
Thank you for the super chat,
which
Matthew.
has this property of randomness.
Yeah, that's just induction. You're trying
Yes,
to
that's induction.
impose that onto a actual ontology, which is just
Wait. So what are you using? So we have evidence. We have empirical evidence. What are you using?
All I'm saying, randomness, the definition of what something being random is, doesn't follow from it being an ontology. It's not an ontology. It's just it's an epistemology.
Wait.
Randomness is an epistemology. It's not an actual property of something.
Randomness isn't ontology, but
doesn't exist.
So we have a hypothesis, we have evidence, so we have a good reason to believe randomness is an ontology. You're saying Sky Daddy is better because why? So we have really good evidence.
You don't have to strawman, right? So here's the thing, right? If you wanted to infer randomness to anything, that's going to be a lack of your part. It's not going to be something that you can ontologically, objectively infer as a property onto anything, right?
Wait.
When you say something is truly random, absolutely random, undetermined whatsoever,
yes,
this is just an assumption. It's something that's waiting.
No, it's not an assumption. We have evidence to show this is the case. You are saying that this is not supported, which means you have to have better evidence. What is your better evidence? You're just asserting that you don't believe it can be the case. We have empirical data that it is the case. It's big novel testable predictions which show it's the case. You're saying that's wrong. You must have something better.
You're making two fallacies. You're affirming the consequent, and you're making an argument from ignorance.
Well, no. So affirming the wait, one second. I want to address that first. So affirming the consequent. Affirming the consequent is when you like post hoc reasoning. We're not affirming the consequent. We have novel testable predictions. We say if randomness is a real thing, here is a test we can do. We do the test, we confirm it. That's how all evidence in science works. So no, it's not affirming the consequent.
If you're not acquainted with all the evidence, with all the factors, and we see something that we don't have all the factors for, therefore we don't have all the factors for. That's
all of science.
For randomness. This is your arguments for randomness.
No. Science, we never have all the factors. We don't need all the factors to have evidence. That's not how evidence works. No, you don't.
Well, then you're proving my point that randomness is not a real thing. It's just a lack on your part.
That's
so the appeal to ignorance, just to be clear, the appeal to ignorance is actually coming from you, right? So you have no argument against the model, which predicts that it is actually random because there is no quantum information of age, right? So particles, because there isn't any place in the model for there to be information about how old they are or why one would decay before the other, the model predicts that there is no such information and that it is truly random, right? When you say that you think it's otherwise, you have to present an argument for that. Otherwise, you're just saying, I'm just incredulous, basically.
Do you think a flip of a what is the thing that has like 6 sides?
Dice?
A die.
Yeah, dice. Yeah. When you roll a dice, right? Do you think that if the dice falls on any face, right, is that like truly random, or is there any
No,
it's
determined.
Newtonian, right? But we're not talking about Newtonian
No,
physics.
wait, just
We're
wait.
talking about
I'm not.
Yes.
I'm not. I'm
field
trying
theory.
to. I'm trying to
Determined
make a
dices are
a
determined.
point here. So your prediction you said is like doesn't follow either, because I can make the same thing with Barner. I can say, well, I can give all these 6 possibilities, expect all these 6 possibilities, and these will entail randomness to me. Okay, so and then I observe one of the 6 possibilities happening, and I say, well, okay, therefore it's random. It is literally like it's circular.
No, so we're not saying that. We're saying that if it's determined, here is the outcomes we expect. We expect it to land on one of the 6 numbers. If it's random, we expect it to flip inside out and do something we completely don't expect. And which case, we do the experiment like, oh crap, it lands on something completely we don't expect. Like in quantum fluctuations or in entanglement or whatever. There are things we expect to see only if it's random. And if it's not determined.
Yeah, but your expectation has to come from your knowledge. You can't expect something you don't know. That doesn't make any sense. If someone doesn't know, hold on. If someone doesn't know that there's 6 faces of the dice, and then he sees dice, and he's like, he's gonna make the same conclusion you did for your quantum field or whatever it is. Okay.
There is a point that needs to be clarified with random, though. It's like you could end up rolling the same face over and over and over again 100 times, and that could still be random. Just because it happens to end that way doesn't mean it isn't random.
Yeah, but randomness
That's the
doesn't
tricky
exist.
part about it.
Okay, you told me it's about expectation, right? You can't expect something you don't know of, right? So it's literally an argument from ignorance.
No, you can expect to see something caused by something you don't know. Yes.
Can you repeat that? Oh, correct.
So like, if we have an expected result, like there's this one called quantum tunneling. So quantum tunneling is where a particle, if it's a solid particle, will hit a surface, like it's thrown at a wall, and if it hit the wall and bounce back. Now, a solid object, obviously you can't throw like a baseball through a brick wall. Every time you throw it, it's going to hit the brick wall and bounce back. But if there's this randomness feature, then somehow it could pass through the brick wall without creating a hole. Now, this is not something we would expect to see. This is weird. And if this happens, then there must be this new thing we can't understand yet of how some way this baseball could pass through a brick wall. And so there's this.
Therefore, your observation is lacking, or your knowledge about the factors is lacking. That doesn't say anything about the nature.
So a hypothesis
doesn't say anything about the nature of
No. That's how the hypothesis works. So the hypothesis is we think there is this force which can cause it to go through the wall. And this force, we think, has these properties called whatever you want to name the force. So in physics, you can say, I think there is this essence of randomness, which is why we will see these specific effects. And if we see those effects, that's evidence of randomness. So that's how novel prediction works. You say, I think there is an invisible sky daddy named Bob, and every time I pray to Bob, a gold brick will appear. And if you pray to Bob and get a gold brick, that's evidence of Bob.
Okay, I mean, I'm just not convinced that it's actually something that has to do with the ontology of the thing itself. Like you're saying, oh my god, this thing did something I never expected it. This how like there's no way like I could have ever expected this. This is not predictable within the 10,000 years, right?
Okay, then you can.
It still doesn't prove that it's actually.
Okay, then you can check with the experts.
Factors that you're ignorant of.
Okay, so your incredulity, your inability to be convinced isn't evidence. You would need to check with the experts, which you can do by checking the Foundations in Fundamental Physics paper, and you can look and see, well, what does their expertise on the topic say? And it's that randomness is a real thing. And so the experts in the field trump your incredulity.
Oh, okay. So anyway, I wanted to continue the point I'm trying to make. The ball, right? So fine, you disagree, but I want to make another example. Which is this is related, right? This is a follow-up. Right? Let's just say there's a ball on a completely flat surface, right? And there isn't any force, right, that we could know of, right? Exterior force that could ever change or cause change to this ball by moving it anywhere, right? But then all of a sudden the ball starts moving, right? There is no exterior force to it. It just starts moving, right? It's an internal thing. It's an internal feature within the ball, and it just starts moving left and right. And it does seem random because we don't know what's inside the ball that makes it move, right? But it does seem random to us, right? So what I would say, right, from my perspective, I would say that this makes more sense because this is how we infer a will, right? A will to anything, right? Is that we see things that we don't necessarily expect from people, and that we know that this thing is not necessarily determined by exterior factor. If I see somebody and I see them saying things and interacting with other people, and there isn't anything necessarily outside of them forcing them, right, to be or behave such a way, then that's the best explanation for me, that to infer will into that being that moves or does things randomly, quote unquote.
So you said seeing random things is how we infer will? Like that's no,
it's not. That's just random things. It's random things that we know are not affected by a exterior thing. So if I see a ball randomly moving without any exterior force whatsoever,
we would not think it has a will. No,
I can't predict what that thing or where the ball's gonna move, because I have no data outside of it to know where it's gonna move.
We would not think the ball has a will.
This is literally how we infer. But this is how we infer will.
No, it's not. It's literally not.
It is.
No.
Okay, T-Jump, what makes you infer a will into anything?
We ask for desires and change things to see if people desire things. We ask them. We talk to people. Like we ask inferential questions and say, "Would you like chocolate or vanilla?"
How would you know desires? How would you know what desires are?
How do I know what desires are? Just the definition we're giving to people choosing one thing over the other.
Yeah. Okay. So choosing one thing over the other, right? So how would you know they chose? How would you know? Because now you're big into the question. You're saying
I would hold up a chocolate ice cream bar and a vanilla ice cream bar, and they would pick up the choice. That's the opposite of random. So like if we saw, wait, one second. If we saw someone just go into an epileptic seizure, that would be random. That would be completely random. We wouldn't infer will. We wouldn't say that, oh, look, this person has willed to do all these random things. Like, that is not what we infer. When we infer will, we infer patterns. They have to follow a pattern. It's the opposite of randomness. We don't infer will from randomness. It's the opposite of that.
So bang.
Well, my point was, just a second. My point was that if there's a person that's going to subjectively decide things, you can't necessarily predict what that person is going to do. You might see a pattern, but that doesn't necessarily entail that it's a will, right?
Depends how well you know them. So how is it that talking about knowledge here, it seems to be what your main emphasis is overall. How does this lead to convincing us that a god exists or a goddess exists?
I'm not trying to prove things. I'm trying to discuss where your atheist epistemology, or how your atheist epistemology stands, and where I stopped, where I stopped with the will part.
Okay. Well, me being an atheist, where it stands is normally things will stand on their own merits. There is no merit to it, and I'm okay with that. I don't believe in deities. I don't have a reason for believing or not believing. I just don't believe. It's pure for me. So do you think that I should have some kind of reason to back this up?
What reason?
I'm asking you if you think I should have a reason. Seems like you have an expectation
to back the belief that God exists, or atheism up.
That I should be backing up that I don't believe in deities.
No, I'm not expecting you to have a reason for anything, given you're an atheist. So,
okay, yeah. So, for this, there are many atheists who do have reasons to support not believing, which is fine. I don't, and so that's yeah. And so you're asking about our epistemology or our understanding of these things. That's me. So perhaps other atheists here will have different reasons. I'll be interested to hear it too.
Just to finish the point really quick, right? What T-Jump said is that he can infer will from people by seeing pattern, right? A pattern that is presented through actions, right? And I'm like, okay, well, that's cool. Right? We also see pattern in the universe. We know that the pattern started in time. We know that whatever caused it that does not share the same properties as the universe does, right?
Yeah, and sometimes.
So then it would be reasonable to infer a will, because we do see pattern we do see a pattern of action without any exterior forcing that thing to behave in such a way. That's a pattern, right?
No.
Yeah, and you see T-Jump saying that he'd offer a chocolate and a vanilla ice cream as options most of the time. I think I would probably be inclined to choose vanilla, But depending on my mood or what I
Disgusting.
Yeah, so
things
it
that
is
influence me,
primitive,
I may pick chocolate at times. So it's you may see a pattern. Sometimes you won't see that pattern as well. Will is funny that way.
Yeah, well, it's fine because I mean, either way, right? TjumpsChair is agreeing that inferring a will is
No.
inferring
No,
will
I'm
is
not
whatever
agreeing to that.
created
That's
that
dumb.
universe. So it
Like-
is reasonable because
No,
he
no, no, no,
himself
no.
also infers will
No.
from a decision that is based on pattern,
No, no,
and
no.
based
So-
on
so-
certain factors, which I agree with. So
No,
TjumpsChair
I am not
responds
agreeing
to
with that. That is completely silly. So you keep
Yeah.
saying that there's a pattern in the universe we can't explain, therefore it's reasonable to infer will. No, that is never reasonable to infer. It's only
it's not
reasonable.
that.
What?
I'm not saying that. I'm saying, yeah, we know that the universe is a product of this being, this thing. That
No,
you
we don't.
call
That's
quantum
no one in
field.
physics agrees with that. No one in physics agrees with that.
I know that, right? So saying that you have this idea, right, of something that caused the universe, right? Because you already agree with me the first cause, right?
Do you think all
and
causes?
you said
you
said hold on, just you said that you think that first cause being a naturalistic mechanism is more reasonable, right?
Yes.
Than what God is. Okay.
Do you
that's
think
fine.
all causes are backed by will?
All causes? No.
Because you're saying the universe seems to be willed into existence, if I'm understanding you correctly. Do you think all causes are backed by will?
All causes are gonna fundamentally, be a part of the causal chain that ultimately goes back to this one single will. Yeah. But
And what is the source of that will, that ultimate fundamental will?
it's just gonna be an essential property of that being itself. Is gonna be primitive. We can't really go further because that.
Well, what is the source of that being?
There's no source for that being. The being is the source.
Okay, so this doesn't make sense to me, and I'm not convinced that your God exists.
Well, I would actually say that all of the evidence indicates the opposite. So he said that all causes are grounded in a will, but all of the wills we know about are grounded in non-guided physical processes. So all of the wills we know about, all of the brains, all decisions seem to be determined by physical processes in the universe, and no will has ever been free of any physical processes. So it's more rational to conclude that whatever physical processes we see in the universe are not caused by will, because that would be like saying that a pineapple caused a tree to grow, or that you have to have like a pineapple before any tree. But that's obviously not the case. Pineapples come from trees. So saying that, oh, look, we must have a pineapple that originates before every tree is completely incoherent, because all pineapples we know about come from trees. So all of the evidence indicates that wills are a result of physical forces, not the other way around.
That's consistent with my understanding. And so, Bang, the reason I'm not convinced is because we're left at a vague point of some being that willed everything into existence, according to you, and we don't know anything else about it. I'm not seeing anything that really corroborates that. From what TjumpsChair was just explaining is consistent with my understanding. This being must have come from somewhere, because the theist claim is always that something's always coming from somewhere. So I want to know, how far back can we go on this? And if we get stopped at that brick wall of, okay, you can't know beyond that, it's all secret or whatever, it's not available to us, well, I'm stuck at, how did we even get to that part? This is why it's not convincing to me.
It's not gonna be about how further we can go, or like what came before that. If we already know and established that there has to be this first cause, right? Then we can talk.
Oh, thanks for the super chat, Mike.
Whether see observer or not, right? Like we can deduce it or not, right? If I can infer
quantum electrodynamics
to that first
is an
being,
electrical
that's
field,
not going to be something that requires.
but not all
further
quantum
explanation.
mechanics is
It's gonna
described
be
by either of
part
those two things. So I
that
don't
first
think
cause. It's not
that's
gonna have any
relevant.
exterior reason for it. It's just going to be a part of it, right? The thing that is like always there.
So inference isn't sufficient enough for me to be convinced that the deity exists. I need something more solid than that.
I mean, you don't really know whether causality is actually causal. Reality
You're right.
is
I don't know.
causal or not. Yeah,
You're right. You're right.
Then convincing you is impossible.
Well, no, it's not.
There's
It's
no
not
such thing as
impossible.
convincing
No, It's not impossible. I gave criteria to previous person that would work. Now, I don't. You're correct that I don't know what caused this deity. And it sounds like you don't know. You don't know what caused this deity either.
That's not what I'm saying. I'm saying you don't affirm causality as a necessary precondition to know things, right, or to make sense of the world. Right?
Do I need to?
Well, if you want to be reasonable, yeah. If you want to talk about evidence and proof and convincing,
you're saying that.
Convincibility, yeah.
So hang on. You're basically saying that reasonable includes a criteria of accepting causality. I guess universally. Is that right?
Yeah, because otherwise science wouldn't be a thing. Water boiling under fire wouldn't necessarily. There would be no necessary relation between them. It's just all random.
So I don't think that that's reasonable. I think that what is reasonable is to say, from what we can discern, most of the things in our universe that we're in the cosmos seems to have cause and effect as part of as part of their properties. But the problem is we've not explored the whole universe, let alone the whole cosmos. So we can only infer at best, but we don't know for certain that the whole cosmos operates this way. So the more reasonable approach, in my opinion, is to be open to other possibilities and work with what we do know, right?
Just 1 minute ago, you told me inferring things is not going to be convincing to you, but then you're still convinced that of science because you infer things about it. Okay.
What science gives to me is what seems to be the best understanding. What is the best understanding of what seems to be the case in reality, and that provision is always there because science is open to new information, and so am I.
Wait, I think you guys are talking past each other a little bit. One sec.
Yeah.
I think so. Richard said that it's possible that there are some things in the universe that have no causality, but he's not saying that there's literally no causality. Like, it seems like Bang is asking that you have to grant causality, at least in part of the universe, to do science, which I kind of agree with. Like, yeah, I think that you need causality.
I agree with that.
So on what basis, why do you take this and take it away when it comes to other things? On what basis do you take this double standard?
Wait, what double standard? Like, he's just saying it's possible that there are some...
standard.
Wait, what's the double standard? Because
I'm saying not. I would say not impossible.
I'm saying on what basis do you have this double standard?
What is the double standard? What double standard?
You apply causality to observable reality, but
he didn't say that.
Don't apply it to something else.
He said that it's possible for some things to have non-causal relations. So there's possible that there's something in the universe that is non-causal. It doesn't mean everything is. There could be things that are causal and some things that are non-causal.
So we're saying there's brute facts?
Yes, essentially.
Okay. So what would these have anything to do with our conversation, since they don't really lead us anywhere?
He was just saying it's possible. So that's what Richard was saying. It's possible that there are these things.
Yeah, but none of these things would. Let me clarify. None of these things would lead you.
Hang on. Please let me clarify. I was saying I'm not ruling out that it's not possible for there to be other alternatives to cause and effect.
Yeah, but that doesn't matter, because if you want to affirm that, you don't have to affirm, or you don't have to concede to causality being an absolute, precondition to make sense of reality. Then at that point, you wouldn't be able to explain how the universe would come, or be, or exist, or even explain any simple fact about the universe. Because
is it necessary for me to explain how the universe began in order to be convinced of a God?
Well, I think he did the same thing here. I think one sec. I think he did the switch here. So he's switching from saying, like Richard said, it's possible that these things exist, whereas Bang is now trying to take that and imply that Richard said there is no causality. But he didn't say that. He didn't say there's no causality.
Not what I'm saying. Yeah, either. I didn't say he said there's no causality. I said he doesn't know whether causality is true or not. Therefore, nothing he can ever infer or know about is necessarily true.
But right. So him saying it's possible that there are non-causal things doesn't mean that he's saying there are no causal things. Like, he grants there are causal things. So he's not saying causality isn't true.
Randolph, how do you know there are causal things, Randolph?
I grant that it may be possible. So I can't rule it out. That's the thing. And I told you why
Is
I
it
can't rule it
possible
out.
that fire doesn't boil water if it's over it?
That's a specific thing that's already been documented in science.
Yeah,
The
but at
plasma and
that
heat
point, it
and
would
all
just
of
be
this.
all probabilistic. That's just all probabilistic. There
Right,
is
right.
nothing that would entail that water would boil.
Wait. So again, he's saying that some things in the universe that we don't know about could be non-causal. He's not saying that everything right now that we know about is non-causal. He's saying some other thing we don't know about might be non-causal. So those
Yeah, that's saying that is shooting yourself in the foot, because
No, it's
how
not.
could you tell if anything? Okay, how do you know if anything is actually
No,
causal?
wait.
or not? How do you know
Knowledge
that?
and how we demonstrate things is different from ontology and whether or not it's possible. So you're confusing epistemology and ontology by saying, well, if it's possible, well, then how do you know? You don't need certainty for those kinds of things. It's not relevant to whether or not it's possible.
Well then everything you're doing is just conjecture and speculation. There is no true facts or
No.
sorry, there's no true evidence of anything, because
Yes, there is.
There isn't any necessarily causal relation between facts.
Like you keep trying to say that if we grant, it seems like what you're saying is if we grant the possibility that there is a non-causal thing, then all epistemology is done. You can't do epistemology anymore.
Yeah.
That's false.
No, it is not false.
Yes, it is.
Okay, how do you okay, so this is going to be epistemological rabbit hole you're digging yourself into, right? How do you know if anything is causal or not?
How do I know? Like, I don't need to. I can say wait. So,
okay, then how would you
hold up. You're making a completely just dumb statement about epistemology. So I can say I exist. I think, therefore I am. I exist. Even if I'm uncaused, that's still true. I still have knowledge. Even if I'm caused by other things, that's still true. I have knowledge. Whether or not there are uncaused brute facts doesn't change knowledge at all. It's irrelevant.
Is your statement that there might be brute facts, right?
Yes. So let's say my existence is a brute fact. I exist by a brute fact. Now, let's say I say the statement, I exist. I think, therefore I am. Is that statement true? Yes. Do I have knowledge? Yes. So I have a brute fact and I have knowledge.
Yeah, but then if you say there could be a brute fact, you couldn't tell what it is. You couldn't tell what that brute fact. It could literally be anything.
I don't care. That's not what I said. That's not what I said. So I said I exist. I believe I exist. I think, therefore I am. Is that statement knowledge? Yes.
Okay, what does that have to do with anything being a brute fact?
Your statement is if there are brute facts, you cannot have knowledge. My proof that you're wrong is here is a brute fact. I exist.
No, I said you can't have knowledge about causal things, like a causal relation between things. I didn't say knowing about things. If an apple on a table is a brute fact, then I can know that there is an apple on the table. But inferring that the apple has any relation to anything is nonsensical. Right?
No,
because
again,
by
false. So
definition,
like
it's a brute fact.
Like there can be if we say we have causal relations between a set of things A, then we can say, oh, look, I have knowledge that the water boils, or that the water boils when the fire is on. But then there's this other object over there that doesn't have causal relations, that has no relation. I can still have knowledge that water boils when you heat it up, even if I don't have any knowledge of the causal relations of this other object over there. You don't need to have causal relation knowledge of literally everything to have causal relation knowledge of some things.
That wouldn't be knowledge. You saying the water boils on 100 degrees is not knowledge. That's just going to be a speculation. That's
it's a justified true belief. So it's a justified true belief, then for its knowledge.
No, it wouldn't be a true belief because you don't know. You're just inferring things.
Oh my God. Truth has nothing to do with whether or not you know. Justification has to do with whether or not you know. So truth is true whether or not you know it, right?
It wouldn't be justified. Saying the water boiled at 100 degrees is not justified.
So if there is a causal relation in one set of things, so fire causes water to boil, it's a true causal fact. And I believe it. No, I'm saying, like, assume that there are two sets of things, the brute fact things with no causal relation and the causal relation things, and we see that the water is boiling with the fire, and we're going to say this is in the true causal relation things for the sake of the argument. So let's just say there's some set of things with no causal relations, some set of things that do have causal relations, like water, boiling, fire, and I believe the water has a causal relation to the boiling fire. Now I have
what's your justification for the distinction?
Wait. So I see it. I see water, boiling, fire. I have a belief. Let me finish. So I see water boiling because of fire. from what I interpret it to be. And this is a justified belief because I can do novel testable predictions to test to make sure it happens multiple times, repeatedly, testably. And it's true that this is the case. Now I have knowledge. I have a justified, true belief, even if there are brute facts over there in the other room that have no causal relations at all.
Yeah, I'm still not seeing the justification for the distinction. Even if you say that I can have this prediction about the water boiling and I keep doing it for a billionth time, that doesn't prove that it's not an assumption.
Well, it seems like you're requiring certainty. Like it seems like you're saying you must have 100% certainty or it doesn't count as knowledge, and that's false.
No, it isn't about that. It's about your distinction of what is a brute fact and what isn't, right? Or the distinction in general, right? You can't say there are brute facts and there are contingent facts, while
Yes, you
at the
can.
same time while at the same time justifying the distinction between them. Right?
Yes, you can. I just did.
Well, you didn't, because that wouldn't be an observation. Like nobody observes causality. We assume that this thing has to be the cause of the other thing. There is
You don't need to observe causality directly because causality isn't a thing. Causality is a description of things.
It's an assumption. Right?
No.
It's an inference.
It is an assumption.
No.
It's not even an inference. It's an assumption.
No, because again, I can say, look, there's a brute fact. I assume this is a brute fact with no causality.
Yeah, what's your justification for that distinction between brute facts?
Justification for that distinction. Like, if it doesn't interact with anything, then I can say it doesn't have any causal relation to anything.
How would you know it wouldn't interact with anything?
How would I know? What difference does that make? Like, whether or not I know it is irrelevant. Again, you're confusing epistemology and ontology here. You don't need to know it. Does not matter. It just needs to be logically possible. Is it logically possible for an object with no causal interaction to exist and for objects with causal interactions to exist? Yes, that is logically possible. Is it logically possible to have knowledge in that world? Yes, it is. Therefore, you're wrong.
Well, it's just asserting that it's possible.
I demonstrate. I literally demonstrate. Can I have a justified, true belief in a world where there are both brute facts and causal facts? Yes. Yes, you can.
You were just asserting ifs.
I demonstrated
justifying them. And if God exists, then therefore God would exist. It's possible. Therefore, I prove like that. You're not making any argument.
No. Again,
knowledge is possible. Then.
I'm not saying brute facts do exist. I'm saying, is it possible to have knowledge in a universe where brute facts exist? The answer is yes. I can logically demonstrate this. Let's say
my knowledge. The knowledge I was attacking is your distinction. The knowledge of your distinction between brute facts and contingent. So how do you justify this assertion that there are brute facts?
Wait.
How do you know the distinction is true?
So you're saying that I wouldn't be able to tell the difference between a brute fact and a causal relation if I interacted with one?
Yeah, because for you to even say that something's causal, that would have to come from an assumption first and not an observation.
For the same reason I can tell I'm not a brain in the vat.
Well, you're basically shooting yourself in the foot again. Okay?
No, this is basic epistemology. It's called fallibilism.
You're basically proving my point.
No.
Don't interrupt. I'll pull you down, dude. Let him talk.
So this is basic fallibilism, the consensus in science and philosophy. You do not need certainty for knowledge. So if you have a probabilistic assessment that the boiling of water is caused by fire, and you can demonstrate this multiple times in the future, then this is highly probable to be causal, because the probability of it being a brute fact that occurs randomly each time is very low, compared to the fact that it's actually causal. So the probability it's causal is higher than the probability that it's a brute fact. Problem solved.
You're not solving anything.
Yes, I did. I literally just solved the problem.
You're only proving my point that it's an assumption that we have to assume that we're not a brain in a jar to make sense of reality.
No, again, you're confusing. Again, as I said earlier, you just think you require absolute certainty for knowledge. You don't. Fallibilism. You do not require certainty.
It's not about certainty. Do you assume causality or not?
No, assuming it is irrelevant here.
Okay, do you observe causality?
I observe things which have causality. So causality isn't a thing. It doesn't exist. There is no such thing as causality. There are fields.
How do you how do you know that something has the property of causality?
Novel testable predictions. If this thing has causality, here's the effect I will see doing this result.
Yeah, well, that's induction. You're using induction to infer an actual fact.
Yes, I'm using induction to infer causality.
That doesn't justify.
Yes, it does. I'm using induction to infer causality.
If I see 100 swans that are white coming from a bush, and inferring or making it as a fact, saying that it would be a fact that the next 101st one is going to be white. It's just a fallacy.
Yeah, that's called the problem of induction, which is where you go with fallibilism. You don't need certainty for knowledge. Problem solved.
Okay, is that a fact? Is that proven, or is that just is that just your opinion?
It's the consensus in science and philosophy. Yes.
No, I don't care if it's a consensus.
I
Is
don't-
it proven, or is it just or is it
The
just
highest
inference?
level of evidence of the best experts in the field who understand this better than all of you in every single academic field say, yeah, this is the
That's not
best
an argument.
explanation.
It's not
Ben, do you reject inductive reasoning altogether?
No, I don't. I'm saying it's
Okay,
not
so
a
why are
reason
you bringing it
for-
up in this case?
Because it's using as an argument against a deductive argument.
It's grounded.
No, it's not grounded. Induction is not, using induction to infer objective facts about reality is not grounded.
What TJump is saying is referencing reality, and you're saying no, it's not referencing reality. He's saying it is referencing reality, and you're going back and forth. Do you have an objection that has some substantial merit, or is it just going to be no?
My objection is that his inference to causality or causal things is just going to be it's not going to be a testable nor a provable thing. It's going to be a necessary assumption that without it you couldn't even bring predictions to the table or probability to the table. You couldn't make any sort of scientific experiment. Scientists don't take causality and put it under a microscope and say, "Oh, okay, this is what causality looks like. We have to like go by it now." No, that's not what happens. It's already an
TJump
assumption.
wasn't making that claim.
Yeah, you're just
did.
confusing how science works. You don't understand how science works, and your ignorance of science makes
The
you
science
think that it's a problem.
assume causality. The science
No,
assume
no, again,
causality
there
because
is
they
no
observe
such
it.
thing as causality. Causality does not exist. It is a concept in a human mind where we label things
The
that
relation
exist.
between things.
No.
exist.
Stop. Listen carefully. Causality is an abstract label humans have made up in their imagination like a unicorn to describe existing things. There is no such thing as causality per se. It does not exist. It is a label we apply to existing things.
Okay. Is the water boiling at 100 degrees caused by temperature?
Yes, because of the physical fields that cause
You said
that.
causality
Yes.
doesn't exist, though. You said causality. How is that caused?
Causality is a label we apply to the interactions of fields.
Okay. Is it okay? So it is true that water is caused by fire or temperature to boil.
Boiling.
Right?
Yes, it is true that the fields of electrodynamics cause particles to expand when they are heated and energy is added to them. Yes, that is the case.
Like you're saying causality doesn't exist, and then 10 seconds later you're saying this caused that.
Oh my God. So the abstract label that we apply to things is not itself a field. There is no field of causality. There are different fields and they interact in different ways, and we label that causality. There is no such thing as causality. It's a label we apply to things that interact.
Which again proves the point that it's an assumption. It's not an objective.
No, you just don't understand
physical
science. You don't
thing
understand
about reality.
fallibilism.
No,
You
I
don't
do
understand epistemology.
science.
You don't understand any of the topics you're talking about. You're making shit up.
Trying to prove science with science is nonsense.
No one's trying to prove science. Science is a methodology.
Science is not going to be demonstrated or even.
Science is a methodology. You can't
valid.
demonstrate a methodology. That's stupid.
Okay, you're because you're being circular.
No, because no one's trying to demonstrate
you're
science.
saying-
Who is trying to demonstrate science? It's like demonstrating Harry Potter.
The science have non-physical assumption and things that are going to be held as true for science to be a valid methodology.
Science is a methodology. It doesn't have.
Okay, what does it assume?
It's just a process. It's a process. Like what?
What does science assume?
What does science assume? It doesn't matter what science assumes.
What? No. What? Huh? How does it not matter what science assumes?
Because it's linguistic. It's a linguistic process. It's saying here's how our language describes things that we do. Okay.
Yeah. Well, how does science work?
Like, how does science work?
Yeah. Is there such
novel
thing as scientific
testable predictions?
methodology? Do predictions require assumptions?
Do predictions require assumptions? Sort of.
which is yes. Okay, so predictions
No.
require to assume things to come into your prediction. So you're gonna have to have a criteria for your prediction. Otherwise, that's not a prediction. Right?
No, you can
Which
still you
is-
don't have to assume
which
anything.
is
You're just, I'm going to
things-
make a random prediction. I predict potatoes will fall from the sky. I made no assumptions.
That is an assumption that it's going to fall from the sky. It's not proven. That's why it's an
No,
assumption.
it's
You know
a
what the definition
prediction.
of
It's
assumption is?
predictions are not assumptions. That's literally stupid. What you're saying is stupid. Can we go to the next speaker? This guy's dumb.
Absolutely. Thank you for your time, Thing. We appreciate you coming up. It was fun talking with you. Jen and Nick has been hanging out for a really long time, and they want to present an argument for, Goddess Spinoza. Are you here?
Hello.
I invited you up.
Come on up.
Oh, hi.
Hello, welcome.
Hey.
Hello. That was a very interesting conversation just now.
It got pretty deep, yeah.
It was. Anyway, first of all, like I wanted to say, like, I've always thought your avatar is super freaking cool. Like, if you're there, like the little get Conway game of life, and it's like zooming out, and then it's another Conway game of life, and it just keeps zooming out, zooming out, zooming out.
The IX.
I really like how it highlights the recursive nature of life, and like how life is found within life, comes from life. Anyway, I don't know if you're there. Are you there? IX.
He's talking about X's EFP. It's pretty cool, yeah.
So IX is probably temporarily away from the keyboard. Why don't you go ahead and present to us how to convince us that a god or goddess exists?
Yeah, so I wanted to bring up, I think, what is probably the most fascinating material evidence of what I will call God, but more so, I'm going to define God as a mind, an infinite mind, not a personal God, not a God from a Christianity or any world religion.
Is it infinite in the amount of knowledge it can store, like memories, or is it infinite in the amount of brain power it has to do calculations, or is it infinite in its physical size? Maybe you could specify for us.
Well, I will say it appears to be infinite in physical size, but we wouldn't know that for sure because there's a limited amount of time that light has had to travel. So, like, there's the observable universe, right? And there appears to be a finite horizon to that. But for as well as we know, there could be matter outside of the observable horizon of the universe. So I'm going to post a link in Heathen Hangouts. Unfortunately, I can't post the image, but I can post the link to the image. If you guys would click on that and we can discuss that.
Well, one of the things that's concerning for me is that you're saying that there's some vagueness to it. But what you just said, it seems that we can't have a completely clear understanding of what infinite means in the context of a mind. And so if this mind is going to be representative of God, this vagueness doesn't quite cut it for me to convince me. So I think I need something a little more solid, but maybe you can clarify.
Yeah, so I wanted to show you an image. There's an image comparison that I posted in Heathen Hangout.
We see it there, yes. And it's on the YouTube live stream as well.
Okay, so it's a comparison between the mice, the brain of a mice, right? It's an image of the brain of mice, neurons in the brain. And next to it is called the Millennium Simulation, which is a simulation of all the galaxies in the observable universe.
What you're looking at there is what's called a filament. It is a whole bunch of superclusters of galaxies together that they basically resemble a sponge, just like the brain does. So your pareidolia is working. Congratulations, you're noticing similarities. There are a lot of similarities in reality. Why are these two particularly special?
I will say they're particularly special because there is information flowing from one galaxy cluster to the next galaxy cluster. And this information is typically what we call light. Light contains information, light is information, and so is the influence of gravity that these things have on us. So if you were to visualize the large scale structure of the universe in every direction, we're just inside this big sponge, this big network of galaxies, right? And that thing is exerting gravitational influence on the Earth, the stars, even our bodies. There's light coming from the galaxies in every frequency, X-rays, gamma rays, radio waves. And sometimes you hear about cosmic rays, right? Like cosmic rays come down.
Can you clarify where the mind? So you're saying that universe looks like brain cells, therefore universe is a big brain?
Universe looks like a big brain. And I think that's something worth discussing and exploring further.
Not so like Richard said, that's just pareidolia. It seems like pareidolia. Like you could look at a tree and see it looks like a face, but it's not a face.
Right. I think necessarily it doesn't mean that it necessarily is a mind, but I think there's an implication, something that we should investigate further into.
Okay, and what would you suggest we do to investigate that? Is there any other evidence other than it just looks like a brain cell?
Well, I will say there are very interesting structures like the Laniakea supercluster, with which we're in. There's more pareidolia there. People have pointed out that the Laniakea supercluster looks like the electrical system of the heart. That's fascinating as well. Also, the vascular system of the lungs seems to resemble the larger part of which the Laniakea supercluster is a part of.
Well, so like lungs and heart, they pump blood. I don't see any blood or any synonym of blood anywhere in the universe where it's like there is a function that some form of matter or energy is transferred through a system in the universe. It just seems like light is just randomly bouncing off in every direction.
Yeah, and what I'm seeing here is like these are common structures that occur in nature, and we're seeing it on a grand scale in the form of filaments in our universe. Thanks to the Sloan Project, primarily, I think, for presenting these in the past. And then, of course, I'm thinking that this is possibly all that's happening here is we're seeing that there's all these similarities, and they look stunning, but they're just similar. They're coincidental. That's what I take from this. I don't see any ascribe any special meaning to these as being matched up somehow. I don't see that there's communication going on between the galaxies with light. Like, what is that light communicating with the brain? There is definitely information going back and forth, but probably not in the sense that we have with computers communicating on their networks. And when we draw a picture of how the internet is built, we can see similar structures as well.
Yeah, we'll see. I mean, I can tell you, but almost certainly the galaxies are communicating with each other in that they will influence the direction that the galaxies are moving. Like that alone is communication. Like one galaxy is being influenced by other galaxies next to it.
What is the message that they are communicating to each other? What messages are they communicating? That are they instructing each other? Are they sharing knowledge? Are they that's actually meaningful in some way?
We'll say causality. First of all, causality, like physical causality, like gravity, light.
Okay, but it's not clear what the message is because all you're doing is describing a phenomenon that occurs. That's not actually communicating a message that can be decoded to say, well, how do we decode that to say that that's the intended message? Like, for a message to be communicated, there needs to be some kind of intention behind it.
So let's see. Okay, well, if we're gonna, I'm not before bringing up the issue of intention, right? Like whether or not things actually have an intention. I want to like talk about it physically first.
Okay, so you're talking about communication paths. So, okay, we can grant that these could serve as communication pathways.
Oh, I wouldn't.
So,
I wouldn't grant that. So, for a communication path like in a brain, is a brain, one part of the brain sending a specific message to another part of the brain back and forth. It's not like it just goes uniformly to every part of the brain. It's not like when a neuron fires, it just sends its signal to every other neuron right next to it. It goes specifically down a specific set of path in one direction. But we don't see that with gravity or any of the forces in galaxies. They just emit the exact same force in every single direction randomly, essentially, with one exception being like what are they called, gamma ray bursts. Like those are the only thing that sends it in one direction. It's not like it's going in a pattern from one galaxy to another to another to another. It's just it shoots it in one direction. So I'm not seeing the analogy to brain cells or communication. It's just like there are forces in every galaxy and that affect every galaxy equally, and then they emit those forces in every direction equally, which is not like brains. Brains have a specific communication pattern across the scope of the brain where it goes from this set of neurons to this set of neurons and back and forth, not just emit signals randomly in every direction.
You see, when
I'm on board with T-Jump on this.
When a neuron fires, there's an electrical field that is emitted, right? Because there's the movement of electron. The movement of electrons means that there is a magnetic field going throughout the brain. This influences the way that other neurons fire.
No, it's chemical. So it's not, the electrical field doesn't really influence much of how the neurons fire. It's a chemical interaction that influences how the neurons fire. But it's usually not, an electrical field doesn't really do much of anything like that. If it was, then being put in an MRI would kill you. So the electrical field doesn't particularly affect how the neurons fire.
You don't think so?
It's a chemical interaction that interferes with how the brains fire. Like if it was specifically the electrical field, if you put a magnet, a very powerful magnet around your brain, then that would distort the electrical field and it would screw up your brain. But that doesn't happen. We put extremely powerful magnetic fields around our brain all the time. That's what an MRI, fMRIs do, but they don't really affect our brain. So it's definitely a biological chemical interaction that's causing the neurons to fire.
Okay. Yeah, that's very interesting.
But to go back to, like, I think Randall's initial assessment was correct in that this seems to be a common pattern through the universe. So I think that given the way the laws of physics in the universe work, several geometrical patterns are preferred because that's just how the laws interact to create shapes. So like we see balls a lot, we see the Fibonacci pattern a lot, we see the neuron structure a lot. These patterns are very common in nature because of the way the laws of physics work to prioritize these patterns over other patterns because they're better at dispersing entropy. So it doesn't seem like this is the universe is a brain. It seems more like the universe and brains are both good geometrical shapes to disperse entropy in a very good, effective manner, which is why they hold this shape. Not that the universe is the same as the brain.
And so it's interesting that you say that the universe tends towards these patterns where entropy is most like efficiently distributed.
Yeah.
So if one wanted to, they could call that intention or see intention in that. And humans have a tendency to do this.
We'd be talking about conscious intention. So do you see that with the filament?
Filament? What filament?
I see like what he was saying, like how entropy just sort of causes structures like this to arise on a galactic scale, but also in the biology of brains. And then, like, so you can see, like, how when there's this kind of order in the universe, right, or there appears to be this kind of order in the universe, that we tend to attribute intention to it.
Yes, that's called a anthropocentric fallacy, type 1 and type 2 errors. But I don't think that, like, you could call it intention, you could also call it an unguided natural process. Both of those can explain the data, but our desire to call it intention is a result of evolution, because during our evolutionary species, the ones that saw agency in things tend to survive better. So like if you hear a rustle in the grass and you think, oh, look, it's a lion, I should run away, you survive more than somebody who thinks, I'm going to be a skeptic and wait for more evidence and be like, it's probably just the wind. They get eaten more. And so the people who think it's a lion survive more, which is why we have this feeling that there are monsters under the bed, and why after you watch a scary movie, you think there's a monster in the shadows. People see agency in things with no agency because of evolution's prioritization. It's not because it's true, it's because it was beneficial for evolution. That's why we're afraid of the dark, and why there are gods, like a billion different kinds of gods, and spirits, and ghosts, and fairies, and imaginary friends. It's all just a psychological ploy by evolution. So that would definitely not be evidence that it was true.
Right, right. I had a very interesting discussion with someone yesterday about something called the great attractor and the dipole repeller. So I think you guys heard of these things?
Yeah, they're big things in physics. So the great attractor is like a combination of a whole bunch of black holes that gravitationally pulls everything together. And then there's the one area that's like an empty space where there's just nothingness.
Yeah, it's like a region of space where all the galaxies seem to be moving towards.
Yep, that's the great attractor. And then there's one more. There's like a big empty space where there's nothingness.
Yeah, and that's a big void, right? So
Yep.
that's where there's less galaxies, or
Yep.
they put almost nothing.
Yep.
So there's this companion to the great attractor called the dipole repeller. So that's the void we're talking about. There's a big void in space, and if you take the velocities of all the galaxies and look overall, like what is their overall velocity, there is this sort of electromagnetic looking field that arises.
Wait, what?
But the force that we're talking about large scale is assumedly gravity, right?
Wait,
and so
wait.
usually we don't think of gravity.
I'm lost. So like when we look at the speeds of the galaxies, how does that make a field?
It's hard to explain. I will post another link that has an image on the page so that you can reference that.
I'm getting it. Hang on for just a sec.
Thank you.
Okay, so with these pathways, how does this get us to a god?
Right. So the interesting discussion that I had yesterday is that basically,
Yeah, that's it.
probably, yeah. So there's this big void in space, and if you draw the velocities of the galaxies, you find that some are kind of moving perpendicular to the Shapley attractor, so they're slightly perpendicular to it. And the person I was having the discussion with explained to me that the reason for this sort of circular motion is more so fluid dynamics.
What?
It's more so like, here's a higher pressure region, here's a lower pressure region. Things tend to flow in patterns that integrate everything else around it. Like if you say say there's like air, right? Take air, for instance, you have a high pressure region, you have a low pressure region. There's going to be wind between the two, but it's not going to flow in a straight line. It's going to flow in a sort of curved fashion because it's bumping into other air molecules along the way.
Yeah, gravity. Gravity is like air pressure. There's higher areas and lower areas. So yeah.
So basically what it appears that there is a dipole repeller. But the thing is that it's literally a void. There's nothing there.
Right. And that's because of dark energy. So
I don't think the dipole repeller is specifically thought to be dark energy. I think that's more so the Shapley attractor. The Shapley attractor is a lot of mass.
Well, that's dark matter. So the Shapley attractor is dark matter. Dark energy is the fact that space, when it's a void, it's expanding. Like the reason that galaxies are moving farther away faster than the speed of light is because space itself is expanding, and that's dark energy.
Right. Right. So essentially, like there's a region of space where you can look. There's a big void, and it appears that the void is pushing us away. It's pushing the whole galaxy away from us.
Yes, because space is expanding. Yes.
And this is the essential force that's moving the universe in all its ways. Like it's not just space that does this. it's electromagnetism too. Electromagnetism is curvature of space as much as space-time curvature is space-time curvature.
Totally lost with what you just said there. So dark energy is the predominant force in the universe, causing like it's 70 something % of all energy in the universe. Dark matter is like 20 something, and then regular matter that makes up like the planet is like 5 or something. And so, yes, dark energy is the predominant force in the universe. I agree with that. I don't know how you're tying this into electromagnetism, because electromagnetic interactions are more like the regular matter stuff. Like there's also antimatter. Antimatter, there's like this big question of what happened to all the antimatter and why is there such a lack of antimatter, and it could be that's a part of it too, and antimatter can cause gravitational repulsion. But I'm not seeing how any of this relates to a god or why the shape of the repulsion matters.
It's fun to see like repeating patterns, but
Yeah. So the reason
kind of fractal universe, that'd be kind of cool, but it's merely conjecture.
The reason I brought it up is because there appears to be a void influencing us, yet there's not actually anything there. Like this is quite literally a metaphor for seeing God in nothing.
Wait, what? So there's a void that interacts with us, yes, and this has what to do with God?
It looks like there is a dipole repeller that's influencing the direction of all the galaxies. But
yes.
It's more so...
So there's something that pushes and something that pulls, and this has what to do with God?
We attribute intention and we see forces that aren't actually there.
Well, the forces are there. They're definitely there. I don't know what you mean they're not there.
Well, see, reality appears to be changing, right? But the forces aren't separate from reality itself.
Forces aren't separate? Like, right, the forces are interacting fields, which are caused by...
Like gravity just describes the way that reality changes. But there's no like gravity that is not part of the universe itself. It's
right. Gravity is a part of the universe. I agree.
So like what I'm trying to communicate here is that there is only curvature of the universe. There's like to say there's gravity, then to say there's electromagnetism. You're changing. You're saying this is one force, this is another force, but at the end of the day, like it's just curvature of space.
No, so space-time is a field, and there are other fields. There's a grand unification theory that they can all be combined into one field, but they're not being combined into space-time field. Space-time is an emergent, so space-time isn't the most fundamental field. The consensus in physics is that space-time is caused by some other field that we don't know about.
Would you like to go back to discussion about the quantum field, like how space-time could be emergent from a quantum field?
That's the consensus in physics, something like that. But I'm not seeing how this has anything to do with a god.
Well, I think it was in the earlier discussion. Like it may very well be that at the base of reality that there are no limits to the amount of states that could exist in Hilbert space, because that's literally like the space that we use that we write the Schrödinger equation in. If there is such a thing as the wave function of the universe, then there's no limit to the amount of ways that reality could express itself. So you get this is how you get conjecture, like maybe there's a multiverse, maybe there's universes with other laws of physics. Yeah.
Well, those are still limited. I don't know what you mean by no limit here. I don't think anybody says there's no limit, but I need can you put it into a premise, something God, premise 1, premise 2, conclusion God?
Look, I don't want to argue for like a God character or a personal God or anything like that. I'm trying to point out that the nature of reality is quite likely infinite, and that deserves attention.
Yes. Universe big and infinite, and I think that's very important. Why is there a mind thingy?
Why is there a mind thingy?
Yeah, so like God, you said, was a mind, right? An infinite mind.
Right.
So I think there's unguided natural forces which are not a mind. You think there's a mind, and the reason you said it was a mind was because it looks like a brain cell.
Yes.
And that's it. Anything else?
Not particularly. I will say the universe, when the universe interacts with itself, it sort of acts like a computer. It looks like there is like information being processed in a way, and that's something that I consider to be the activity of a mind.
So computers have minds?
Yeah, they're processing information. Like information processors are very much minds.
So do you know
in my
anything
view.
about neural networks that are analogous to minds in certain respects?
Yeah, and so that's very interesting, right? Because you have these AIs that are programming themselves,
But
and
do you understand what's involved in attempting to do biomimicry of like a cortical column?
no,
Like,
can you go into detail?
okay, so when you say that a computer is like a mind, right? We can think of very simple computers that are intuitively not like a mind in the sense that, like, if I take 2 marbles and I put them next to 2 marbles, I have 4 marbles in one place now, but we don't really think of like anything computing the number of marbles changing just because I have a quantity of 4 marbles where I had a quantity of 2 marbles before. We can call that math, right? But we wouldn't say that anything is doing the math, right? We're not thinking of an agent doing math when we put marbles in a little bin labeled number of marbles, right? So simply computing by itself isn't the same exact kind of thing that a mind is doing, right? Otherwise, AI wouldn't be a field. We'd already have AI. We'd just say, oh, a computer is a mind, right? So what we're trying to do when we try to mimic minds is we're trying to get them to be arranged in a way which is analogous to the level of complexity and organization that we see in the brain, in order to be able to meet a standard of performance which is very high, not reached yet, but which we're just starting to be able to mimic things like very dumb organisms like worms and very small pieces of the human brain, like perception in the neocortex. So when we do biomimicry and we have 6 layers and we say these 6 layers are based on the 6 layers in the neocortex and we're trying to get them to perform analogous functions and they sort of successfully do that, we're nowhere near a mind yet. But what we're saying is that minds might be composed of, I mean, you might be able to compose a mind out of computers, but a computer is not just automatically a mind.
Okay, maybe I'm just using a slightly different definition of mind. Like, if something is processing information, to me that seems to be a mind.
Okay, computers will process information without having consciousness or AI or a mind. I know AI is a big thing in computers right now, but for the longest time there's no AI, and most computers don't contain any AI code in them. So consciousness isn't necessary to process information.
Like, you wouldn't say that a bin of marbles has a mind because I can put marbles in or out of that bin and say that it is holding a number, right? No more than you would think that, like, just the state of there being, say, memory in a computer with a defined variable value changing means that some mind thinks about that value.
Yeah, and combination locks process information to a very simple degree, and they're completely mindless, entirely mechanical. So we don't even need a computer program to, or a computer code to program to process information.
And yet that lock you're talking about is a physical object that's interacting with other systems within the lock, and so itself is acting like a computer.
I was in the bathroom.
There's information being processed.
Right, but just processing information is not the same kind of thing we're talking about when we talk about a mind. We can say information processing is part of what minds do, but it has to be arranged in a very particular sense to do things analogous to what minds are and what we mean by them, right? So just to go back, you said that you thought that the universe appears to like process information in a way that you think is like mathematical or therefore analogous to a mind, right?
Well,
yeah, I like it's a very ordered way that sort of just falls
question.
into place.
I agree with Ix that when by a mind we usually mean some kind of like consciousness. By mind, do you mean something more than just information processing, or do you mean just literally just information processing?
At the very root of it, there's only information processing going on. There's only information changing information.
So is there a
into other
difference?
states.
Is there a difference between my mind, where I have conscious experience qualia, and the universe? Does the universe have a qualia like I do, or is it just the information processing?
Well, you are undeniably the universe. You are part of this
No,
process.
separately. So does, like, I have a consciousness, you have a consciousness, does the universe have a consciousness of its own, or is it?
If you have a consciousness, then the universe has a consciousness.
No, does it have its own separate consciousness independent of the individual parts, or do each of the parts only have a consciousness? So does the whole have a consciousness independent of each of the parts, or do only each of the parts have a consciousness?
The whole has a consciousness because me and you are able to
No.
communicate with each other.
So each of us as individuals, our parts have a consciousness. Does that combine to produce a different consciousness that is a combination thingy that is more? It's like is there a new independent consciousness that the universe has, which could be like, I, the universe, am bigger than each of you and can identify itself independently? Or are you just labeling each of the parts having consciousness as something in the whole? Like, my brain has consciousness, my toes don't, but I have consciousness. Are you saying it like that, where each people are kind of like the brain, but the universe itself, like the body, does not have any additional consciousness?
Yeah, see, the universe can't have consciousness independent of our own consciousness.
Did you say can or can't?
It can't.
It can't.
Like, it's not independent. We're part of the system.
Okay, so you're saying that the universe is not conscious, it's just a naturalistic universe, and we probably all agree with you.
Yet we're conscious.
Yeah, the universe isn't. We are. Congratulations. You're a naturalist.
But we are the universe.
No.
The universe is self-aware because I'm self-aware.
Composition division fallacy. A property of the parts is separate from a property of the whole. That's all you're doing. Composition division fallacy.
Okay.
I think I missed the beginning of what you were trying to say. Can you re-summarize your main point?
Were you here when I posted the first image?
No, sorry, I just came in. I missed the beginning. Apologies, but
So Taco posted them 3 minutes ago, and he didn't hang out.
okay, I'm looking.
I just posted them again for you.
Okay, so
I
you're
think-
showing pictures.
I think his
of
original
the
argument was for
universe
like a
and pictures of brain
pantheistic.
cells.
He said it's
Yeah, and how there's a pattern in the universe that causes this to arise on many scales.
Okay,
I would like to know what you've done to validate the idea that the universe is self-aware.
Well, I think he said
I'm self-aware.
I think he said it can't be. So he said the universe can't be self-aware independently of us, which means it's not.
Oh, I misheard.
No.
Okay.
The universe is self-aware, but it's not. There's no portion of the universe that's self-aware independently of another part. Otherwise, they wouldn't be able to call themselves part of the same reality.
Okay, so if I'm outside of the universe, in the cosmos still, looking at our universe, how, I'm looking at this whole universe as a whole being self-aware. How did you determine that the universe is self-aware? How do we know this for certain?
Again, it starts with your own self-awareness. You are aware, and you are the universe. Therefore, the universe is self-aware.
Yeah, I can't get on board with that.
So are you saying, is there a consciousness that exists outside of a brain?
I think it's very likely that the larger systems out there have consciousness in some form. I will say that. Like that thing on the right in the picture, it looks very much like an information processing system, just like the brain is.
See, what I think you're doing is you're looking at it and saying, aha, this looks just like a brain, so therefore it must be conscious.
Yeah, I have to point something out. If I take a bunch of spaghetti, or basically any food product, or basically like anything that's somewhat, mushy, and I throw it at a wall, it's likely to make a pattern on the wall very similar to both of those two pictures, right? Because while they both have very complex things that they're composed of, right? Like we know that there's a lot going on inside of brain cells, and we know there's a lot going on inside of stars, right? And those two pictures seem to be composed like one of brain cells, the other of stars. the kinds of things that they do are so fundamentally different that to say that they look like one another, I've studied like sort of biomimicry in AI, and like just because we try to imitate the shape of something doesn't make them actually analogous. What makes them analogous is that they're composed of analogous parts, right? Like a mimicking of a neocortex would not be a mimicking of a neocortex if I arranged spaghetti in the shape of a neocortex. Does that make sense?
Yeah, that makes sense.
So
I
the
will say
universe
that
is not composed of neurons or anything that does something analogous to neurons.
it's see, but I can't help but see analogies between brain cells and the universe because there's information being processed between one galaxy and the next and one neuron and the next. Like like one affects the next one. One galaxy affects the next galaxy affects the next galaxy, and it goes on in this big chain. And then you get larger patterns that emerge.
If I were trying to design a computer, assuming that maybe you think this was designed for some purpose or whatever, right? The universe would be like the worst possible kind of information processing system. The things are so far apart. The communication between them is at a capped speed. Essentially, the universe would make the worst possible computer.
It'd be very slow.
I wouldn't consider that. I think the bigger issue is like in a brain, you have a flow of information that goes in a very particular pattern. Like goes from the visual cortex to the neocortex to the hypothalamus, whatever. But in the universe, it doesn't happen that way. It's just going. All of the forces are going in every direction equally. Gravity just goes in every direction equally. Dark energy goes in every direction equally. Light goes in every direction equally. There isn't a specific flow of pattern from one section to another section of the universe. It's all going in the same direction. So there's not like a patterned flow of information. It's just information goes everywhere. If your brain worked that way, you wouldn't have any consciousness. It wouldn't work.
Yeah. There's a limit. So like when you're familiar with Alan Turing?
Yeah.
Okay. So if you look at his early work on morphology, where he started to look at like how cells seem to develop in living creatures when they're developing from a seed to a fully developed plant or whatever, he noticed that there was a similarity in how both the way that like the patterns of like the appearance of living things would emerge over time in what seemed like a rule-based manner. And he saw there was an analogy between that and computing, right? Because he was interested in both fields and he saw similarities between them. And that early work that he did kind of led to cellular automata research, the kinds of stuff that like my user picture, which has a bunch of dots turning on and off in the Game of Life by Conway, represents an example of, right? Where automata are just very simple approximations of things that are sort of analogous to things we see in biology.
He complimented your picture.
The analogy only goes so far. And despite all of Turing's research on this, Turing never once said, I think that morphology is evidence that like your entire body is some kind of computer, right? All he's saying is that there's probably some simple rules that are repeatably applicable. And if you just look at a bunch of rules being repeatably applicable, you might see patterns that might, to the eye, appear similar, even though they're nothing really alike other than the sense that simple rules being applied over time tend to form like structural patterns. But like I said, it's like saying there's an analogy between spaghetti and stars or spaghetti and computers in the sense that they're not composed of anything at all alike. They just form into similar looking patterns. And the appearance is very superficial because there's almost no meaningful property that they actually share other than this appearance. It's an optical thing, right? It's a thing that our eyes attribute to say, oh, it's in this such and such shape. The other things in this such and such shape, they have a lot in common, when they really just don't have anything alike each other other than the fact that splattered stuff diffracts in a certain pattern.
Oh, I did want to mention
important.
Gannon was like complimenting your picture for like 5 minutes, but you weren't here for it. He was like, "That's like the coolest picture ever." Ix, he was complimenting your image.
Yeah, no, I think the fact that nature would naturally arrange into these patterns on different scales shows that there's a pattern that applies at both scales.
right? Which is diffusion.
Yeah, like
So
of entropy.
no, a thing which replicates or spreads, right? Like we know that the Big Bang probably spread from some common origin, right?
Right.
So if you took stuff that was previously all in the same place and you ripped it apart, you would expect to see something like a spaghetti-ified pattern in the stuff that would emerge, because things that used to be almost in the same place have now been spread further apart, right? So it's not that surprising to find out that if you took a bunch of stuff that was compacted and pull it apart, it would kind of be left strung together a little bit like string cheese, which is just say some of those things had gravity attracting them to each other that stuck, and some of them didn't, and those formed into these patterns that we see. But like how these patterns form isn't that mysterious, because we do cosmological models where we simulate this stuff, and it's like it's beautiful, it's aesthetically very appealing.
Yeah.
But the fact that like a simulated universe that a bunch of people calculate in a computer, when you do a model of expansion, looks like that, and the fact that if you have like cells that replicate and they just kind of spread in random directions based on like the the path of least resistance, that it might look similarly, isn't that profound, other than in an aesthetic way, because there's no analogous property between the two of them. They don't do anything similar. The universe doesn't do any of the things that cells or brains do.
Except
Other
disperse
than
entropy, like cool down and stuff.
right, the only thing that you pointed out that's analogous, I agree, is that we can think of the universe in terms of physics, which can be thought of in terms of information, of quanta, and we can think of a computer as being an information processor, and a mind is some kind of information processor. There's sort of like a tortured analogy between many steps of connection apart things, but you don't get from the brain does something like information processing, and the universe kind of looks like a brain if you zoom out really far from like a petri dish, because they're just not analogous things happening at either of those pictures.
Except for change, or like the way the universe will arrange itself.
But the spaghetti analogy is a problem, right? If I can take a picture of spaghetti just like that and say, look, these two things appear really similar, there must be a profound connection between them. If the connection is that I threw something at a wall and it splattered, then all we're talking about is how diffraction patterns will make like biological replicators and like ripped apart space-time look similar.
Yeah, and I like talking about those things.
That's fine.
And sometimes that order, that nature, like all the patterns that arise from nature, people see intention in that, and they call that God sometimes. And that's something that we do as humans.
Yeah, like the feeling that something is very profound, and the tendency to associate very profound feelings with concepts like God. I understand that. And I've like I said, my user picture is literally just like an infinitely nested series of Conway's Game of Life simulated inside of each other. I get the aesthetic appeal of how cool these similarities seem, but it doesn't seem like they are actually pointing to anything highly significant.
And yet this thing is the size of the observable universe, and it's shooting light at us. And we evolved with this structure in the sky, with the structure hanging in the sky. Like I suspect that life evolved, or brains evolved to mimic this big structure in the sky because it could pull information from it.
That doesn't follow.
You don't think so? You don't think that like this
So it's more plausible. Okay, let's just say we did the same thing in two different places and we got similar results. Like we threw spaghetti at the wall 5 times, and they kind of look similar, right? Like most of the spaghetti is concentrated on the wall in the middle, and there's less spaghetti kind of like concentrated out on the edges. The further you go away from the center point, the less likely you are to find spaghetti, whatever, right? A diffraction pattern. We could say that means that there's some communication between each of the spaghetti throwings, or that they got information from each other. But that wouldn't make sense. Would you agree?
No, that does make sense, because how is the shape of the spaghetti on the edge going to? How is it going to? No, how is it going to add up? How are all those forces going to add up from the center to the outside? There's got to be communication going on.
So the way that I threw the spaghetti in the first case and all of the subsequent cases is what determined the similarity that we observe in their results, not any communication between the separate instances, right? And what we would say is that if I took a machine that just hurled the spaghetti at the same velocity, that I would get the same results. So we can't appeal to like the fact that I'm an agent and I have a mind and I'm thinking of each one each time I throw it or something. We're just talking about natural laws followed in different places having similar results. A diffraction pattern, in other words, things emanating from a center point, is going to have some similarities of shape, regardless whether we're talking about spaghetti or neurons or stars or whatever.
Right.
It doesn't mean any communication is transmitted between the different instances of totally different phenomena. It just means they're structurally shaped in a similar geometry.
Okay. Okay. In the case of spaghetti diffraction patterns, right? The diffraction pattern happens because of it, like interactions with the other spaghetti in it. Like,
And yet, I think that the word I should have used is dispersion patterns. Diffraction would only apply to light. So yeah, dispersion patterns. Yeah.
like the spaghetti in the center is bumping into the spaghetti on the edge, and that influences how it spreads, right?
Yeah,
So
some
that's
of the
what I
pieces
call
of spaghetti are
communication.
going to, yeah, some of the pieces of spaghetti might collide with each other, sure. But I don't think that that does what you want it to do, which is you want to say that's equivalent to like communication between the pieces of spaghetti or something like that, right?
Yeah, I mean, like literally in this sense, I'm saying communication is causality, is change, is the way things influence other things. Like they interact.
Right. Interaction at a like a quantum mechanical level can be thought of as like information transmission or whatever, right? But it's not going to get you to an analogy between like signals transmitted through neurons and just particles touching each other, yielding therefore the universe is conscious or something. Because that would just commit you to saying that like literally just any system of matter is analogous to us, and that's just like let me put it this way. Like I don't know if you're advancing panpsychism, but generally speaking, if your definition of consciousness being throughout the universe reduces consciousness to something that no one recognizes as consciousness, it leaves a lot of people thinking you just like don't mean the same thing as anybody else, and you're just trying to fit this word around something that it doesn't seem to apply to. Much like a person who says that like God is, I don't know, spaghetti or something.
See, I have no doubt that the consciousness that we experience in our own minds is part of, or is identical to, the information processing going on in the neurons of our brain. Like that system, the conscious experience is synonymous with the neurons firing.
Do you think that a bowl of spaghetti being shaken is doing consciousness in the same way that my brain is doing consciousness when electrical signals propagate through it and I have experiences? I mean, the particles of the spaghetti are touching each other, right?
Do I think they're experiencing something?
Do you think that the spaghetti banging around in a bowl is like in a spaghetti mixer or something? I don't know, a salad mixer. Do you think that that is consciousness because the particles are interacting with each other? Because forces are being applied because there's, energy.
I will say, like, it's not a very coherent experience. It's not a very coherent knowing. There's no sense of self. There's just it's not like me and you walking around having an experience.
So are the galaxies more like the spaghetti bowl or more like us?
I mean, I don't know. Like I could, if that thing, because it's so big, right? There is so much information going through out it.
So if a bigger spaghetti bowl, that's more?
That what?
if you had a bigger spaghetti bowl. So imagine you had a really, really big spaghetti bowl and it was being tossed around.
That'd be funny. I mean, it's kind of like what it looks like when the Big Bang happened, and you had just just white plasma, right? This infinite white plasma, and then space expanded, and then part of the plasma moved to other parts where the plasma was more concentrated, and it moved away from the parts where it was less concentrated.
Okay, so I'm still having a problem here. Is that I'm not finding that any of this conversation has convinced me that a god or a goddess exists.
Yeah, I'm not
Oh.
convinced. I feel like natural processes that would be similar for both the universe and the mind could explain why that looks similar.
And I will say that this has been a very interesting topic. We've covered a lot of fascinating points, and you've shared some wonderful pictures, the filament in the brain and whatnot. So this has been a really good conversation. But I'm just left where I think we should probably start moving on to the next person because I'm at a point where I'm just not convinced.
Yeah, I got you. Yeah, it was a very awesome conversation as well, and I'm just happy to bring up these topics because I think there's something that should be discussed more.
Yeah, no, thank you very much. It was very enjoyable.
All right, you guys have a nice day.
And yeah, I'd love to chat with you more sometime because I'm also interested in some of these subjects, but I think we just come to different conclusions currently.
Oh, awesome! Yeah, awesome. I thought your backstory, by the way, was very cool about how you said you were raised in several different religions. I'd love to ask you more about that sometime.
Sure.
All right, see you
coming
guys.
That was very interesting. We have a couple more people in queue. We'll try to get to them before we finish up here. So Cooler, I think you were up earlier, if I'm not mistaken, but I'm inviting you back up now. Looks like something else you want to say.
Yeah. Sorry, I didn't think because of the previous discussion, I didn't think I would get selected again. So I took a joint and a shot of melatonin. But you have half an hour. So let me try again. Sorry. Let me see. Yeah, I have a text here. Hold on, let me pull it up. So I'll start with the convincing with we should look inwards instead of outwards and shit like that. Okay. So let's start with the intellectuals out there that are like controlling our very foundation of of human development. The same people, for example, who say we should eat the beetles that are on the ground, okay, or the same people that have developed lead and zeppelins, and also that are very worshipy of the Queen and shit.
Wait,
And
not following. Not Beatles, Led Zeppelin's Queen. Not following.
yeah.
What is
Yeah,
the God argument?
The God argument is within the human mind itself. Okay. Pink, for example, do you know the color pink and the color Floyd? Okay, those are two colors that mix each other. That was discovered by intellectuals. Okay.
What's the color Floyd? Can you define that?
It's I couldn't. I'm sorry.
The color of Floyd is pink.
I'm 5 milligram deep in melatonin, so I have 20 minutes. Okay, and without these people, okay, we would still be the Rolling Stones around. Okay, and
Are you
we
trolling?
wouldn't have, for example, electricity like AC/DC.
Trolling? Is this trolling?
We would still be
I can
worshipping.
literally hear you giggling, Cooler.
And-
Maybe wait for your melatonin to wear off and come back.
Yeah, melatonin. The thing is, it can't wear off. It will wear me off. It's a sleeping tablet. So here's the thing.
They're not that good either, but
the eagle from the you know what? It's best if I just go off now.
yes.
Oh fuck.
Oh, come on.
the grin on his face while he was giggling was like audible.
If they didn't invent the Pink Floyd, you wouldn't have the electricity from the AC/DC.
And we had to mix the color of pink with the color of Floyd. Wow.
Okay. Evil's up next. I'm pulling you up right now. Come on up. What's going on, Evil?
Hi guys, can you hear me?
Welcome.
Hello everyone. Could you just give me like a few seconds? I just need to quickly put on my shoes, just to get out. Just a minute. Just give me a minute.
That sounds
Gotta
like a
make
terrible
sure you're
idea.
wearing shoes for your argument.
I'm sorry.
He was joking. Go ahead.
Just a bad joke.
I was thinking the same thing though. Like these are my arguing shoes. But you know, I understand. He needs to actually deal with something.
All right, guys. So can everyone hear me? I'm just outside the house right now.
Yes.
Yeah.
Cool. So I just wanted to make sure, just to be clear, like no one here is everyone here is like agnostic, right? No one here
Well, Jack Burton
believes
is a
God doesn't
deist.
exist, or is everyone just agnostic?
I think God doesn't exist. I'm a hard atheist.
Sorry.
I'm
I
an
think we're
atheist
all
as well.
atheists here.
Yeah.
I believe
You're
God
all
does
what,
not
sorry?
exist. I believe God does not exist.
I'm an atheist who just doesn't
Is
believe
that
in
a... Oh,
God.
wait. Okay, guys. Sorry. Just one at a time. So T-Jump said he believes God doesn't exist. So is that like a reasonable... Wait, is that like a logical thing you've concluded? Or is that
Yes.
just like your belief?
Logical
Like
thing I've concluded.
Oh. Okay. Could you summarize that? Like why
Sure.
you believe God doesn't exist? Just so I understand,
Yes.
so I can convince you otherwise.
Yeah, so I think that most beliefs humans come up with that have no supporting evidence are purely imaginary. God is a belief humans have come up with that has no supporting evidence, therefore it is imaginary.
Okay, so it's like a negation of an existential quantifier for evidence, let's just say, for the set of all evidence, right? So you're making a claim that an appeal to ignorance fallacy, right? It's saying that because there is no evidence, there is no God. That's like
No.
a conditional, right?
No, I'm saying that things humans come up with in their mind are often just imaginary. So it's an inductive argument. Inductively, since the source of this idea is the human mind, and there is no supporting evidence, it is likely just imaginary. So it's an inductive argument.
Okay, is there an idea which is the source of which is not the human mind?
No, not that I know of. Maybe like animal minds? Maybe animal minds
So the
have
only
ideas.
delineating factor is that there's no evidence between all ideas and the idea of God.
No, it's because most of the ideas humans come up with are faulty. Like if most of the ideas humans came up with were not faulty, then it would be potentially more reasonable. So I'm making an inductive claim. Like,
Yeah, I understand. Okay, so do you believe there's evidence for like a black hole, for example?
yes, lots of it.
Okay. What do you actually define as evidence? Because you know that black holes are just like derived mathematically. Like we don't actually have. Yeah, we don't have. We just have abductive evidence. We don't actually have.
Yes, we do.
Deductive evidence.
We've
taken pictures of them.
Few things there. So
taking pictures of the surrounding light.
They had to make like 10,000 black holes to take a photo of one.
Wait, hold
More
on.
than
Hold on.
What's the hypothesis that a black hole could be there?
Well, no. So we see there is an object that absorbs light that causes a huge gravitational field. That is by definition a black hole. There's not like anything more to it. We know that there is a thing that has a huge gravitational field. That means it causes stars to go around it, and it absorbs light because
That's a sufficient condition for a black hole. Do you know what a sufficient condition is?
No. That's what a black hole is. That's what it is.
Do you know the difference between a necessary condition and a sufficient?
There is no necessary condition. This is the only condition. We made up the definition of the word. There's no necessary condition, and you misuse inductive and deductive. All of science is inductive. There's no deductive evidence of science.
He used the word abductive, right?
Well, use deductive later.
Yeah, what I'm saying is that the evidence itself, okay, in order for it to not be some kind of jump in logic, right? Like for example, post hoc ergo propter hoc, or some kind of like leap, right? It has to have a clear set of. It has to have a clear proof that shows that this is the hypothesis, that this is the evidence which supports our hypothesis. Now, with a black hole, like we haven't taken an image
Whoa,
of it.
whoa.
Yeah.
Slow down. So you said that if it doesn't have perfect logical proof, that it must have a jump in logic. So that's not the case.
It just means it just means that it would be a jump in logic. It would just be some kind of pragmatism to say that this just confirms our hypothesis.
No, there's lots of different kinds of reasoning that aren't deductive that are perfectly logically valid. Induction, abduction, lots of things. You don't need deductive proofs.
They can't prove their own consistency. They're not sound.
No logic can prove its own consistency. That's Gödel's first incompleteness theorem. That's irrelevant.
Yeah, second incomplete. It's actually the second incompleteness theorem. Now, with abductive reasoning, that's not sound.
Abductive, yeah, I agree. Abductive reasoning is affirming the consequent. But it could still be sound. It's not valid. Yeah, abductive reasoning is affirming the consequent, but makes it doesn't make it unsound necessarily.
Okay. Look. I don't want to argue this too much because this is very abstracted from what I'm here to do, which is convince you of God, I guess. I would just say that you did just do the appeal to ignorance fallacy. You said there's no evidence. That's actually definition.
No, I didn't. No, I literally didn't. So
what is the appeal to ignorance fallacy?
So listen again. So if you have a compass and the compass is broken and it never points north, or if it just makes up things, like a magic 8-ball. Say you have a magic 8-ball and everything in the magic 8-ball is just random combinations of words, then is it reasonable to believe that random combination of words is just something that's made up by the 8-ball? Yes, because it's junk. So if we have a system that comes up with ideas, most of which are junk, it is reasonable to believe any of those ideas, what it comes up with that hasn't been supported by evidence, is junk. So this is an inductive claim about human ideas.
You're equivocating that to theism or some kind of Abrahamic religion. To be clear, I'm not talking about Abraham. I do subscribe to Abrahamic religion, but I'm not defending that here. I'm just defending a kind of ontological state of affairs, which is theism.
Yes. So all the entire idea of theism is junk, and we can control this, and we can have a very reasonable conclusion that the idea of theism is junk is because we know of the fallacies that make the human mind prioritize mental causation, which is false, and there's no empirical evidence to support that, and so it's an unreasonable conclusion, and it's justified to conclude it's purely imaginary, made up by human psychology and nothing more.
So you believe in a kind of stochastic type of probabilistically stochastic, but ultimately arbitrary.
Stochastic.
Non-causal.
No.
Well,
I said literally none of those words.
Well, okay. What I'm saying is that if you think that, if you think that that theism is, well, I guess I haven't given you my argument, so it's not fair for me to say anything yet. But my argument is really that I've got multiple prongs to it, but.
Well, so you can start with one of them. Go ahead.
I could give you a temporal contingency argument, which is probably the most one that you'd be most receptive to. But I also think that just before I do, I just want to preface by saying that. I'm sorry. What was that?
Could you skip to one of the arguments? Please tell us one of the arguments.
No, I need to give you the prerequisite information first. So, with with observational frameworks like science, which you said yourself is completely inductive, I don't think these have ontological utility. They have tentatively predictive utility. In a macroscopic context, they have that. However, that actually loses its strength when you scale down per quantum decoherence. And it actually doesn't have any ontological, you can't tell me why a photon travels at c. You just observe it travels at c, and you predict, albeit tentatively, that it will continue to travel at c. You denote it as such. Now, that is not a framework by which we can even derive God, we can't even derive stuff outside our universe. We can't derive any consideration, we can't make any considerations about an external universe. Have you heard of multiverse theory? We can't even make a consideration or measure anything outside of our universe. So
that's exactly what multiverse theory is doing.
if you think about the basic proposition of God, you're trying to make an empirical derivation of God,
No.
right? And he preceded our universe, so he's obviously like outside of our universe as well. So how, if you can't measure anything outside of our universe, you can't even do that. So why do you think that we must be able to measure God through, or make some kind of empirical observation of God in order for God to exist? Like, how did you generate that entailment?
So literally nothing you said was an argument, but to answer your question is...
It was a question, I know. So
okay,
do you wanna answer the question?
We can say that a thing which has not been demonstrated to be not imaginary is likely imaginary. So we can say that Santa Claus probably did not create the universe because Santa Claus is probably purely an imaginary construct of humans. And the reason we can say it's purely a construct of humans is because the only basis that we came up with it was through our imagination based on analogies to human experience, which we know are fallacious and a product of evolution and don't correspond to reality. So for the same reason, we can say the universe is not created by Santa Claus and Santa Claus is purely imaginary. We can say Sky Daddy theism is also imaginary. Any kind of theism, also imaginary.
Yeah. So when we say things are imaginary, it's not that we say that they're imaginary because we have not really we don't know that we haven't been presented like supporting evidence for them. Like for example, I'm not familiar with string theory, okay?
But
or I'm not very well read in string theory. I'm only 18. I haven't had the chance, okay? So I don't say that I don't believe in string theory. I'm just ignorant of string theory, and I haven't been presented. So if somebody says that string theory is correct or valid or is the case, it is the state of affairs, right? I won't say I don't believe in that. I would actually be agnostic on that. Whereas the atheist says that they don't believe in God because they haven't been presented the evidence or they just haven't looked for it. This is the same as me saying I don't believe in string theory. It's a very stupid thing to say.
No.
Now, when it comes to epistemic claims, okay, I don't think that you can really have any kind of deductive proof that shows that imaginary concepts are like contingent on this kind of no evidence basis. Like there's no
that's
evidence.
Not what I said. It's not what I said.
Well, I don't really understand what you're saying.
Okay, so I'm saying that human brains make crap up all the time. Most of the crap they make up does not exist. God is one of the things a human mind made up. It is highly likely that idea does not exist.
Okay. Yeah. So like it's like PX, QX.
PX,
and then you've
QX. No.
done a universal instantiation with God. And
No.
then okay. Yeah.
There was no universal instantiation there. This is inductive. Inductive argument, not deductive. No universal instantiation. Inductive.
If it's inductive, then I can just reject all the premises then. Anyway.
That's not how induction works. You can't be like, oh, it's science.
No,
it's inductive. I just reject all the premises. Like, no, it doesn't.
No, I just reject. Like, I reject that. That most of people's ideas are
imaginary.
Imaginary. Yeah.
Like what? Like what do you mean? Like gods, Zeus, Thor, the thousands of Hindu gods, the idea that objects are solid and not made of holes, empty space. What do you mean most ideas aren't imaginary? Like it
those
seems
are
like
abstractions. They're not imaginary. Imaginary is like a concept which is distinct from any. It hasn't got like a real world
correlate.
It hasn't got real world
correlate.
Like doesn't exist in the real world.
Yeah. Yes, like Zeus or fairies or ghosts.
No, those concepts came from the real world. Like they're not imaginary. Someone didn't just imagine them. Okay.
Yes, they did.
Well, the people that created them probably did, but I'm saying, like most of humans who know about Zeus, that came from the real world. It came from some source. Like for example, when I imagine that it's going to rain tomorrow, okay, that's because someone told me that it's going to rain tomorrow. I don't actually know for certain. I haven't observed it to, and I believe it's going to rain tomorrow. That's not me imagining that it's going to rain. I just know that it's going to rain. That's a concept someone's given to me.
Okay.
It's
So
not
I think
like a post priori contrived kind of concept.
Post priori, that's literally a contradiction.
Yeah.
But because priori is prior, post is after.
Oh, sorry, a priori. Sorry.
Oh my god! But so
Okay.
people experience
I'm
things.
not that great with philosophy, but go ahead.
I can tell, but people experience things like they see a light they don't understand in the sky, and they say, "Oh, look, it must be Zeus," or "Oh, look, it must be aliens." And so they see something in reality that's really there, or they interpret that, and their brain comes up with an explanation of that thing, and that explanation. What?
Okay, so how do you verify? Do you know? I don't want to go down this road. That's ridiculous. But you realize you can't actually tell me that what someone X person sees is better or more like objectively the case than what someone else sees. Like they could be, you could be a schizophrenic. You're just
Yeah,
you're just
yeah, you can.
presupposing the reliability of sense perception for one.
What? No,
For
no,
one
no.
person.
Oh my God. So people have a sense experience. It doesn't matter whether the sense experience is true or not. Irrelevant. Doesn't matter. They have a sense experience, and their brain comes up with an explanation of the sense experience. Like, there was a lightning bolt and it hit somebody. It must have been Zeus. That's an explanation their mind came up with. Now,
Prototypically, yeah.
so if no Zeus doesn't exist, then that's called imaginary. They have imagined something which does not correspond to reality, like leprechauns and ghosts and fairies.
They could also misconceive, like they could have had a misconception about something. They might
Right,
have seen something,
right.
and this would have.
Right. But remember, my argument here is the ideas, the imagination, the thing the brain constructs as an explanation is usually wrong. The thing,
Okay, I think that you can't really verify what is truly verify what is wrong. It's all trial and error.
Let's discuss this. So, think about electricity for the past 200,000 years, when humans have been alive for about 200,000 years. Each one of their brains probably came up with an explanation of what caused thunder and lightning. Some thought it was Zeus. Some thought it was Thor. Zero of them, until the past 200 to 300 years, thought it was physical interactions between trillions of particles in the atmosphere, which caused a friction interaction producing an electrical field, which then causes everything. So zero of them thought that until the past 300-400 years, right?
So what you're describing is your standard for being convinced. I think this is what is being
convinced.
Your standard for being convinced, because I can
No.
just observe a phenomenon. I don't actually have to make an explanation for it. That's actually how I live my life. I just observe things. I don't actually know, 100% of the time, what causes something.
That's fine.
So you're just describing your standard for being convinced. It is completely subjective.
No.
But
No, I'm not.
Yes, it is.
No,
it's an
I'm
objective standard.
I'm not describing my standard for accepting things. I'm describing the fact that most humans come up with ideas to explain things, and those ideas are usually wrong. Right? Would you disagree with that?
Demonstrate that. Well, you couldn't demonstrate that, but I would agree. I would tentatively agree with that, I guess. I
Okay.
would grant you that.
Okay, so people see things, they can't explain the thing, they make up an explanation, and the made up explanation is usually wrong. Doesn't exist.
Yeah, and then your entailment that you generate off that is a non sequitur. That this
Wait,
therefore
wait.
implies that any consideration which does not have the preconditions which you've defined in your little.
I didn't say there are no preconditions here. So I didn't say preconditions. I said so. People
There are
saw
preconditions.
people see things. People see a phenomenon. In this case, they see the phenomenon of reality. Reality exists, and they come up with an explanation. Invisible sky daddy, theism. That explanation is most likely wrong.
Science daddy.
Science daddy.
Religion of science. You pray to science 5 times a day. I know you do.
Evil.
Science is not religion.
Can you just provide
He
your
just said
argument?
science daddy. He just said he just
Can you just
disrespected
provide an
my
argument
religion.
for the Sky Daddy?
Science daddy. I'm okay with the science daddy.
Yeah, I can. I'll
clarify
provide.
that right
Are
now.
you familiar with temporal contingency arguments?
Temporal
Well, do you know
contingency,
about-
like time being contingent. Time is contingent. I agree.
So the one that I like the most is Robert Maydell's rendition. He had a rendition of the modal ontological argument, and he also had a temporal contingency.
So what
which
is
is
it?
the one that I'm using.
So could you tell
Well,
us?
it's just basically. Oh, I didn't really have it. Okay, I can give you a. I don't have the whole thing.
Summary is
committed to memory
fine. We
because-
don't need it perfect. Just give us a close.
So this is a summary, but if you actually go on Google and search up his version, all the premises are completely justified, they're grounded. He reduces them to very
What? Give us the argument.
verifiable
Give us-
empirical observations.
Give us the argument.
Cool. Okay,
Is
so
it, hold on just a second, because I think I found it. Is this Maydell, the guy you're talking about?
Yeah.
Okay, so I have the argument.
No, I'll just summarize it.
Go for it.
Sure, because you're not going to be able. Well,
Go
you
for
might
it.
want to
Skip.
summarize it, but okay.
Just do it.
Okay.
Do it.
Look,
So-
here's the argument.
This actually also you can also search on BGV.
I don't care. Give me the argument.
Okay, that doesn't sound like a summary of the argument.
It has 14
so
premises.
all concurrent contingent actuals were at one point externally actualized. Ergo, you require an external non-contingent actualizer X to terminate the infinite regressive series of contingencies. And why is this unnecessary? Like, why is this conditional? Because you have to instantiate this in order for any potential to be actualized in the first place. I just gave you a summary.
Okay, brute facts are possible, therefore that argument is false.
Brute facts are you mean brute axioms? Brute facts are
No.
just brute axioms. What?
No, axioms are things that you accept as true before the argument. This has nothing to do with an argument. Brute facts are literally ontological
Okay.
states of affairs, which are the case without any prerequisites.
I reject whatever brute axiom you use to derive that conclusion. That's the most dumbest thing I've ever heard.
So there were no axioms and I didn't derive anything. I just said brute facts are possible.
Okay, God is possible then. If you
Yes,
if you just say
yes,
that, and I just say
I'm
God is
happy.
possible.
I'm happy to grant God is possible. But the argument
Then
you
by,
just gave,
then by Robert Maidaul's modal ontological
No,
argument, he
no,
necessarily exists because a possible necessary being must necessarily exist.
no, so that's wrong. But in your argument,
Yeah.
what you specifically said was that
That's not wrong, that's
stop,
modal
stop,
logic.
Stop.
That's modal
S5
logic.
modal logic is wrong. It's rejected because it's garbage. But going back to your argument, so your argument stated that all prerequisite conditional cases must have, or all contingent cases must have a prerequisite cause. If a brute fact exists, that premise is false. Your argument is false. Argument over.
Okay, my comprehension is not great, but I don't think it was a question of my comprehension. I think you just speed run. You just went through that. So could you just slow down and tell us again what that was?
Sure. So the modal ontological argument, what it says is that all contingent states of affairs must have a prerequisite contingent estate that is grounded in some kind of a necessary state.
It's temporal contingency, but sure.
Well, it's not temporal contingency because there are things outside of time. But the point
Time
here,
is just an abstraction of space-time, but you go ahead.
no, again, it's a contingency.
time.
No. Time is a kind of contingency. There are multiple kinds of contingent things, not temporal contingency. It's contingency. So there could be contingent events which exist with no prerequisite cause. This is called a brute fact. Brute facts are logically possible. Therefore, premise one of the argument that all contingent states of affairs require a prerequisite state of affairs, which is not contingent, is false.
Brute fact is a brute fact is an epistemic object. It's
No.
not a
it's
not a physical object.
Yes.
You're just
Oh my God.
conflating two types. That's a categorical error.
No, a brute fact is an existing object that has no explanation for its existence.
Brute fact is an object which has no you mean which no explanation can be derived?
No,
regarding
that
its
has
existence?
it ontologically has no explanation. It is not derived. It's not epistemic. This is an ontological claim. A brute fact is a fact that
That is
has
an
no
explanation. That is an explanation.
Oh my God, a brute fact is literally something that has no explanation. That's the definition of brute fact. It has no explanation.
That would be an explanation of it.
Oh
That
my
is
God.
it has no explanation. That is an explanation in and of itself. In fact, I would also say that
It's
how are you deriving
descriptive,
properties?
not an explanation.
Yeah, but how are you? What kind of? Could you give me an example of what such a thing would be?
The universe would be one. God's existence would be one. There's a pineapple that's always been there. That's a brute fact. Brute facts could be all kinds of things.
No, you've made a claim about that it has no. You haven't said. Sorry, the universe. I understand that. I recognize that there are certain things about the universe which we can't verify, like objectivity. We always get objectivity relative to some subjective framework of brute axioms. But I don't see how you've managed to make the claim that there is some objectively true thing about this object X, such that you cannot ontologically get any explanation about it. Like that is a claim.
What?
Is that a necessary? Oh, so you don't even believe in modal logic, do you?
That's a totally separate topic. So a brute fact, by definition, in philosophy, In contemporary
Yeah.
philosophy, a brute fact is a fact that cannot be explained in terms of a deeper, more fundamental fact. No explanation. Not created by
Yeah.
something else. It's just
Yeah,
no.
yeah, but no. Yeah, but you see how that's a conflation. So that is that thing. You've said that it cannot be explained, but that's different from saying it has no explanation.
That's no, it's not.
And those are two separate claims.
Oh my
with
God.
That's a conflation. Those are two separate claims.
No. Oh my God. So the whole point of brute facts, the entire purpose of their existence in philosophy, is that it's an ontological claim that the fact is not explained by other facts. Other facts being like other things about the universe. Facts being like a statement about the universe that's true. None of those. There are no other ones of those that explain the existence of this fact.
Yeah, could you give me a brute fact, please, then? But you said God, that's not a brute fact. So could you please give me a brute fact?
The universe exists.
That's not a fact.
What?
That's not a fact. You can only make claims about you existing. In fact, that's not actually a claim you can.
Can we go
show?
next? I'm bored. You guys can take this one.
Yeah,
I'm
yeah,
done.
no, okay. Let's not talk about brute facts, okay? You haven't shown me that. Okay, so is that your response to the temporal contingency argument? The whole brute facts thing?
Actually, if it is the case that there either is one or more deities or there is none, why should we side with the idea that there's at least one deity?
At least one deity. Well, with per the modal ontological argument, there could be no other. If there is another maximally great being, then the being there could be no maximally great being. It's like
Well, that's what I'm asking you is why should I believe that there's a deity or multiple deities? Why should I believe that?
Why ought you believe? Why ought I believe that anything? Well, obviously at the bottom it's a bit of like a decision theory, but I guess if you want empirical, if you want empirical something to show you like some kind of observation, that would be that you would be presupposing things about empiricism, which are just I think you would be giving more credit to where it's due, because these are actually observational tools. Like I said, we can't make considerations about an external universe. However, like I just gave you the temporal contingency argument, which isn't empirical, it's metaphysical. I could also give you things like, well, modal logic, which TJump just rejected for some ridiculous. He didn't even tell me why. So he's an anti-intellectual. He just rejected modal logic, unless he can tell me why.
No, T-Jump's an intellectual. He's not an anti-intellectual. He's thought these things through very carefully.
He
I'm
didn't
asking you,
reject
Is that why he did an appeal to ignorance fallacy?
He didn't reject it. He just didn't want to get sidetracked. That was a completely irrelevant topic that you jumped to when you realized you were cornered in your current topic.
What is the current topic that I'm cornered in exactly?
No, I'm explaining. I'm saying that you saying that T-Jump just eliminated, just like threw it out the window. No, that's not what happened. So
I'm just looking for something that'll convince me that a God exists. If you want me to give you some criteria, I can.
Well, I would need a standard for you being convinced, because I mean.
Well, how about this? If your God exists, then your God knows that standard.
Then my God knows that standard. Can you give me like a inference structure?
It doesn't matter. If the God exists, then the God knows what would convince us.
Yeah, could you give me an inference structure that concludes that condition, like the actual entailment for that? Could you just
I'm just going by
provide me like a formalized
I'm going by the definition of God.
Well,
That God is all knowing. Sure. So if there was something that would convince me, then God knows what it is.
So wouldn't your argument just
presupposes that such a thing exists? That presupposes that such a thing exists.
No, I'm operating from your worldview. If you believe that God exists and how you define God, so going by the definition of God, if this thing exists, then it knows by virtue of its nature what would convince me, even if I am unaware of what would convince me. So it doesn't matter what would convince me, because God knows what it is. So all God has to do is convince me. But God refuses to do this.
But I think he might convince you in the future.
No, because God also knows that just because it proves its existence doesn't necessarily guarantee that it is worthy of worship. And God knows that I know this.
Wait, so you want God to give you an empirical kind of empirical like thing that will prove in your mind prove. He doesn't care about proving you, like proving
we're
himself
asking you to do
That's
this.
not his. That at least from Christian theology, that's not his purpose. At least his when I say purpose, it's not his plan. Let's say to convince individual atheists, militant atheists on like our atheism.
Not being a
paradigm.
militant atheist. If he's the one who created everything and set the parameters for everything, and it's as screwed up as it is, then yeah, he should be held accountable for that.
It's screwed up because of him. It's screwed up.
He set the parameters. He set the parameters for everything. Evil, everything from the very beginning. Infallibly, he possessed infallible knowledge of all events and things that were going to take place from beginning to end. He set the parameters. If you want to go by like legit, he set the parameters of the garden. He set the parameters of Adam and Eve. He set the parameters of the serpent. He set the parameters of the manipulation of the serpent. Oh, the manipulation of Adam and Eve by the serpent. He knew all of this in advance.
No, that's not how that's not how omniscience or omnipresence
That is possessing all knowledge. He is all knowing. That is possessing all knowledge.
Knowledge of every event and every possible event. Like let's say there's some possible event X. If God was to change, say X, like the future, right? Let's just say He created you and He saw your future and you're just a fucked up person, right? Let Him uncreate you. And he just okay. Wait. What? My language? We're in the politics.
Please watch the language in here.
Yeah, we're trying to keep it clean. A little bit's okay, but I think as long as it's not excessive, it should be fine.
It doesn't matter if God possesses the knowledge of all.
Wait. Let me just finish my sentence, okay? So if we were to create if God was to create somebody X, right, the person X, and then He saw the future of that person, that the person is a very evil person, okay? He's present, like in all. He experiences time differently to us, and in fact, this is not like an incredibly weird concept. Like I think if you've seen what's it called, Interstellar, you know that like, well, it's an exaggeration, but you can literally experience time differently to other people. It's all relative.
How
but
do you know this
anyway,
about God? That's begging the question.
That's what he's That's what he's. Okay, you have said that. Okay, look, He has revealed Himself and His like attributes to us. I can't make any considerations about God outside of what He's revealed to us, or at least what we've been told about Him, that He's revealed to us. Now, if you want to,
you're begging the question of that. You're begging the question of like the nature of God. Like, how do you determine these things? You determine these things because you've read the Bible, because the Bible is supposedly the divinely inspired Word of God. So that's essentially God talking to us through the Bible, describing itself. So that's where you're getting that from. But you haven't demonstrated the truth of the Bible.
Yeah.
You haven't demonstrated that it is the infallible Word of God. And the worst part of it, you haven't demonstrated how you know, or you've eliminated the possibility
do you think,
that God's description of Himself was not a lie.
Do you think Zieff axiom of choice set theory begs the question, and like all derivation, like piano arithmetic? Do you think like that fucking begs the question as well?
We're not talking about that. We're talking about this.
I know. I'm asking you. This is
we're talking about begging the question about the truth of the Bible. We're talking about the very nature of a being that allows things to. We can go in this in a number of directions, but the whole point is, and we're not going to derail from it. If God is all knowing, then God knows me. Operating by your worldview, if God exists and God is all knowing, then God knows me, and God knows what would convince me, regardless of whether or not I know it myself. So therefore, all God has to do is
Can you stop overtalking him and just let him finish his sentence?
Okay.
So evil, all God has to do is convince me. And that's not a problem. Because, and God would know, and hang on. And God would know that by convincing me would not necessarily gain my worship of that being. Because God also knows that just because it proves it exists doesn't mean it's worthy of worship, and doesn't mean that I will follow it. So it has to justify those actions. Just because it's the evil, just because it's the biggest, baddest thing on the block, doesn't make it worthy of worship.
Yeah, are you done with the Gishgalop? Fucking 5-minute Gishgalop.
Wow, really?
Yeah, he went off, so I pulled him out of the stage.
He talked way longer than I did.
So I'd just like to point out, I was reading through that argument, 14 or 15 premise argument, whatever it was, and I stopped at like 5 and 6. 5 and 6 don't seem sound. And T-Jump kind of pointed that out with brute facts. That was kind of, I think, like I assume that's why you backed out, right? You jumped because he was just saying no, not root facts.
What? I was popping a joint. What did you say?
Oh yeah, I was saying it sounded like you backed out because you said root facts are a possibility. You say no, those are impossible.
Yeah, the first few premises of every ontological argument or every contingency argument in that way is based on the fact that every contingent fact must have a prerequisite explanation, and if that's false, well then that premise is just false and the argument fails. If he combined that with a modal argument, which I didn't address, but just if he can prove one of the premises is false, then the argument fails. And since all you have to do is prove logical possibility in that case, if it's even logically possible for there to be a contingent fact which doesn't have an explanation, then that premise is false.
Cool. We've got a few more people in queue. We had planned for like 3, maybe 4 hours initially. Do you guys want to take a few more, or
I'm good.
do
Let's
you guys
go.
want to go? Or what are you guys thinking?
We could take one more guest at least.
If anybody wants to follow up on this and see more problems with the argument, there is a debate thread from Reddit with a bunch of posts arguing about it.
Cool. I'm gonna pull up Kalo right now. Wait, is that? I guess Kalo's an atheist.
I'm fine with that.
Hi.
Hello.
What's going on?
Yeah. Hey. Yeah, that was a nice conversation you guys were having just now.
I hate you.
I'm an atheist myself. I don't know if I'm able to join your conversation and try and be convinced.
Hook up with Taco later on after the stream, and we can figure something out maybe.
Okay. Okay. Well,
we won't take these kind of questions here on the stage.
Oh, okay. Then no. So far, all I heard were arguments. We don't know, therefore God exists, and pretty much, yeah. It's not really fair for that other guy to, equate his position to yours because he's the one that's claiming that God exists. So.
Right. Well, for someone like me who doesn't take a position, they are not equal. That's correct.
Yeah. So. Anyway, that's pretty much my thing that I wanted to add.
Hey, thanks for coming on, and we look forward to chatting with you offline later.
Yep.
Appreciate you coming up here. Thanks for the comments. Shadow, I'm pulling you up. I have no idea what your position is here.
Hello, Shadow.
Hey, mic check. It's not.
We can hear you.
Oh, okay. I just like to add this thing because I've been thinking about this whole God thing. I'm not a philosopher. I'm just a guy that just listens to on the internet.
Good.
Define God because I always have a problem with that.
Well, so the way it works is the people who are trying to convince us usually have an idea in mind of what a god or a goddess is. And so we leave it to them to kind of, for the most part, to come up with something that they're defining, right? Now, if the definition is way out to lunch and they say a pencil is God, well, we're going to obviously dismiss it. We're talking about something that is mystical and powerful and things like that.
Okay, because I like to define it. I'm an agnostic turning into an atheist at this point.
What do you mean by that? Sorry, what do you mean by that?
All right.
Because there's different ways people use the terms. Like,
yeah, I know.
Yeah, I use the mainstream.
I'm not sure if God exists or not. I'm starting to disbelieve of a God. I call it atheist, call it whatever you want. I'm not.
Okay, gotcha. Yeah. All right.
I don't really care. But if you define God as the ultimate being that knows everything, that controls the universe, that can't do no wrong, which doesn't make any fucking sense to begin with.
Yeah, no kidding.
Like that? Because wrong is subjective. Because morality is subjective unless you talk about the biology trait or whatever. But if you define God to be this powerful, then no, it does not exist. There's no way it would be like that would ever exist. But could a powerful being exist that maybe controls the nature of the universe? Yes, that I do believe that, and I do highly believe it's possible. I don't like to use the word God anymore. But I do believe that's possible. And
We
that's
could
why I
use the
said,
word deity if you think that one would work better.
whatever you guys want to use, but
Sure, we're just trying to be flexible here.
yeah. But either way, this deity, this I'm not gonna use the word God, but this being that's pretty that maybe put nature work, and maybe there's a kind of a being that's kind of controlling little aspects or whatever the heck this spiritual aspect is either way it's limited in its capabilities, and that's just the way I see the world. That if a being like that does exist, it would have to be limited, and that's it. That's all I wanted to add.
Oh, I agree. It would have to be limited. What I'm curious about is why we should believe in such a being.
I would believe it if it happens to be reality. So I do base everything on reality.
Okay. And do you presently think that believe that this being is a part of reality?
Yeah, possibly. Yeah.
Oh, okay. Why should we share this conviction?
I never said that you should believe in it. I'm just sharing my belief.
Okay. No, I'm not trying to put words in your mouth. I'm just kind of trying to stay on topic.
Why should? But you asked like, why should I believe? You shouldn't. You believe whatever you want to believe. I can give you the reasons why you believe it. But it's kind of the answer is going to be vague regardless. But it would have to do with the personal story of individuals, and maybe they're because maybe there's a person that nearly had a car accident, and then by some miraculous nature he survived, and there was some process that saved him or something like that. But those would be the answers. But they would have to be personal testimonies. So.
Does anybody else have anything to add to this?
I define God. I define God as a non-physical mind that created the universe. It's an uncreated, non-physical mind that created the universe.
Could you say that nature is God? Would that make sense?
No, because it wouldn't be a mind. No consciousness.
It wouldn't be a mind. No conscience. Okay. Yeah, that's possible too. The universe is complicated. Who knows how it works? So, I do believe that the answers do lie in studying biology and understanding the laws of physics. So.
Yeah, it's always seemed curious to me that there's this idea that there can be a mind without a physical body attached to it, like a physical brain. What are your thoughts on that?
Sure, my thoughts. This is up here.
I'd say it's logically possible, but I don't think there's any evidence to make it reasonable.
That's kind of where I'm at too. Do you find this agreeable, Shadow, or do you find it doesn't quite fit with your perspective on things?
Okay, can you re-ask the question?
The concept of there being a mind without a physical brain or physical body attached to it.
Ooh, I think that's possible.
Okay.
I call it spiritualism. It's the word I use for it.
That's a good term for it. That seems like a good term for it.
It is. Because spiritualism, what is spiritualism? Fourth dimension. The word dimension. I don't believe in that, but whatever.
Yeah, that varies.
Yeah.
If it helps, we can imagine a thing other than a brain that might behave like a mind. Like, say, an artificial intelligence might perform like a human in a robot body talking to us and convince us that it's similar to a human and has something like a mind without having a brain, because it does something analogous to what the brain does with its computers. But we would still say that that system of energy that constitutes its computers is performing an analogous function to the brain. We haven't really solved the problem of how a thing would do things that the mind does without having anything analogous to the parts that make up the brain. So if you're positing spiritualism, are you positing that you think that something which is made out of some other kind of substance dualism stuff would be doing all the things that minds do, or that brains do, that give rise to minds?
Are you asking a question?
Yeah, like.
Okay, I'm pretty stupid. Slow.
Okay.
So.
But I mean, the robot is an example of something other than a brain that could act like a mind, but it has things that are physically analogous to the mind's brain basis. They're just made of computers instead of brains, right? So when you say that you believe spirits that are disembodied but have minds could exist, what are you proposing they would have that could do things that minds do by having something analogous to what the brain is?
Okay, I'm not sure if I understand the question, but I really don't know. When I say spiritualism, I use it as a vague because I don't know. I'm just throwing that as a possibility.
The way,
you think it's conceivable.
Well,
Yeah,
the way I would phrase it is like, can consciousness exist on its own, or does it need to be built by something else? Like, could there be like a supernatural kind of stuff that makes consciousness, but conscious? What?
Would it need to have? Could it be like just a natural process of the universe, and spiritualism doesn't?
Sure.
Need it, or
Sure. Like the question is
spiritualism.
Is consciousness its own kind of a thing, or is it built from other stuff, in your view?
I think it's built. I think it goes beyond the physical world. If that's what you're asking. As I said, I'm pretty stupid at it sometimes. I'm understanding the question. But I wanted to add this. I think of the brain as like because I do have my theories. I'm not sure. So I do think the brain. I think there is a physical part that we see. You know, the brain, the eyes, the memories, everything, the emotions. All that part is the physical part. The part that makes up you, truly you, is the part that makes decisions based on the perception. That's the way I view it. So you're actually making a decision based on what you see, your emotions, your thoughts, everything. So yes, there's definitely a physical part, and once that's gone, there's only you, if you even exist, if you're even capable of making decisions anymore. So it's a very weird thing. I wanted to say something, I forgot. Maybe I'll remember it. Oh yeah, I wanted to ask you guys a questions. Have you guys seen the movie Tron? The new one?
Yeah.
Because Hollywood has the because you know Hollywood's are talented writers. They write these scripts, movies. They make movies. They make movies that have symbolism, meaning. I think Tron, especially the reboot. I think they explore this concept a bit, and I don't really fully understand it, but I think they explored the process where beyond the computer simulation. Sorry, my hard time trying to come up with the words here. Beyond the computer simulations, there's a process, spiritualism, whatever the fuck it is, that that creates life based on this artificial intelligence. That's in the remake.
I think maybe we took different things from it, because I saw the same movie and I didn't take it to be positing anything like spiritualism. So
it doesn't say it off the bat, but as I said, this is what esoteric symbolism is.
I mean, I was trained in esoteric symbolism, so I understand what you're saying, right? But someone can allude to an esoteric concept without literally positing that the esoteric basis or source or origin of that concept is true. Like another example of this is Ghost in the Shell, right? So Ghost in the Shell deals with all sorts of analogies to things like ghosts, but it doesn't literally mean actual supernatural ghosts. It just uses a word in English as a translation because it's the closest word to what the author in Japanese or whatever was trying to convey. But like saying,
can we backtrack a bit?
Yeah.
You said you see the sequel, and you didn't got off of that. That's kind of weird because that's
I didn't
actually
take anything
direct-
supernatural from Tron, right? I took it that within the system, something
'cause
like
that's exactly in the sequel. That
when you say
watch the movie.
sequel, there's only one new Tron movie, one reboot movie.
Yeah,
that you could call it a sequel to the original, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Anyway, you could look it up.
Anyway, regardless, like
yeah,
writers frequently use like metaphors and analogies to religious and spiritual concepts without directly implying or let alone demonstrating the reality of any supernatural concept that might be the inspiration for it. Like saying that a program in an AI context could be analogized to a ghost in the machine because, you know, it's like a mind doesn't literally mean that ghosts in the supernatural sense exist. There's an analogy, which is to say it's a mind without a normal human body, but it does have a body. Its body is composed of bits of information in a physical computer, which is made out of silicon and electrons and so on.
Anyways, I'm going to go back to the audience. I just wanted to share. Thanks, guys. So.
Thanks.
Yeah, thanks for coming up.
All right, so we have one more in queue, Zealous, who says they're a theist. They say they're not blind. Exact word.
Cool. I love the Bulbasaur Boba Fett picture. That is awesome.
Zealous, go ahead and click the green button at the top of the screen and it'll pull you up.
Thank you. I'm obviously a noob to this kind of stuff.
It's all good. Welcome up.
Thanks. Yeah, I used to be insanely, I guess you could say, extremely Christian when beforehand, and then as time went on, you study other religions, you see there's other viewpoints, and I try not to be completely make an assumption based on where I started in my life, because where you're born to clearly has an influence on what kind of belief system you have.
Okay.
But along those lines, so convincing you that God exists, I would say, unfortunately, would have to include convincing you that the group or culture that I belong with is also the group that you should belong with as well. That you can't separate the two. And I'm unfamiliar with a situation where theology has been successful without it being part of a group or a culture.
I wouldn't agree with that. So I could say that you could show God could exist without showing you should be a part of God's society.
I don't think there's a situation where that exists. At least I'm not familiar with one. And
Well,
so
I am.
I'd be interested. I'm not sure about the answer on that one.
Well, I know that me, like many atheists, went through a phase of where we believed God existed but hated him, or something like that. So you could believe God exists and then just not like God.
So believing God in this, but not liking God, but you still at some point were part of a group, weren't you? Wasn't there some sort of culture that influenced you to get to where you were?
Yeah, but that isn't like you can believe in a God or say that God exists without actually wanting to be a part of the culture or having it think it's a good thing to be a part of the culture. So there are many people who have cultures with multiple gods, but they don't like the culture of the separate god, so they don't go to that god. So it's definitely possible to convince people that God exists separately from convincing them that they should be a part of the society that god is associated with.
That's the thing that's kind of tricky is I'd say for somebody to be convinced or join a group, that's kind of, at least I see as a requisite. Like you have to be okay with the culture. You have to be willing to accept it as well.
Well, then how would you explain? How would you explain multiple cultures who had, like in Hinduism, there's lots of different gods, and some of them hate the culture of the other god. Like that god, those guys are losers. They're dumb. So they believe in the god, but they're not a part of the culture of that god. They don't like it. So it's possible to believe in a god and not be a part of the culture. Like you could convince me God exists if you showed me like evidence, but I'd still dislike the Christian God because he drowned millions of babies. So you can convince me God exists without convincing me that I should be a part of the culture. But what I think you're getting at is more the fact that people tend to only believe in a god if they want to be a part of the culture. So if they worship God and are already a part of the culture, then they believe God exists. But I don't think that's not a prerequisite if you actually have evidence. That's only a prerequisite if it's only an emotional reason that you believe.
I don't know if you can decouple that. And so that's kind of where I'm caught up on. That's what I've been thinking about while listening to you guys. That, there's a thing called rice Christians. You've probably heard of that before. If somebody will join a group just for food and then they'll get in contact, and that's kind of where an entry point is. And they may just not give a crap at all and just pretend to be a believer at that point. But that's kind of not what I'm talking about, a wolf in sheep's clothing or whatever. I'm saying that there is that starting point where there's no way to separate a religion from the culture, and
So
the
we
culture
can
is part of a group. That's the issue right here. And so
we
for me
can
to
give
convince you guys of anything, you have to be willing to accept a culture on top of all this other stuff about God. So it's I'd say it's a lot more loaded than it's trying to be appeared to be, of just
Wait,
purely theological.
didn't
we
I
can give
just
counterexamples to that. Why don't you just give what you believe, and we'll see how it goes.
We can say something as well, T-Jump.
Yeah, like we
So
can prove that false. There are people who believe in a God who don't accept the culture. There are people who hated God and hated the culture, and they still believed he existed. So we can prove that is false.
did they start in that culture and then later on say, I don't like this culture?
Both yes and no. There are examples of both. Why does this matter?
That's what would influence it, and that's what I think the biggest piece of persuasion and the way to convince somebody would be part of that group and culture. That's a big entry point for whatever it is.
Why don't you just tell us about your culture and your religion at the same time then?
Sure. You talked about it before earlier. It would be Mormonism, or Latter-day Saint would be more technically correct, but
So like Mormonism's one of the better examples of a highly proselytizing faith that draws adherents internationally heavily. I know, for instance, a girl who was French who was recruited by Mormons in France, moved to Salt Lake City, went to Brigham Young University, wrote her doctoral thesis on the history of the repression of Mormonism, and in the process of writing that, deconverted herself and left Mormonism. But that faith is actually a textbook example of a multicultural faith, right? That draws people all over the world to move to Salt Lake City.
And I would say if somebody's not part of the actual culture, though, it doesn't work out very well for them. Their rules are pretty stringent, they're pretty rough, and it's true for most religions. And I'm trying to expand that to belief in any sort of deity at this point.
Well, okay, so do you understand that religions have spread across the world, right?
Yes, of course.
So the Christianity started in the Middle East and then was spread to Europe, and then Europe spread it to North America. So they believed in the God without being a part of the culture.
I'm pretty sure there's a huge culture influence with the Roman Catholic Church at that time, and they also were in politics, and it was no way to decouple those things. That's why they decided to say, hey, we really need a separation of church and state, because it ended up becoming like a monopoly of power, and it was pretty ruthless.
So I'm not sure you're following here. So there are people with different cultures, and they all believed Christianity, and they all come from different cultures, and they've never been a part of the same culture, and they all believe in Christianity all over the world.
I think, okay, so I think you're focused a lot more on a specific detail culture. I'd just say, I think I understand what you're saying here. Like, let's go a very specific group like Amish, like that kind of culture, like the Amish culture. I think that's kind of what the level of detail you're going into. And I guess I'm being a little bit more of a broader stroke than that, and maybe that's not fair.
Okay.
Because there's always different subgroups, and there's always different like groups of Islam and Christianity and other subcategories and subgroups. You can always say, well, this culture doesn't like this group. And so taking a step back, what I was trying to say originally is to convince somebody that God exists, you also need to convince them that your group or your culture is something that they want to belong to as well. I don't think you can decouple that.
Yeah, if that's the case, it would be inconsistent with what the Bible actually says. Just to pick one example.
There's plenty of inconsistencies. I mean,
all I'm saying is, like, look, if you're going to say that, like, people aren't going to adopt religion because they won't unless they join the culture, and yet the theology literally says to go out and convert people, and that other people have been converted who are not of the culture. Like, we're not just talking empirically about, like, the current state of Christianity, for instance. We're talking about the actual theology describing the apostles and, like, the church fathers going around converting people. The epistles are written to audiences in places like Greece, right? So why don't you just, okay, no one here, I don't think, is convinced that people can't adopt religious ideas if they're from a different culture. So why not just leave that one aside and tell us why you think Mormonism is true?
that was never my premise to begin with. But like I said, I'm a little bit different point. I was just trying to find a way to look at this, and I don't know if you can just simply by saying theology alone to say, hey, God exists. And I mean, I shouldn't say theology, I should say it's more of philosophy. To say just purely the belief of a deity can be there because there's too much other pieces tied to it. There's too much culture, there's too much other baggage connected to it. And unfortunately, all that is tied to it, and you kind of have to accept it or hate it, whatever it is. Decoupling it, I don't see as a valid option.
Okay, let me give you an example. Let's say God came down from the heavens, like literally Jesus, God literally came down from the heavens, says, hey, what's up? I'm God. By the way, you should worship me. Now, it doesn't matter what culture you're in now. You're going to say, oh, look, there's a thing. Like if you created a universe behind him, like I can create universes, people are going to be like, oh, look, there's God. But they may not agree with his cultural ideas, but they'll probably admit he exists at this point, right?
Well, I'm trying to avoid thought experiments at this point, but yeah, if a God comes down and says, "Hey, I'm here," that instantly removes faith from the equation. You know for certain you have your empirical proof that a God or deity person that you want that person would exist. Yes.
So you can separate it from culture.
Culture influences all religion. So that is a a hypothetical scenario. I'm speaking of just today in world how things go, and that experiment, while it has merit, I don't think it's entirely related. Maybe we're probably talking past each other a little bit there.
Can you accept one thing in a culture and reject other things in the culture?
Sure, you can say there's things about a culture you don't like.
Right. So you can say, I like this one part of a culture and I reject everything else about the culture.
Sure.
So someone could accept that God exists, the God of this culture exists, but everything else about their culture is complete garbage.
I don't think you'd ever worship and follow that God, and I don't think that'd be about as effective as having shakers at that point.
But is it possible? Can it be done?
I think it'd be... Sure, it's a theoretical possible thing. I don't see how it'd be relevant because that sort of group of faith holders would just cease to exist after a while because you need a culture to support it.
So like the Japanese, when the Christians went to Japan, they started worshiping Christianity, but their version of Christianity was more like God was the sun. They didn't accept any of the cultural practices of the Christians and had their own cultural practices, but accepted the same God. Isn't that an example of that happening?
Sure sounds like they have their own culture over there, and if you want to be part of that culture, that group, you'd have a belief in the Christian God, but that would be in Japan the requirements to do that.
Yes, they have their own.
Maybe there is a really oddity out there where somebody just says, I absolutely despise Judaism, but yet I believe in I believe in the God or whatever.
Yahweh, Christianity, Islam, the whole big things of every variation of religion ever.
Like somebody who'd be Islamic saying absolutely hate, or they can't stand Muhammad, yet they still claim to be Islamic. There's things of the culture that you're just kind of forced to accept, and culture, of course.
Yeah, those people are called those people are called mesotheists. The MISO prefix indicates hatred.
I'm unfamiliar with that. Interesting.
Yep, and somebody who's a theist can also be a mesotheist because of the reasons that you just described.
Like a Luciferian who hates God and serves what they think is Lucifer or something would be a kind of a mesotheist because they literally believe in the Old Testament. They just think they're serving the other team.
Yeah.
Yep.
They're trying to keep things old school, very old school.
Great example.
And like just about anybody who's been through like a severe personal tragedy probably has a mesotheistic phase where they're not very happy with what their God supposedly allowed.
Yep.
Interesting. Well, I guess to finish up and with what I wanted to bring up for a topic and argument was looking at just all the religions out there. They all seem to be subject to shifts and changing culture. Where I don't know if there's ever been one that's been completely immune to a culture shift that can put pressure on religion to adopt new policies and change them. Some would like to say that no, we've always have been this way, where we've had something written down for millions of years and that never changes. The language never changes, and I think that's disingenuous. And so I think culture is hard tied to a belief in God and deity, and there's no way to really separate them all out. And so unless you're willing to kind of grab the entire thing, grab the entire model of how the religion is structured, faith-based, the entire piece of it together, and take it as a package, I don't see how you're going to be able to convince somebody, to be honest. You think you need to have like the entire package presented, and you can't cherry. You can't. Okay, fine. Yeah, you can say I like this belief, and I don't like that belief. It still gets the same point though of saying, hey, you're not going to
You
convince
know what?
somebody.
That's kind of what happens now with the way a lot of people practice religions. There's people talking about different ways the Bible's interpreted or whatever doctrine their religion follows, the Quran in the case of Muslims. And there's not just even different different denominations and different translations, but there's the ways individuals practice it. I've talked with people who say they don't agree with certain things that God does, and they don't believe those parts of their doctrine, but they believe most of it. And so it varies from person to person. So this is quite natural. This happens a lot.
Yeah, there's also existential crisis that will happen. There's the human mind doesn't like to be have its worldview completely shaken. And so if someone is starting from a place with their religion, if that's where they start up, it's really hard to accept any sort of change or any sort of other opinions, because that's how they view the world, and suddenly everything doesn't make sense if you just make a big sudden shift like that. For a lot of people, that is a frightening concept. And that stark of a change and changing the whole entire reality, world, viewpoint, and everything, I'm assuming it's the same if someone is an atheist and going to become a theist from that point. I don't know. I haven't ever seen it from that direction. It's just there's a lot of baggage that's tied to it.
It sounded to me like you were saying that you have to accept the religion to believe in the God concept. Please correct me if I'm wrong.
To persuade somebody, that would be the most effective way. Do you actually have an organized religion, to have a group of people, a group of followers, and you look at this society, this country, whatever it is, that has these beliefs, to go through it, they put it in practice and say, hey, look, we're successful because of this. Our God's given us strength, so on and so forth. They attribute it to that, and they say, let's show you how we can be successful. Let's show you how God blesses us. And that's, I believe, how things have happened pretty commonly throughout history. Of course, you have the conquering side of things as well. We can do it by force.
So I guess the inverse of that would be if you don't accept the religion, then you can't believe in the God.
That is a fair point. I got to think on that one. That's a very good. The inverse should completely be true as well.
So you're saying that based on your beliefs, it's impossible for you to convince us.
I'm saying it'd be done through persuasion. There's nothing that I should be able to do to change you guys' well. No, hold on. Let me take a step back. Persuasion is absolutely required in this situation. wherever form comes from. Some people can be persuaded by a variety of different of unexplained or evidence. Some people think that unexplained is something that's is motivating if they don't have an understanding and they don't know why they're being electrocuted, for example. They might be, but they're motivated to do something about it. They're still going to have motivation. And I'm saying one of the biggest pieces of motivations to enter into theism will be a group of people who have a common shared system of values and beliefs. And if you're part of that group, you're part of that in crowd or wherever it is. And that's where a lot of the strength and that's where conviction for God will come from. That's the beginning of it. That's how you can start convincing people. You need to have that culture, you need to have that group of people. Okay, no, need is a strong word. I shouldn't say that. As you said before, somebody can by themselves have faith by standing alone, but one person standing in the street corner shouting, "It's the end of the world," isn't going to convince anybody that God exists.
But wouldn't the way that you would get somebody to potentially join this in group that you're talking about would be to present some type of evidence that could convince somebody that what they're saying is possibly true?
That's only one way. There are other ways. And so, and I'm sure you're aware of them.
Yeah, argue all sorts of arguments. I mean, I'm sure there's other, but ultimately it comes down to some type of like what you would deem as evidence and meeting some type of burden of proof to get them to join this in group, right?
That's unfortunately not required.
Yeah, you can use the sword. You can use the sword and just force them to. Sure.
Yep. You could use a sword. You could force somebody. You could shame somebody. You can guilt trip them. You can have mob rule. You can make it so they can't actually do anything in their society, the local society, if they're not part of this culture, this group.
I still don't understand why you're making the case that you can't proselytize successfully when you're a member of one of the most heavy proselytizing religions in the world. Like just as an example, it is literally a part of many Mormons' rite of passage to do what's called a mission, where they literally spend a year or more out in the field trying to proselytize.
True. Well, if
did you do that yourself and find it difficult? Is that what your experience or perspective is based on?
From my experience going through that, let's put it this way. Some people would like to proselytize, and I would say they try to manipulate people to come unto Christ, where they actually will, try to persuade them, find whatever it is to kind of make them excited and want to come to Jesus. Or you can just help people find their own path and just say, hey, here's the core concepts of Christianity. You really need to pray though and figure it out for yourself because that's up to God. That's not up to me if you're going to have belief between you and God. I should not be between you and God and your relationship with Him.
So you did a mission and you tried to proselytize?
Yeah, I did.
Okay. And you're saying that you found that experience discouraging and didn't have much success?
I wouldn't say it's discouraging. I'd say I met the goals and what I wanted to. I helped quite a few people out either through getting marriage and joining, so on and so forth. Ultimately, the big point was you should not be between somebody and their faith in God because you're not going to be there forever. You're still a human being. And having faith and worshiping a human being is absolutely idiotic. And it's unfortunately a very common thing that happens among religions is people worship a human being and God as opposed to trying to worship the deity, which they're supposed to.
Did you say that you arranged marriages between people who then joined the religion because they married Mormons?
I would say, yeah, a guy was not actively, and he was worked with his mom. He needed help to get married and whatnot. I just gave him my jacket and whatnot, and said, "Here you go. Here's a nice suit. Go get yourself married. Do you need a ride to the place to the ceremony or whatever?" I just kind of gave him a hand there, and became good friends with him. And so I just, he was young. He was roughly around my age at that time. But
Oh, so you helped him. He was already getting married. I see.
he was with this girl for a while. They had a kid actually. So.
Okay. So.
But that's. Yeah. Anyway,
Okay.
so
you're
yeah.
saying that person who was going to get married anyway, you helped them You lent them your jacket or offered to dry them or whatever, and then you became good friends, and then they converted to Mormonism afterwards?
The wife would have, but I'd say converting to Mormonism is nothing that I did. I shouldn't be able to make people have faith in God. If I do, I'm doing it wrong. They need to actually have prayer, meet with their deity themselves, talk to their God, and form a relationship with their God. Because if there's a person between them, then they're going to be having
I
faith in a human being. It's completely
I
incorrect to say
understand the
that.
formalism of phrasing it that way, but all I'm saying is, like, a person that you spoke to about Mormonism subsequently converted to Mormonism, and in your case, it was this person who you gave assistance to on their marriage.
Sure.
Okay.
And yeah, wasn't so being there. Is it something I did? I guess it's. You
You
can
don't have
say
to repeat
yeah,
yourself. We understood.
yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah.
But yeah, so because of that, and culture can be very toxic. It can be very good, very bad, whatever it is. But I still believe that it's two coupled together. In fact, it used to be even tightly tied to the state. Most religions, and some places, the religion wants to become part of the state and adopt religious laws, and it's trying to separate them is just. I don't think that's ever going to work successfully on its own. I don't see that as a really solid option, and that's not a way you're ever really going to persuade people to gain faith in a deity.
Is it possible, though, that you're this skeptical because you were forced to try to actually convert people, whereas most, like, religious believers aren't, who are not forced to do a mission, don't go through this and aren't forced to be faced with the fact that very few people are interested in joining their religion?
I'd say I'm skeptical because originally with Islam, I thought pretty negatively about the group, and I dug into it a little bit more. And then it was kind of funny how you guys said there were some similarities, and some people tried to deny that there wasn't any of somebody writing the holy text, so on and so forth. And so just looking at other religions, other groups, and just seeing cultures, and including the history of Mormonism as well, I'll say that there's times when there's been cultural shifts, in the late '70s, for example, and stuff like that, which is really bizarre and weird that such a shift can exist, that you can have central pieces of faith and dogma that will just change one day. And with Christianity, how when it originally started out after Jesus, before like the Nicene Creed, things like that, before things were really hashed and defined, there are many different beliefs in what God was. And so it is a you guys are trying to make the argument super super simple. I mean, super super simple. In reality, it's a big culture thing. You have to tie it into there. And if somebody is in the middle of it, I think that's incorrect. It needs to be between somebody and their God. Like
So,
they need to actually form a relationship with their deity. If not, then they're forming a relationship with another human being, and that's incorrect.
so in Mormonism, Jesus like went to the United States at some point, right?
Sorry, could you repeat that?
In Mormonism, Jesus went to the United States like before he went to heaven or something.
The belief is every single human being would be God's children, and so he would actually have to preach and appear to all of them. Yes.
No, I mean like literally Jesus went to the United States. Or is that is Mormonism, right? Joseph Smith.
Yeah, and it wouldn't be that; it'd be all the lost tribes of Israel he's supposed to reach out to.
Right. So Jesus went to a country that had a completely different culture, and they believed in him, right?
Did you cut out there?
Yeah, so
He
Jesus.
said that if Jesus came to North America and people believed in him, isn't that's
They have
consistent with Mormonism, right?
Yeah, they have a completely different culture. Like there's multiple cultures that are completely different.
Mm-hmm.
Jesus went to them, and they believed in Jesus without the culture. They still kept their culture. Their culture was the same.
And that group of people have a belief and faith in God. And if you were to go to that same location where they have that same belief and faith of God, and you would also be convinced, if you're around that group of people, to have that belief in God as well. It's tied together. It's still coupled. I think you guys are you trying to like kind of cut between each individual culture here? Are you trying to make sections between that?
We're rejecting your claim that you need to believe in the culture to accept the God. That is false. We can demonstrate that's false. That's literally a contradiction of how pretty much all religions move throughout cultures throughout time. Pretty much everybody cherry picks their own religion and changes their culture all the time. That's pretty much just how all religions form. Like new religions form all the time, and they're just adopting their religion and changing the culture everywhere in the world.
Mm-hmm.
Like,
and when they change the culture and start that new group, they have the new group with the new culture, right?
Sometimes yes, sometimes no. There is no correlation between religion and culture. There can be cultures with the religion and a god. There can be the same culture with a different god. There can be different gods in the same culture, or different cultures with the same god. Like, there's no correlation between the two.
That's what I'm going to have to disagree, because the culture definitely heavily affects the religion. They're actually tied together.
The question kind of ties back to your own experience with being a missionary, right? When you did your mission and people didn't want to join Mormonism very often, you can explain it a number of different ways, right? And the explanation that you gave is that it's not right for a person to get in between a god and that person, and they have to do it themselves, etc. In other words, you said, like, the odds were stacked against you. It just won't usually work to try to do what you did for that to lead to them actually converting, right?
Okay.
Okay. So there's other possible explanations of the same fact that you observed, but you could come to different conclusions about it, right? So it could be that it could be that you're just not good at converting people. I'm not saying this to like make fun of you. I'm just saying, like, that's the totally different conclusion. You conclude the same thing, like God wants to convert people and this is the proper way to do it, but you just were unlucky. It could have been bad weather that made people unwilling to convert because they were grumpy. It could be all these different. These are silly sounding ones, but I'm just trying to give you some examples of alternatives, right?
It's unfortunately, yeah, I would say it's not silly. It has a lot to do with persuasion. If it's winter, people are going to be cold. They're going to be inside. They're not going to want to go and talk to people and meet new people.
There's a myriad of factors that could have explained why it was that it was very difficult to convert people, right? Or to introduce people to God and let them do their own converting, however you want to frame it, right? But there's another competing explanation, which is that the ideas that you were bringing to people didn't have compelling reasons for them to believe that they are true because they are false. Have you considered that possibility at all? Did you ever experience any doubts as you were trying to proselytize to people and wonder if maybe the reason people weren't interested in it is because it's not true?
Well, it wouldn't be any different from any other religion at this point, because, well, here's the way I view it: is if there was proof, there's no longer faith, and we're supposed to be here to figure ourselves out. Our dad's not looking over his shoulder. We're not going to behave the same way as when our parents are around us. And so, yes, it very well could be that I was born into a group that is incorrect, and maybe, who knows, Buddhism might be the right group. And in the end, the deity is just going to have to sort that all out and figure out how all that works out. But ultimately, it's persuasion. And okay, so I'd say it is disingenuous if somebody just uses charisma and persuasion to try to manipulate people into joining a group and to say, have faith in God because I have charisma, kind of thing. That's not a good sense of belief or faith. Then you're just making it so you're the human being themselves is being put on a pedestal.
Okay, so if it's possible that the reason that people largely didn't want to convert to Mormonism after you spoke to them could be because it's not true, have you ever done any investigating to find out if Mormonism is true? Like, have you ever looked into it for yourself and tried to challenge any of your beliefs? See if they hold up against skeptics?
Yes, I have.
I mean, you're doing so now,
no longer
so I
have to-
give you
yeah,
credit.
yeah.
Like, I'm not trying to give you a hard time.
Yep. No, yep, and you guys actually are. From what I've been listening, you guys, you actually do have pretty you have good faith arguments, you have good questions, so I know you're not coming from bad faith. And I've dug into the politics to get in specifics about Masons and Mormons and things like that, and how they were in a couple different states and got kicked out, and just how much politics were involved at the time, where people would be driven out, and it's pretty freaking crazy history. The more you dig into it, and that's putting specific pieces of faith, specific pieces of dogma and stuff like that aside. So, and just that piece of the history of it, like in the United States, is it's pretty crazy politics. I could say at the least.
Okay.
But yeah, I can't tell somebody that they are wrong, because I don't have evidence to say one group is right over another. And if somebody is an atheist, and I look at them and say, hey, are they being what's the word? Are they actually doing it from good faith, or are they just kind of a bitter human being, so on and so forth? And ultimately, it doesn't. Nah, I guess I'm kind of rambling at this point.
Well, to be
Sorry about
fair,
that.
to be fair, there are theists who are bitter and theists who are nice as well. This is not something that's particular to atheism or particular to theism, in my experience. So it's kind of there's not really much point mentioning it other than to say, hey, there's a diversity of personalities in these different demographics.
Can I ask a question? Did you ever do your mission in Salt Lake City?
Nope.
Okay.
I've never been to Salt Lake City, so.
Okay. So like you mentioned before, like when I said, well, is it possible that your religion being false could be the explanation? You said, well, it wouldn't be any different than any of the other religions that could also be false, right?
Yes.
So in looking at all of the other religions that you're aware of and familiar with, and you mentioned you looked into Islam, for instance, and saw some of the similarities in, for instance, the story of the angel directly transmitting the stories, right?
Mm-hmm.
You would have to assume that a lot of those other religious stories are false or contain major falsehoods, right? Like ahistoric claims that don't match up with the physical evidence that we find when we investigate the sites where they say things happened, stuff like that.
Yeah, I'm thinking about the typical argument where if you want to have someone have belief in God, have them study one religion. If you want to have them lose belief, study in multiple. Is that kind of where you're going for?
Well, I mean that's a first step that might occur if you think about it this way. I myself was raised in several different religions and sort of came to the conclusion that they were all based on metaphorical beliefs, which can't all be literally true.
Mm-hmm.
But does it seem likely to you that the majority of religious claims are false?
Ooh, interesting.
Like, okay, like if we made a list of all the religions in the last 4,000 years since Sumeria, right? The ones that we've recorded with writing, only the written religions. How many of those do people still believe in?
I'd have to give you that point for the reason what I was saying before, because with culture, things shift and change over time, and there's no way that it would be something that if it was originally directly from God, that it wouldn't have changed over time through human error, whatever the deal is. So yeah, there's corruption that can enter in any and possibly most or all religions.
I'm
Or
just
in
looking for
theory is what
a
I'm going
most
for.
are false or most are true, one or the other. The explanation is interesting, but like, what or the possible explanation? But like, wouldn't you grant that most religious beliefs are not true? Most religions are false in the history of people.
I'll give you that one. Sure, it's still kind of odd. If it's saying pick a side, I'm not able to pick a side because of lack of evidence. I'm just I let people just kind of, as long as they don't infringe on others, make up their own minds. But I do see your point that they're out of all the stuff that's out there, that there is issues among pretty much among any religion really. So there's problems of whatnot. And, yep.
Yeah, people believe in just a handful of religions in the world today compared to all the ones that have been believed in the past. And one of the reasons why people stopped believing in certain religions is because they made claims that were testable. And when those tests were failed, people lost faith in those religions, right? So, for instance, people who know what the example was given earlier, or what causes lightning and thunder, are less likely to literally believe that Thor is the source of lightning or thunder. Doesn't mean that there aren't people who are still pagans and who still worship Thor, but they don't literally hold the belief that he causes lightning and thunder usually, right?
Yeah, you're referencing the God of gaps, where if you have a gap of knowledge, then it must be from God because.
Right.
Yep.
So we're not merely appealing to the number of the religions when we make this point. We're appealing to the shrinking room for the gap, right? So the most reasonable explanation for how a few religions are left standing isn't just that, well, the cultures died out, right? Because there are still Greek people today, but they're Greek Orthodox mostly, which is a religion they didn't grow up with, right? Or sorry, that didn't come from their nation. It was a religion that was brought to their nation by the early church fathers, right? And exported all the way to Eastern Europe and so on. So we have all these people who have changed religions, and there's only a few left standing, largely because so many of the places and claims that religions used to make have been falsified. Now, for Mormonism, there are some major claims that you probably, if you have actually looked into the skepticism about it, have realized are pretty controversial when it comes to the physical evidence that they purport would be findable that doesn't seem findable in terms of archaeology, genealogy, etc. Right?
Yep. Mm-hmm.
So what do you make of that? Does that seem to you like reasonable evidence that Mormonism is more likely to be true than all the other religions, which are mostly false, or less likely to be true than all the other religions, which are mostly false?
I'd say it's on the same state as any other religion, and so I'd say it's just like any other. It's in the same boat as any other faith and belief in God, where if someone claims that they actually have evidence, I think they're full of crap. To put it simply, is because, or it ends up being that some human being is trying to say, "Hey, I'm the special one. I'm the one who has all the answers. Believe me over believing what should be a personal relationship you have with a creator or some sort of deity."
But you don't need a personal relationship with archaeologists or genealogists to accept the evidence that they present, because they document it extensively with, photographs and aerial surveys and numbers and data and so on, right?
Let's see, you're trying to go with that. So you're trying to do direct evidence physical. Well,
it's not like a lack of evidence that leads people to conclude that, let's say, large parts of the Old Testament are ahistoric or that Mormonism is ahistoric. It's a preponderance of contradicting evidence that we do find. So we have genealogy and archaeology of settlements in North America, and we have genealogy and archaeology of settlements in Judea and in northern Israel from the time of what the Bible purports to have been the Exodus, the conquest, etc. Right? And we don't just find that there's not any evidence of the secret, Mormon history stuff that they're going to find someday, or that there's not any evidence of the Exodus and the conquest, which we're going to find someday. We find contradicting evidence that the people who actually lived in Judea and the people that actually lived in North America, they did have houses. We can excavate them. We can do their genealogy and so forth. And we find that there's nothing in the population graph of the settlements that existed throughout the history of Judea that spikes like the Exodus would suggest it did, any more than there is evidence in North America that the Mormon story is true.
Yep. And
so not just Mormonism is falsified largely by the historical lack of defeating evidence for the evidence that does exist.
Unfortunately, here's the thing. Those things aren't convinced. Unfortunately, I'd say those things aren't convincing for me. Because I start with the presumption that you shouldn't be able to prove this. Now, I guess that's a pretty unfair, axiom to begin with, that says that, hey, you're not going to be able to know one way or another. It's supposed to be, it's not supposed to. You're not supposed to be able to get a direct answer, because if you did, you no longer have faith. So that, in a sense of an argument and debate, yes, that is a pretty unfair standpoint of where I'm coming from. I agree with you on that one. And so bringing up bringing up archaeology evidence and those timetables and stuff like that, I would expect none of them would prove anything about God. Or I suppose, and you're trying to say it's not about proving that there's anything related to it. You're trying to say,
I mean, they don't prove there's
the
no.
opposite.
I'm not saying that they prove whether or not there's a God. I'm saying that the specific religions of Judaism and Mormonism make specific historical claims, lots of them, right? And these are like large-scale claims about huge groups of people.
The Exodus from Egypt and stuff like that, right?
Exactly.
That's
and so the problem is that like most of the people who entered the field of like Egyptology and archaeology were like passionate Jewish scholars and Christian scholars wanting to prove the evidence of their religion. They were still trying to be scientifically neutral, but they were definitely looking for something that they were interested in, and the majority of them originally were believers. And what happened was that they were shocked at the lack of supporting evidence and the existence of contradicting evidence that they found. I mean, there are some who disagree and who claim that they found the Ark and that they found the Shroud of Turin and they found insert the religious MacGuffin here. Most of those, though, I think have been debunked.
I saw Jesus in my toast kind of thing. If you're
you're
looking for it, you're looking for a specific pattern, so you're going to find a match.
There's a wagon wheel under the Red Sea, so it's evidence that Moses like led the chariots across the Red Sea or whatever, right?
Oh.
And like that kind of stuff is often extremely shaky and weak when you look into it. But there are people who think that those things are sufficient, but what they don't address is that there is contradicting evidence. It's not merely that like we haven't found the smoking gun on Mount Sinai or whatever, whichever mountain actually ends up being Mount Sinai, if there is one. The problem is that we actually have excavated so many settlements in Judea and Israel that we think we have a pretty good graph of the actual population figures over the last 1,000 years or so. And none of it matches a big spike like the Exodus. Like it fluctuates seasonally with what were presumably like changes in like crop yields due to like climate shifts and stuff. But there is no giant influx of, depending on how you read Exodus, like 1 to 2 million people, however many survived at the end of that.
I assume you mean thousands of years, right?
Sorry?
You mean a couple thousand years, I think.
Yeah, last couple thousand years. Yeah. So like we have excavations going back. I don't remember the exact dates, but to around 800, 900 BC in Judea, and like they settled there gradually from all over the place. A lot of them came from like the Bedouin areas, from the east and so on, and they occupied land that wasn't very good farming wise, and the Canaanites didn't want it. And they didn't appear to have any weapons to defend themselves with because barely anybody bothered to attack them. It wasn't until later that like the Assyrians invaded and conquered northern Israel, and they didn't even invade Judea right away because it wasn't that valuable, like I said, because not that many people lived there. It wasn't a very big settlement. It became very populated because the Israelites from the north like fled to the south and took refuge there under King Josiah, but it just wasn't a very populated place to begin with.
You've done your homework. I've been digging up a little bit of stuff on Hector Arvelos and things like that, but yeah, you know a huge chunk of history. I'm impressed.
A little bit. There's a documentary in a book called The Bible Unearthed. Someone asked me for evidence on the stuff about the Exodus stuff, and the book I can send you has the data that the documentary talks about, and you can read in Wikipedia and so on the reception and so on. There were a couple scholars that disagreed with it, but largely it's still like one of the best-selling books in the field of like biblical archaeology to this day. Hasn't been shot full of holes like some books have.
Press. Sure. Okay. Well, I'll go back and think about the culture ties and how that well works out. Just lately, I've been having that huge point of fixation of saying, well, of how I'd say bothered I am that organized religions are at the are heavily influenced by culture. Like there's ebb and flow related to them, and so if something is supposed to be purely divine and from God and all-knowing, unchanging kind of thing, then why is it that so many organized religions can kind of shift and adjust and change? And a lot of people claim that they never do, but it does happen.
Yeah, look at Catholicism. They've adapted quite a lot over the years. They've even accepted evolution. They've done, and we're even willing to promote it to people and force them to accept it. And the scientific response is, no, 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 we don't want to make it a dogma.
Wasn't that Jesuit thing originally a theory about? No, that was an evolution. Wasn't it the Big Bang? I can't remember what the Jesuit theory was.
George Lemaitre, the astrophysicist who posited the Big Bang, Christian guy.
Yep. Yeah, I have. Yeah, well, I don't want to go off topic. I like to keep talking to you guys about some other things I'm curious about, but it's not really about the stage. It's on a separate topic. It's related to, but it's not gonna get anywhere about trying to convince you guys about God existing or not existing. So, but you gave me a lot of good information to think about.
Yeah, you can do your own research into this stuff. Like I said, my friend got into Mormonism from living in France, and then she did her own. She was a history major, so she did all her own research and stuff. So it's really worthwhile for any believer to look into the history of their religion and like the foundational stuff and what kind of archaeology exists to support it.
And to look at sources that are not just from religious people, like look at all kinds of different sources, get as wide a perspective as possible.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, I mean, like I said, I like the politics of history. I find that extremely interesting because that really just ties down to human nature and people wanting control and power, and then from there you can see how things kind of shake out because people who have power never want to give it up, and so if you rock the boat, there's always going to be pushback.
Yep.
Thank you for joining us. We really appreciate having you on. This was a really enjoyable conversation.
Yeah. Thanks, and
thank you.
Care.
Yeah,
Pleasure having you up.
It's nice talking.
All right, guys. So we have one more person in queue who's one of my personal favorite theists, Concrete Plus.
Oh,
Do you
boy.
guys want to talk with him?
Yeah.
Sure, brother.
Concrete Plus? That sounds like a solid choice.
Wait, why is he your favorite? I'd like to know this before I can consent.
He's so much fun to talk to. We even shared crypto pictures the other day. He's fun to talk to. I love Concrete. He's awesome.
Hello, Concrete Plus. Hello, Concrete Plus.
What up? Hope everyone's doing well. So, I wanted to, I just got in the room and I heard X say something that there's contradictory information. I'm presuming he's talking about contradictory information with regards to the existence of God. Did I get that correct?
No, I was just specifically talking about the historicity of the Old Testament and Mormonism. But mostly I'm more familiar with the Old Testament historicity. I'm not talking about whether or not a God exists in that case, because a God could be, the Zoroastrian God, which would explain why Judaism borrowed so many ideas from Zoroastrianism when they came into contact with each other.
But yes, there is contradictory information to the archaeology in the Bible.
What does that look like specifically?
So I could show you a population chart from a book called The Bible Unearthed, and it's a summary of, at the time, all the excavated settlements in Judea and Israel, and it shows the approximate population numbers over thousands or so years. And what it shows is that there isn't a big spike like the Exodus story describes, and that's just one of the pieces of positive evidence we have that contradicts the Exodus story.
And
I wouldn't.
Well, there's a lot more than that. There's like the fact that the claimed population of the amount of slaves would have taken up essentially half the population of Egypt at the time, which they couldn't support. There's no account of Jewish slaves in Egypt for the most part. They never had that many slaves to begin with, and if there were that many slaves and they walked across the desert, and apparently it took 40 years when they could have just followed the shoreline and it would have taken 2 weeks to walk there. There are a lot of problems, and there's no archaeological any evidence that that many people actually walked across the desert, because there would have been stuff there like pots or whatever. None of them are found.
Yeah.
Not to mention that the Pharaoh and the entire army followed after them. So that's like the Pharaoh, his delegation, and then the army went after them. So if you're talking about in one single event, half the population of Egypt just walked out the door, and then their entire government went after them, and they never came back.
And drowned, apparently.
Yeah, so it's like...
and it wasn't a half, it was about a third, if it was the 2 million figure.
Can I ask for something? Because like right now, what it seems like you're doing is gish galloping, and now we went from Iggs to TJ to JL, and you guys have just now spoken to each other, and I think that like gives an impression of your weight of evidence to be greater, especially when I haven't been able to respond to what Iggs first said.
So respond.
I'm just asking that like maybe we could be mindful of that going forward. And so my response to it is just going to be, it seems like you've taken some people's opinions about populations from thousands of years ago. And I don't know how we're going to make it any more than an opinion based on whatever evidence they were able to provide. You didn't offer us the methodology by which they were able to gather these so-called population sizes. We are to take them as being factual and then use the basis of this opinion, which we're taking as fact, to then make a claim about a contradiction.
So
and
I
that
can't
seems to be, let me just finish real quick. That seems to be specious at best and a very unreliable method of evaluation of possible historical events.
Can I get permission? Sorry, can I get permission to post pictures in this channel? Because I've been trying to post screenshots from the book with the data, and
can you just give us a summary of the methodology?
Yeah, we should.
I don't know what a picture is going to do other than
these are pages from the book. So
I don't know why a page from a book would help us when you can just offer us the methodology.
How's that?
Concrete, are you looking for the methodology of the field of archaeology?
No, he said that he had a map of populations for a particular
that's from
area.
the book.
Yeah, I know it's from the book. The question is, what methodology did the author use to create this population map?
Archaeology.
And if you just so that's a subject of study. That's a field of study. It's not an actual methodology. And so when you respond, like it's like saying, I have been able to transplant a brain into another brain, and I asked you what was your method of doing that, and you said biology. That's
okay, so I'm going to read you about the methodology. Are you ready?
That's how informative what you said was, Gerald. Yeah, go ahead. I'd like to hear the methodology.
Okay. So this is from chapter 4 of the Bible Unearthed. Who were the Israelites? Okay. Now, it's not going to be these. It has references, and I have to go to the citations to get the full papers to get all the details. But it has a section on the breakthrough. So here we go. A sudden archaeological breakthrough. The early identification.
The breakthrough or the methodology?
Breakthrough.
So that's just you saying
so
that
if you don't want information. Me to, concrete.
Hold on, bro. I just want to make sure what
you're just interrupting me before I can speak.
Look, I'm sorry, but we're trying to have a productive conversation. If you just want to hear yourself talk, go ahead. I thought we wanted to have a productive conversation. Go ahead.
I do.
Tell us
and if I give you an answer to your question, I just want to be able to actually get through it.
Tell us about breakthroughs when I asked you about methodology. Go ahead.
Okay. So the early identifications and wider sociological theories about the early Israelites were based on the decipherment of scattered, fragmentary inscriptions and on the subjective interpretation of the biblical narrative, not primarily archaeology. The sad fact is that for decades, archaeologists had been looking in all the wrong places for clues to the origins of the Israelites. Because many of them took the Joshua narrative at face value, they concentrated nearly all their efforts digging the major tells of Canaanite cities, such as Jericho, Bethel, Lachish, and Hazor. Today we know that this strategy was mistaken, for while these major tells revealed a great deal about late Bronze Age urban culture, they told us next to nothing about the Israelites. The major Canaanite cities were located along the coastal plain and in the valleys, far from the wooded hill country regions where early Israel emerged. Before the 1960s, only one comprehensive archaeological survey was ever undertaken to search for evidence of purely Israelite sites. It was concluded by the Israeli archaeologist Yohanan Aharani in a marginal region at the very northern edge of the later area of Israelite control in the rugged and wooded mountains of Upper Galilee. Aharani discovered the area was empty of late Bronze Age sites, and it was settled by a score of small, poor Iron Age I era sites, which he identified with the early settlers of the tribes of the Naphtali and Asher. Ashrani's fieldwork in Upper Galilee seemed therefore to provide support for the peaceful infiltration theory. The only problem was his survey was far to the north of the heartland of the Israelite settlements. Surprising as it may seem, the Israelite heartland in the highlands of western Palestine between the Jezreel and Barbashi valleys was virtually an archaeological terra incognita. The lack of archaeological exploration in the central hill country was not due to scholarly preference alone. From 1920s to the 1967, war and political unrest in the Middle East discouraged thorough archaeological investigation in the heart of the hill country. But later, after the 1967 war, the archaeological landscape changed completely. A young generation of Israeli archaeologists, influenced by new trends in world archaeology, took to the field with a new method of investigation to map, analyze, and explore the ancient landscape of the hill country. In the 1940s, archaeologists had recognized the importance of regional studies that examine settlement patterns over time. Excavations at single sites produce highly localized pictures of the material culture of ancient populations, uncovering the sequence of styles of pottery, jewelry, weapons, houses, and tombs of a particular community. The regional surveys, in which the ancient sites of a large area are mapped and dated by the characteristic pottery shards, consequent drop collected on the surface, exchange depth for breadth. These surveys revealed where ancient people settled and the size of their settlements. The choice of certain topographic niches, such as hilltops rather than valleys, and certain economic niches, such as grain growing rather than horticulture, and ease of access to main roads and water sources, reveals a great deal about the lifestyle and ultimately social identity of populations of large areas rather than individual communities. No less important, surveys in which sites from many different periods are mapped allow archaeologists to track changes in the demographic history of a given region over long periods of time. In the years since 1967, the heartland of the Israelite settlement, the traditional territories of the tribes of Judah, Benjamin, Ephraim, and Manasseh, have been covered by intensive surveys. Teams of archaeologists and students have combed virtually every valley, ridge, and slope looking for traces of walls and scatters of pottery shards. The work in the field was slow, with the day's work covering on the average about 1 square mile. Information on any signs of occupation from the Stone Age to the Ottoman periods was recorded in order to study the highlands' long-term settlement history. Statistical methods were used to estimate the size of each settlement in each of its periods of occupation. Environmental information on each site was collected and analyzed to reconstruct the natural landscape in various eras. In a few promising cases, excavations were undertaken as well. These surveys revolutionized the study of early Israel. The discovery of the remains of a dense network of highland villages, all apparently established within the span of a few generations, indicated that a dramatic social transformation had taken place in the hill country of Canaan around 1200 BCE. There was no sign of violent invasion or the infiltration of a clearly defined ethnic group. Instead, it seemed to be a revolution in lifestyle. In the formerly sparsely populated highlands, from the Judean hills in the south to the hills of Samaria in the north, far from the Canaanite cities that were in the process of collapse and disintegration, about 250 hilltop communities suddenly sprang up. These were the first Israelites. Does that answer your question, Concrete? We can go to the actual footnotes of all the papers that are cited if you want.
I'm sorry to interrupt real fast. Ix, you have permission to post pictures in the chat now?
Awesome. I'll post the thing I just read.
And there is a question from the chat for our guest here, is for Concrete Plus. They're wondering if you can provide justification for William Lane Craig's justification for God. I'm not sure if you do that. That's from Circus Booney.
And Concrete, I sent you that DOI that explains that archaeology is a methodology, dude.
Like I said, it's just as informative as talking about saying biology when I asked you how you conducted the brain transplant. But anyway, what Ix did was give us
Thanks for the super chat, Frank.
critique of, I guess, some prior methodology where he read past it, which was a very informative part, because there was a mixture of subjectivity included in the prior methodology. He then went on to tell us about all the flaws in the methodology and the prior mistakes. And then he gave us some pronouncements from this author about what he thinks actually occurred. I didn't really hear about a improved or superior methodology. Just heard a critique about an old methodology. And then, I guess, new data or new perspectives on the information or on these events. So, no, I don't think you answered my question regarding methodology. If I missed it, and if you could just highlight that aspect, maybe, or if somebody else caught it and they can summarize it in their own words, but reading and just reading, I don't think was very informative.
Yeah.
Especially when it wasn't what I asked for.
Yeah, it was.
So,
he did
to
mention
summarize,
it. Can I let me
can anybody else in like one sentence
Yeah,
summarize
yeah.
the change in methodology?
He said this word like 10 times. They're called surveys. In surveys, archaeology is where they dig for shit and find it or don't find it. So the surveys are where they dig for shit and they find shit or they don't find shit. So the surveys they did, they actually just dig for it and didn't find stuff, or did find stuff which did confirm or deny the existence of the Israelites' origin.
Yeah, that if that was the superior methodology, then now we're to presume that the prior methodology did not relying on digging for shit.
No, they dig for
But
shit.
of course, we can, and of course, that would just be ridiculous to presume that.
No,
so I'll just presume that the prior methodology did have digging shit involved
in the wrong location.
So I don't see this as much of so it was a locational issue.
Yes,
it wasn't much of a methodological issue. It was just a locational issue.
That's a methodological issue.
On the prior methodology that included.
Come on, concrete.
Come on, I'm trying to finish my point without being interrupted. The person you should be lambasting is the person that keeps interrupting me every other sentence.
Well, because every sentence is wrong.
You're mad at me.
Just let me finish him when he's done.
I know.
Because concrete, you're gish galloping from wrong point to wrong point to wrong point.
Yes.
I read a passage. Just let him finish and then I'll respond.
Exactly. It's read an entire passage uninterrupted, and I can't get a sentence out without being interrupted. Anyway, so if the methodology that was highlighted several times is serving, i.e. digging for shit, then I don't see that as an improvement unless, of course, you're saying the prior methodology did not include digging for shit, which is a question, and I can't be wrong about a question. And so I'm going to presume that they did dig for shit, which is my presumption, which is my opinion, which is, again, can't be wrong about my opinion, and that they did include digging for shit. And now you're saying, they did dig for shit. In both instances, it's just a difference of location. And now what we're to believe is that prior locations led us to one conclusion, and now this new location sheds an entirely new light on the subject, such that we're no longer believing things that we believed from the first methodology, now that we have this new second methodology.
Okay, I'm going to respond now. So the difference, unfortunately, that summary didn't cover it, and you're responding to what he said about digging, but what I actually said was more succinctly described as prior to the 1960s. They were digging in Canaanite cities because they believed the Exodus story and the conquest story told them that the Canaanite cities had been conquered by the Jews. So they expected to find Israelite remains in the Canaanite cities. They didn't find very much because there wasn't evidence that those Israelites had conquered those cities actually. What they were doing at that time was a deep dig in one spot that they thought they would find stuff, and they didn't find what they expected to find. Now, what they did subsequently, based on a new methodology which had become widespread and was more effective at getting a complete picture, is they literally mile by mile did a square grid map of every inch of territory, trying to find on the surface any and all fragments that might lead them to find places worth digging at that they wouldn't have guessed because it weren't even mentioned in the Bible, for instance. And that methodology yielded over 250 settlements and a census data of not just the Israelites, but all the other kinds of people that lived in that place at different times before and after the Israelites. And from that data, if you look at the map in the chat, you can see all 250 sites at the time of the book, publication of the book. And from the chart, you can see the summary of all the different eras and how many people lived there at those times, and the source of the settlers that were predominantly living at those times. So that's the methodological switch. To summarize, they changed from only digging where the Bible made them think they should dig, which didn't yield very much, to digging every square inch of territory for anything on the surface and then digging down when they found stuff so they could find all of the places, which yielded an exhaustive settlement map, which gave them a picture of the population of Judea, which just totally contradicted the Exodus story that there was any spike or infiltration of an ethnic group.
All right, so my original question was, how is it that you determined the amount of people that were located in each area? And
So
you have not been able to tell us how they actually quantified the amount of people. And what you did was you said they just broadened their area of search. And then you labeled that a methodological difference when that probably would be more of a strategy strategy or strategy difference. Whereas the same tools that you've used were the same tools and historical archaeological methods are probably still intact. And that's really what we talk about when we talk about methods as opposed to location. Yeah, so you haven't addressed my original question. Because it seems to be the basis of your arguments, these population sizes from thousands of years ago. And I wanted to know how you were able to quantify the population sizes from thousands of years ago. Are you just going to simply say through the archaeological record? Is that it?
So if you were listening to what I said before, which I tried to summarize as succinctly as possible, but I didn't go into as much detail the second time I summarized it, what they did when they looked at each of the 250 settlements that they uncovered is they looked at what they found there, and they found distinct pottery shards, houses, hearths, etc., from each of the eras of different cultures that lived there. And if you look at the pictures in the chat, can you see the pictures, Concrete? Are you on your phone or somewhere where you can look at those?
Can you just tell me the method that was used to gather how many people were in an area? Because if a
I'm
pottery
trying
shard,
to, and I have pictures
I'm almost
in the
done,
chat.
bro. You asked me a question, I'm speaking. So I'm trying to figure out how you pointing to a pottery shard is going to tell me how many people were in the area. Was there a rule that each person gets a individual pot, or how many houses is going to show me how many people? Can you please tell me the method by which they were able to determine how many people were in a given area?
Yeah, generally they summarize it or they estimate it because of the number of houses and hearths and other things which they can use to correlate with approximate population numbers. The pottery shards lead them to these sites, right? So they look for pottery shards and then they dig down and find the settlements, and the settlements have consistent sizes. So if you look at the pictures in the chat, you'll see some diagrams of the representative standard circular settlement patterns. And they all range within a fairly consistent number of dwellings with fairly consistent numbers of like pasture fields and so on to go with them. And so they can just multiply from all the ones that they know, even though they haven't dug every single site, that they all fit within a pattern. And that allows them to estimate the population.
So from pastures, pottery, houses, you were able to gather how many people?
Yes.
Essentially, yeah.
Oh, okay.
But you're also looking at document analysis. You're looking at burial ground excavations. You're looking at soil analysis, old foundation walls, hearth remains. There's a lot of data that goes into it.
Yeah. So, and that sounds awesome, right? The one thing you didn't point to was like actual human fossil remains. Maybe it's included, maybe it's not, but you didn't mention it. And I would look at that as being a reliable source to talk about how many people. You didn't point to that. You pointed to real estate, land, and
Burial
pots.
site.
He didn't
Burial
say anything
site.
about. He didn't say anything about burial sites.
I said burial sites.
Anyway, I'm talking to Hicks. I asked him about methodology. He read the book. He cited the book. Did you read the book, JL? JL, did you read the book?
I've got the book sitting here right in front of me, Concrete.
Did you read the
He has
book?
it.
I have the book sitting in front of me, Concrete.
The question
And I
is,
understand archaeology.
Did you read the book?
Yes.
JL, did you read the book?
Yes, I have it sitting here right in front of me, dude.
Wow, you're a liar. Good job, bro. Anyway, now I know we're dealing with liars. Thank you for having me. Have a nice day.
It was wonderful to have you,
Oh,
Concrete.
I did.
It's always a pleasure.
Oh, Ix, I did want to.
You see why we like him? He's great. He's very polite. It was a nice conversation. Thank you for coming on, Concrete.
So Ix,
Coming up,
I did want to object because you said it was a third of the population, but 2 million would be like a half of the population of Egypt at that time.
So yeah, the number. All I'm saying is 2 million is the upper range, and I think the numbers people throw around are between 500,000 and 2 million based on what the text says, depending on the number of other family members that were with them, because the number is describing, by most accounts,
Males.
the number of men, and you have to extrapolate how many women and children were with them.
Yeah.
So between 500,000 and 2 million, which if you take the middle number of like say a million-ish, that's something like a third. It just depends on the number. You're right. 2 million would be a lot, probably like half, but it probably wasn't that much if it did happen like the story described it.
Wow, does Concrete not realize that WordPress is a thing?
Well, I mean, I think the goal here is that he was trying to object to anything he could find an objection to, and so the more information you present to him, the more he can object to. I think the correct way to respond is like the field of archaeology in academic fields is how we do it, and if you have a complaint with them, go take it up with them.
Right. Yeah, but his criticisms were totally legitimate, evidentialist, like good criticisms, and like this is the kind of stuff that I wish more theists would actually study and bring up, right? Because it's far more fruitful, I think, to establish whether like the foundational stories of your text check out, because you can actually find out. And so many of these discussions, both sides will say something like, well, we just can't have any evidence. But that might be true for theism generally, but when it comes to specific religions, there's usually an abundance of history behind yours that you can look into. And Concrete, although he hadn't read the book and maybe it doesn't like specialize in the field, was just asking skeptical questions. I'm sure he'll do his own reading and like look into it for himself, just like anybody can.
I don't think he's going to do that.
I have the same inclination. It's a shame we didn't get into the William Lane Craig perspective with him, but we covered a lot in that conversation.
That was an excellent show today, everybody. I see nobody else in queue. Does anybody want to say anything besides click TJump's links, click Randolph Richardson's links, click Ix's links, click JL Warren's link. Follow them all on YouTube. They're all awesome. Oh, and Jefferson Spatchcock, follow him too.
Who?
And there's a community of people that study like the origins of religious texts, and especially like Christianity, Judaism, and Islam, called Academic Biblical Criticism. And it was created by members of this community. The person who introduced me to it was a guy named Cam, and he isn't on as often these days because he's very busy, and he moved to a different country and stuff. But there's a tremendous number of people who are really into studying like biblical archaeology stuff that one can learn from, even if you're a layperson like ourselves.
Cam Spires?
Yeah. I mean, it's really good ammo for both sides of any argument to know more about it, because even if you think like it might be dangerous or like, might like challenge your faith to look into this stuff, you'd rather know about it when someone brings it up than not, right? And maybe it'll increase your faith. Maybe you'll find evidence that it's all true.
Sure.
Thank you, everybody, for coming up today. You guys are all awesome.
And thank you to everybody in the audience for tuning in. I really appreciate it on YouTube as well as here in Discord.
Yes, all the viewers rock. Everybody that was involved in this rocks, and hopefully we can do some more of these. Anybody want to say any closing remarks?
I noticed one more person has their hand up in the audience. If everybody's got time, we can do it. Otherwise, we can leave it for next fortnight.
So you said
I got time now. I can't believe you guys have gone this far. I took my dog for a walk. I took my kids to the park. We got ice cream. What the hell's wrong with you people?
You made sure your pork chop express truck was filled up with diesel?
Oh yeah.
Okay, why not one more? I'm
Sure.
pulling you up right now. Go ahead and press the green button.
Welcome.
Christian nationalist incel commie.
Totally legit.
Oh, more puns. Here we go.
So the archaeology stuff, it's like really interesting. I'm just wondering if because I sent a bunch of stuff in text chat, if you could just like respond to those things, because it's like, I don't know, it's interesting. I want to know more about it. So
Sure. Could you highlight one of the things that you posted? I have to scroll through a lot to find what you said.
You can just describe it. Yeah.
Was it the one where you said, "Bruh, this isn't in the Bible anywhere"?
No, not that one.
For that?
I mean, I do. That is, I do believe that, but no.
Which thing
You're right.
would you
It's
like?
not in the Bible. That's true.
Which
Like
what?
I wanted to know where the charts are and.
Okay, so if you look in the chat, I posted a bunch of big white on black screenshots from the EPUB file. And if you want the book, I can make it available to you. It's easy to find the documentary film where you can watch the whole thing that summarizes all the data in the words of the archaeologist that wrote it in an hour or two.
Posted the book.
What's that?
I think Warren posted the book, but I can't find the chart.
I put the link up to the WordPress.com PDF.
Are you asking like?
Yeah.
And the part where you said, "Where's the population graph for civilizations?" Literally scroll up one page, and there's a map of all 250 settlements, and then scroll up to the next page, and it's the chart. So let me just read the chart.
Yeah,
It
just
says,
a sec. You're going to scroll up about 20 minutes ago is when those were posted. So people in YouTube can rewind about 20 minutes to see those black and white postings.
I'll repost it. Okay, so here's the summary chart. So let's just read the numbers real quick. So it says Table 1, waves of settlement in the highlands. Period, early Bronze Age. Between 3500 and 2200 BCE, the first wave of settlement, about 100 sites were recorded. Intermediate Bronze Age, 2200 to 2000 BCE. There was a settlement crisis, most of the sites were deserted. Middle Bronze Age, 2000 to 1550 BCE. A second wave of settlement, about 220 sites were recorded. Late Bronze Age, 1550 to 1150 BCE. There was another settlement crisis, only about 25 sites were still operating. Iron Age, 1150 to 900. There was a third wave of settlement, about 250 sites were recorded. Iron Age 2, 900 to 586, settlement systems developed and reached over 500 sites by the 8th century BC.
Okay.
So
I thought you said there was a chart of like how many people, like not the settlements, the amount of people.
Yeah, so you can estimate the number of people from the settlements, but they don't list an exact number of people because they have settlement data, but not exact population data. There's estimates. I'd have to look into the papers that this is based on to find the exact numbers. But the point is that there aren't spikes that came from an ethnic group from outside. There's gradual shifts of mixed ethnicities. Like if you read the text, it'll provide a lot more context than one chart can. And if you watch the documentary, they also show on the computer screen the data that this chart is based off of in its raw form.
I'm just seeing that.
There's footnotes in the book that are going to lead to like the original stuff, and you could probably get it, but this is the best I've got at the moment.
From the late Bronze Age to the Iron Age 1, there were like over 200 new sites or settlements.
Yeah.
And that's like a pretty good estimate of when the Exodus happened, so I don't see how...
It doesn't actually match, though. That's the problem.
From the Bronze Age to the Iron Age, do you know how many years that is?
That's a long time.
Where does it match to?
Where does what? Like the Bronze Age to the Iron Age is like several thousand years. That's not like when the Exodus happened. That's like the history of the entire Bible.
Okay, so there's a bunch of different competing dates for when people think the Exodus occurred, usually based on like apologetic attempts to like address these archaeological problems. But your traditional Jewish date was 1300 BC. The late date for Exodus, based on Ramses II being pharaoh or something, was estimated at 1250. There's the Sea Peoples Philistine era Exodus theory, which puts it at 1170. And then there's a wildly different Egyptian State period Exodus theory that's puts it at 650. Which of those do you think matches this chart?
1300.
What?
Okay, so at the period of 1300 BC, there were already 220 sites before that occurred. So you realize that's 200 years after 1550. So there was already people there at that point. In fact, over that period, population went down, not up. The population at the traditional Jewish Exodus date dropped from 220 to 25. The Exodus was reversed, historically speaking.
So the number is referring to the total amount of settlements discovered, correct?
Yeah.
Okay, I think you've answered all my questions.
Yeah, it was a great question, right? Like this is how you do it, people. Like look into this stuff and like ask questions and like compare sources.
And definitely take a look at the bibliography, like especially for the specific chapters. You know, what like did the Exodus happen? And, like those bibliographies are very, very There's a lot of sources in there. So
yeah, and I can send you stuff. I've got another pretty mind-blowing paper by a guy named Amzalag. They've excavated a place called Temna in eastern, what's called in the Bible. My brain is melted because I haven't talked about this for a while. Okay, so Temna is a place where people worshipped around a copper mine, and the copper mine at Temna was abandoned by the Egyptians when the Egyptians pulled back due to like pressure on their empire. And we find the very oldest inscriptions to Yahweh at that temple. Edom, sorry, the kingdom at the time was called Edom, and it was a group that's mentioned in the Bible, but not as the usual enemy nation with a rival god. In fact, there are mentions of Yahweh coming like a wind from the east of Edom into Judea, and which some people take to just be some metaphor about God, like being a wind or something. But they don't mention the God of the Edomites in epithets as like a bad guy, like they do with the Moabites and so on, where they have conflicts with their believers. They mention the people of Edom as like a wise people. And it may be because we actually have stele inscriptions that show, literally on the same stele, the people of Yahweh of Temna and the people of Yahweh of Israel or Judea. Or sorry, not Judea, of Samaria. They called them the Yahweh of Samaria. So there were two groups at the time of the stele that were being written about that believed in Yahweh, one in Temna and one in Edom. And the site appears to be a converted temple of an Egyptian goddess that was used for metallurgy. And the metallurgists who did the bronze metallurgy at the mine site, you can't make this up. The name of their tribe was the Kenites, which is very interesting because in these like foundational myths about the Cain and Abel story, Cain is the violent one who kills Abel, and the Kenites were the weaponsmiths that armed the militaries of the time with bronze weapons, and who worshipped Yahweh. If anybody wants those papers, I can send those to you, and they have photographs of the sites and so on.
What year, like what period range do you think this dates back to?
The Temna site, let me check. I don't remember the exact date.
You already mentioned that Temna's it's within the borders of modern Israel, right?
Yeah, but it was called Edom in the Bible.
Yeah.
So if anybody wants the papers, just DM me.
I'll message you later.
Cool.
Thanks for coming on. Really appreciate it.
Thanks.
You appreciate you coming up.
Thank you, everybody. This was another great session. We did, I think, a successful panel yet again.
Yeah, it was good.
So I sent a deal to Concrete Plus, explaining archaeological methodology and just how the whole breakdown of the whole thing. He sent me back the Merriam-Webster definition of method.
Yep.
That makes sense.
Yeah.
That's concrete.
That's our concrete.
He didn't claim to be an archaeologist. He just, was asking a good question.
Well, I mean, I think it changes, like the question could be a legitimate question if asked by somebody who is actually investigating, but the way he asked it seemed more like he was just being deliberately hyper skeptical in order to deny the evidence provided.
Well, to be fair, I'm pretty skeptical of claims when I first hear them too. So like I don't fault him for that.
Please, that's a par 3 for concrete.
That's a good thing.
Come on,
I got to defend him when he asks good questions and when he is, nice.
Yeah, I've just been laying cement here lately, so I've got fresh concrete out here. I was hoping to mention that to him somehow. I think he would have appreciated it.
No Mr. Batman, no Nephilim free.
Maybe next time. Maybe next time. We had some really great guests on today. I thought it went well.
We had T-Jump here. I wanted some titans of theistic argumentation to come. I'm sorry, I can't even finish that statement without laughing.
Right? T-Jump's like one of the best. I thought we were going to see Darth or Neff. And
we've been running for over 7 hours. I don't know how much bigger the bait needs to be.
Oh my goodness, that is a long time. I
Yeah.
lost track.
It's been a little while.
Actually, I passed out at one point. I passed out at the end of, I think, like the modal ontological guy, and then or with someone else, and then I woke up and someone was like, "God is a computer, like the universe." I'm like, "It's the bat signal. I have to respond to this."
We thought you might have been away from the computer, so yeah, you were away. You were way away.
Randolph, you said a fortnight. So do you do it every 2 weeks or every week?
Every 2 weeks.
All right, cool.
That's what we're doing here. Is every 2 weeks, and that seems to work pretty well for everybody's schedules. Because if we do it every Sunday, it's kind of a little harder to commit. We were originally thinking once a month, but we decided every 2 weeks would be fine.
Cool.
You want to join us again?
Yeah, I'd love to, for sure.
Well, I'm glad that you enjoyed it. It's a delight to have you here, T-Jump.
Thanks for inviting me. Really appreciate it.
Hey, it was awesome. We were glad to have you. And everybody else that's up here that came last week too, you guys all rock.
Thank you.
Last fortnight, yeah.
Thank you to Politics Server. Anybody on any of the stream? I don't know what streams are up right now, but anybody on the streams, Discord, discord.gg/politics. I think it's that easy.
Yep, mine is discord.io/tjump.
Mine is for the Canadian Atheists, discord.canadianatheists.ca.
And then we've got pinned messages for all the speakers too. So if you guys want to follow or subscribe to any of them on YouTube, make sure you press those links. You listen to them. These guys all have great. Well, Randolph, not Richard, Randolph, JL and TJump all have great content. They're all awesome to listen to. You can learn a lot from them.
Thank you very much. I appreciate it because autocorrect often misspells my name with a PH instead of an F. So I appreciate you noticing. Thank you.
Awesome, guys. I'm going to go ahead and close this stage out right now. Hopefully it doesn't delete the Heathen Hangout channel, but everybody have a great day. Thank you.
See you later.
Take care, guys.
Thank you, T-Jump, Jack,
And thanks everybody,
Randolph.
all the questioners, and thanks to Doobie for hosting us.
Thank you, everyone.
Derp. All right, guys, I think that's it for today. I'm going to take a break, get some food. Thanks for joining, and I will see you guys later. Peace out.